Our story begins with disturbing events in one of the city's office buildings. Smoke was coming from the windows of the lower floors. The building was surrounded by policemen. They tried to solve the problem with the terrorists without a shootout. However, the terrorists had civilian prisoners and were not interested in the conditions offered by the police. Well-armed fighters held a dozen office workers captive and expected the mayor's office to fulfill their conditions. Dissatisfied with their work, the policemen began to discuss this situation as a mistake of the heroes, believing that it was their fault that it happened. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a confident man in an expensive suit and with a stylish hairstyle. His name is Jade, and he is one of the popular heroes. He heard the entire conversation of his colleagues without superpowers. However, he didn't care. Yawning from such a routine, he started his work. Jade possessed incredible speed. After a moment, he found himself in the window next to one of the terrorists. The shocked man did not even have time to react, but immediately began to threaten that if Jade started a fight, the prisoners would suffer. The hero looked at the criminal in surprise, then asked who he was talking about. A moment later, with lightning speed, Jade ran beside her enemy. Not even a second passed for the man in the mask, but he felt the body of one of the prisoners in his hands. Mocking the enemy, the vile hero asked the masked man how he dared to do this to an unarmed, innocent civilian. The angry terrorist pointed the gun at his enemy with an angry scream and started shooting. However, he couldn't even come close to matching Jade's speed. That is why, after a moment, the hero grabbed this man and took away his weapon. Disguising himself as a man in a mask, he said that the death of the prisoners was his only fault, after which he started shooting at innocent people. Finishing his miserable plan, he destroyed the unarmed masked man. Looking in the direction of the armed terrorists, the hero Jade said that it was time to do real justice. There was no one among ordinary people who could fight against a man with superpowers and such incredible speed. Jade did not need the help of the police. A mysterious girl watched these tragic events from the roof of one of the buildings. She asked her teacher if this was the person they were talking about earlier. The man sitting in the assured chair heard that it was him. The girl would be able to complete the work of her parents by destroying Jade. The girl rudely replied to her friend that a lot of time has passed since they worked together, and now she doesn't need help. She intended to prove to the teacher that she was capable of making her own decisions. Therefore, she went on the task herself. Returning to the far from ideal heroes, it is worth saying that given a choice between more people and fewer, they will prefer to save the bigger one amount. However, at one point this rule changed, and now the heroes have to sacrifice the minority to save the majority. Therefore, even if there are casualties on the mission, it is generally considered successful, and the heroes do not bear any responsibility for it. At this time, it makes no difference whether these sacrifices were accidental or just a hobby of Jade's. People who were no different from thieves could calmly enjoy life calling themselves heroes. Of course, Jade was one such negative character. People adored him and did not even suspect how much blood of innocent people was on his hands. The criminals among the heroes continued to enjoy life without any remorse. Of course, not everyone knew about such a sad truth. Heroes got rid of thieves among ordinary people. However, the question remained whether there would be someone who would deal with thieves among the heroes. This is the role that a brave, lonely girl chose for herself. She took the initiative into her own hands and decided to become the one who brings justice to criminals among the heroes. She perfectly understood that it was practically impossible to list every hero of the killer, but she was ready to make all possible efforts to destroy them. This brave girl was approaching the building where, after his crimes, Jade rested in the company of attractive women without any remorse. He told his story about the last mission where he got rid of a whole gang of terrorists. His conversation was interrupted by the unexpected appearance of a sudden guest behind him. Realizing that he wasn't waiting for anyone else, Jade realized that his guards couldn't cope with the enemy, and he immediately decided to strike first. All the girls started running away from the place where the fight started. The angry hero asked the girl how she dared to interrupt his long-awaited rest. Seeing the face of his enemy, he was very surprised that his opponent turned out to be a very young girl. She replied that he did not live up to her expectations, and in fact, Jade is not as fast as they say he is. At first, the hero did not understand what was being said. However, After a moment, he felt pain in his right hand and noticed that he was injured by ordinary cutlery. Angry Jade looked at the calm girl and asked where she came from. After that, without waiting for an answer, he adopted a combat stance and said that for him, there was no difference and he would destroy it in any case. Even in her early childhood, the girl lost her parents due to thieves among the heroes. Suddenly, for her, she received help and revenge from a stranger. The girl decided to destroy the thieves one by one until she finds the person responsible for the death of her family. She was ready to become the best for her goal. Her determination allowed her to keep fighting. She began her fight with Jade in search of the person responsible for her tragedy. The girl took out blades and rushed into battle. However, her opponent was able to easily stop this attack. With a displeased look, the self-confident hero declared that her attack was childish tricks. After that, using his incredible speed, he tried to strike. However, the girl managed to evade him. She immediately tried to strike back. However, unable to cope with the enemy's speed, the hero killer flew several meters away and hit the bar behind her. Enraged, Jade expected more entertainment, so he threw a chair at the girl and ran in her direction. He ran up to her to strike, but the girl picked up a fire extinguisher next to her. She managed to defend herself from the attack. The explosion of the fire extinguisher created a fog around Jade. The hero looked around for his opponent. However, he still did not have time to react to the girl's quick attack. After receiving a blow, he immediately ran away and asked the girl if she really believed that she could win with the help of tricks. After that, he unexpectedly appeared behind the girl and asked why she was so confident. She tried to strike the hero. However, with his incredible speed, Jade was able to dodge and strike back with a powerful blow. The girl fell to the ground in front of the hero. An enraged Jade dealt her blow after blow. He said that she was not the only thief who tried to deal with him. He shouted that he destroyed everyone who came to him with similar intentions. After finishing his speech, he told the girl that this was the end of her life and held out his hand to get rid of the enemy. However, after a moment, he was overcome with extreme fear. For a moment, he felt that he was at his own death. Cold sweat covered his face in an instant. The girl easily caught his final blow. She looked confidently and coldly at her opponent. Jade didn't understand what had happened, but the feeling seemed familiar to him. Rising to her feet, the girl said that after such blows, she managed to understand how Jake's gift works. Her look was so menacing that it caused even greater fear in the hero. Jade realized that he needed to immediately run away from such a dangerous enemy. However, he did not have time to react to the extraordinary speed of his own strength, which the girl was able to copy. He did not understand what had happened and grabbed the wound and screamed in pain. The girl calmly looked in the direction of her opponent. Enraged, Jade shouted that she had lied to him and was not fighting at full strength the whole time. The girl replied that she also has the right to entertainment. The enraged man immediately rushed into battle. However, he had no chance against a serious opponent. She did not know how strong the other criminals among the heroes were, but she understood that she would not be able to carry out her plan overnight. Frightened, Jade began to panic, unable to move after the last one. The tall man could not accept such a devastating defeat. He remembered all those innocent victims of his entertainment. The thief among the heroes tried to escape and ran towards the exit. With a smile on his face, he began to believe that he still had a chance to be saved. However, he was never able to escape from his opponent. A calm girl stopped him before leaving. Holding the killer's face, the girl said that this was the end of him. After that, she asked the thief to be born a normal person in the next life and delivered the final blow. Looking at the body of her enemy, she was sure that the other thieves would also meet their end. After completing the mission, the girl met with her mentor. The man said that after the recent events, the heroes would start hunting for her. He warned that there were many heroes much stronger than Jade, and fighting them would make her regret that she dared and wondered if she had enough determination. However, the self-confident girl calmly answered that if she was scared, she would not have started this business. She is a killer of heroes, ready to destroy everyone on the way to her goal. She has no choice but to keep going towards her goal. Meanwhile, the scene of last night's events was cordoned off by police. They found the body of the hero Jade and could not believe that someone managed to get rid of it. The investigators came to the conclusion that it happened so quickly that the attacker did not even plan to get rid of the hero's body. This was all the information they could get from the scene. They hoped that a more adequate hero would take Jade's place. However, they were not lucky, and their wish did not come true. A moment later, an inadequate girl burst into the room and approached the dead hero's body. She picked Jade up and asked him what happened. After that, the red-haired girl cried out in surprise. All the police officers around did not understand what was happening. Throwing her friend's body on the ground, the girl is assured that she would take revenge. She tasted the blood of the deceased hero, so she was able to learn about all the events that happened and remembered the face of the hero's killer. Full of determination, the maddened-looking girl said that she found her opponent, this hero who will take Jade's place. Her name is Saiko, and now she will begin the hunt for the hero killer. Meanwhile, our protagonist was beginning her routine. Every day, she did hard training. The girl exhausted her body as much as she could for the sake of better physical shape in order to fulfill her plan. In the background of her training, interviews with heroes she hated so much were shown on TV. I think that this was a great motivation to become better in order to achieve the goal. If we return to the clan of terrible heroes, we know that this is an organization that contains most of the heroes, a community higher up the hierarchy that is authorized to give them orders. Long ago, after defeating the villains, the heroes spent a lot of time strengthening their system of domination. It's been decades since we arrived, and the world has changed a lot. It is no exaggeration to say that the whole world began to be controlled by one clan. After a hard workout every day, the girl took a shower thinking about the current situation. It seemed strange to her that a week had already passed since she killed Jade, but there was no news about it in the media, as if nothing had happened. She thought that the reason for this might be their reluctance to show their weak side. On the other hand, I figured that it's possible that I simply don't care about my consumables, the same as ordinary people. In fact, she didn't care what the Hero Clan organization thought about. She wanted to tear off the arms and legs of all her enemies, in which case they would no longer be able to pretend that they knew nothing. The girl drew a cross on the picture of one of the enemy heroes. For her, it didn't matter at all who would come to take revenge, because she was still ready to take the fight. The morning routine of the entire city began. In the small cafe Get Back, an old man stood behind the bar, wiping down his equipment. He looked carefully in the direction of his waitress. It was our hero killer. He called her Iwa and said that she came very early this time. The girl simply agreed and, putting on her work uniform, said that there were usually no guests, but she liked working in such an environment. I asked why she liked to work in an empty establishment with no visitors. Without waiting for an answer, he said that in fact they already had one reserved table. The girl answered without emotion that this was simply incredible. The man said that he would go check the warehouse and would come back soon. Iwa did not react to this and silently continued to wipe the plates behind the bar. After that, she looked towards the only occupied table. A strange and arrogant girl with red hair was sitting there. She only ordered coffee and was holding the morning newspaper in her hands. The hero killer immediately became wary. Suddenly, the red-haired girl held out the shotgun towards the owner of the establishment. She looked towards the waitress with a crazed expression on her face. Inwe immediately understood what was happening. She used her stolen Jada gift. With incredible speed, holding it in her hands, she approached her enemy and immobilized him. She asked for this too and said that she just stopped by this cafe to say hello. Sweating a little from the tension, she said with the same crazy expression on her face that the hero killer looked too calm for someone who had disturbed the hive. Without unnecessary emotions, Inwa asked the red-haired girl if she was part of the clan. Looking at the hero killer, the stranger began to analyze her behavior. She believes that in addition to restraint, she is also very good at assessing the situation, since she used Jade's previously stolen gift. Despite the tense situation, she took a sip of her cold coffee and thought about the enemy's gift that could steal the gifts of her other people. Having placed the mug on the table, she asked Inwa to put away her knife with a calm intonation. She offered to meet tomorrow at the marked place and handed over a piece of paper with coordinates. Leave the cafe, she said that they would meet there just the two of them without any interference. After the owner of the cafe returned, he asked the waitress what had happened. The girl calmly replied that there was nothing interesting. The next day, Inwa went to the meeting destination, which was a restricted and fenced area. This formerly residential area looked destroyed by the force of the heroes. The girl did not care about this and simply walked forward in search of her opponent. At one moment, she felt that someone was watching her. She was already in the red-haired girl's sights. Anticipating the fun, Seiko smiled madly. She had a good feeling about this fight. A moment later, she shot at the hero killer. Having incredible reflexes, Inwa was able to dodge the first bullet. Seiko reloaded her rifle to continue. While fleeing to a less open area, Inwa tore off the rearview mirror from a nearby car. She hid near a nearby building. Looking in the mirror, she calculated the trajectory of the bullet and found the building from which the enemy was shooting at her. The next shot accurately destroyed her mirror. She understood that the distance between them was approximately 1 mile. For her, this distance was quite enough. Inwa took out metal balls from her pocket. Spinning her weapon, she decided to attack from a distance. Running around the corner, the girl threw the first ball towards the building. She almost hit her enemy, jumping away from the destroyed wall. Seiko understood that this would be much more fun. She understood that her enemy was a real monster, because a small ball had just destroyed part of the floor from such a great distance. Inwa wasted no time and activated the stolen gift of acceleration. She took a low start before quickly dashing towards the building. With a satisfied laugh, Saiko said that she would not lose such an incredible loot to her clan and handle it alone. The girl reloaded her rifle and aimed at the hero killer. She couldn't figure out where her opponent was hiding and looked around the buildings around her. Suddenly, she heard a strange sound from the lower floors of the building. She was surprised that Inwa actually made such a sudden decision. The girl was closing the distance between them with incredible speed. When she appeared on the sniper floor, Saiko realized that she needed to change weapons and took out her favorite shotgun. With a smile on her face, she managed to take aim at her enemy. But using her amazingly fast gift, Inwa was able to easily knock the weapon out of the red-haired girl. After an unsuccessful shotgun blast, Saiko reached for her pistol. But when she took the weapon out of the holster, she did not have time to shoot because Inwa managed to take it away. The girl with a serious face dealt a heavy headbutt to the hero. Leaning against the concrete wall behind her, Saiko held onto her forehead. Inwa took out her big knife and, looking at the object with a calm face, said that she would now kill the hero and send him straight to hell. With her usual crazy smile and murderous gaze, the red-haired girl asked what was going on. The hero killer immediately rushed into battle and repeated her cruel phrase. Seiko immediately covered her face and moved away from the wall. The girl felt something was wrong. Hands began to emerge from the wall opposite her. The girl immediately struck. A hero in a purple suit jumped out at her. The hero killer realized that the enemy's gift allows him to pass through various material objects. Catching his hand, she decided that this skill did not touch his flesh. The girl tried to throw and hit her opponent on the floor. But the unfamiliar hero was able to stand on his feet. Without wasting any time, the hero killer delivered a powerful kick to her opponent. The guy's hood came off. The guy with red hair and a leather mask is Viper. Slightly surprised, Inwa asked Saiko what he was doing here. They agreed to meet just the two of them. The cunning girl replied that she didn't know what they were talking about. She offered to miss this moment and asked the hero killer why she stopped using the stolen gift of acceleration of the hero Jade. Saiko decided that the hero killer couldn't really use this skill anymore. The young girl approached her opponent to strike with her hand, but Viper was able to dodge her blow. Looking at her watch, Saiko decided that the stolen gift had its own time limit or limit on the amount of use. In any case, her new opponent was much better in battle than Saiko. The red-haired girl believed that if the stranger no longer had any tricks up her sleeve, then she had better run away. Otherwise, she will not be able to defeat such an experienced fighter. From a strong blow, Inwa bent towards the floor. Surprised Viper saw something he was not prepared for. His partner did not talk about such a skill of the enemy. The hero killer stole his gift and began to walk through the floor. The girl understood how to use this skill and decided to escape from this building. She landed on the floor below and then decided to jump out onto the street. Saiko was surprised. She thought that her opponent did not care about other gifts and an important condition for activating a new power was physical contact with the owner of the power. Viper turned to his senior colleague and said that they did not have time to think. To catch up with the enemy, they needed to go after her. Adjusting his mask, the guy asked her why she decided to call him and not inform the rest of the clan heroes. Suiko said that she had a bad feeling, but she was glad that she took such a strong fighter like him with her. Saiko and Viper happily continued their hunt for the wounded hero killer. The girl hid among the destroyed area of the city. She believed that she had undergone induction, and this was too naive on her part. She could not believe that Sayoko had really lied and brought her partner with her. Moreover, Viper turned out to be a fairly strong hero, and besides, his gift belongs to a type that is difficult to get used to in a short time. She understood that she had the worst possible skill compatibility with this experienced enemy. Taking out her knife and looking in the mirror, she decided to kill Psycho first. Meanwhile, the team went outside and began to look around. Viper noticed the enemy's movement and immediately went to meet him, leaving Seiko standing in the middle of the street. He realized that it was the sound of breaking glass. Using his ability, he examined the broken window. A moment later, he realized that the enemy had distracted him and walked through the wall to attack his partner. The guy shouted the name of the red-haired girl and asked her to be careful. Saiko saw everything around perfectly because she was standing in the middle of the street. The crazy girl started shooting at her opponent. Manhwa was in the middle of the road and could not open up anywhere from enemy shots, but her reflexes were enough to deflect bullets with her blades. To stop the enemy's fire, she threw her blade at him. The knife slammed into Saiko's shoulder with great force. Manhwa closed the distance between them. Her opponent was not ready to defend herself. The hero killer struck, but the wound was shallow. A moment later, she took out another knife, realizing that the second enemy should already be nearby. But she lately remembered Viper, and he managed to strike her with a strong kick. Manhwa flew towards the abandoned buildings. As soon as she tried to stand up, her opponent was right behind her in a moment. Viper told the hero killer that this was the end of the fight and began to choke her. The girl began to lose consciousness. She mentally turned to her older sister and said that she did not understand how this happened. Meanwhile, from the roof of one of the abandoned buildings, someone was already carefully watching the finale of their battle. A girl in a long blue skirt asked her comrade if they should really face the clan in battle for the sake of this girl who is on the verge of death. A guy in leather gloves standing behind the stranger said that for them, the more cards, the better. In addition, he was interested in the guy who fought with Manhwa. He thought that Viper was an excellent thing. Meanwhile, the hero killer decided not to give up in such a crazy situation and was able to pierce her enemy's eye with her finger. From incredible pain, Viper loosened his grip and the girl began to move more freely. Manhwa jumped away from her opponent a little, but she decided not to run away and continue her fight. The guy who was holding on to his lost eye was able to dodge her first kick, when suddenly he was shot in the stomach with a shotgun. The girl managed to dodge this attack, but several bullets grazed her stomach. Mad Saiko started laughing and stuck her tongue out at her partner. She realized that the situation was becoming too dangerous and decided to escape from the epicenter of the battlefield. The wounded Manhwa jumped to a safe distance. He held his wound with his hand and breathed heavily. Suddenly, everyone heard the sound of a grenade pin opening. Saiko shouted to the enemy that she had fallen into a trap and threw a grenade in her direction. The girl barely had time to jump away from the powerful explosion. Before she could understand how it happened, a wounded Viper appeared in front of her. The experienced opponent instantly closed the distance and delivered a heavy kick. Manhwa flew several meters away and fell on her back on the floor. The calm Viper, anticipating the victorious outcome of the battle, thought about the ferocity of his opponent. Now he understood why his fellow hero Jade lost to her in battle. Lifting the exhausted girl into the air, holding her by the neck, he recognized the danger of his enemy, realizing that in the future she would become even more dangerous. The guy was glad that he could finish her off before she became a real monster. Suddenly, he felt an unfamiliar presence nearby. He turned and saw a huge man with cold eyes and a heavy suit. Viper did not have time to ask the stranger who he was when he immediately received a fatal blow to the head. The girl fell to the ground. She did not understand what had happened, but she no longer had the strength to find out who intervened in their battle. Behind the strong and mysterious man stood a shy girl. She asked her partner who the girl they had just saved was. Suiko watched all this. She hid nearby in an abandoned house. The girl grabbed her head, realizing who had intervened in their fight. It was obvious to her that there was some unusually strong gang of villains. After these events, the girl ended up in a ward for treatment in the lair of the villains who saved her. The doctor said that her breathing and pulse were normal, and he also noticed the incredible strength of her bones. He believes that this is a feature of gift users. The girl began to regain consciousness. She opened her eyes and saw in the distance the doctor's room, who said that her bullet wounds had healed and Sinclair had changed her clothes. He continued to talk about the girl's health and said that it would be good to leave nutritional supplements in her diet. Meanwhile, Manhwa decided to arm herself and carefully picked up a scalpel. He got everything he needed and happily held the necessary things in his hands. He was dressed in medical clothes, and he also had a gas mask on his face. Looking at the only bed in the room, he realized that his patient was no longer there. She was already behind him and holding a scalpel at his back. The guy said that he understands that she is already behind him and wants to stick a knife into him, but in fact, he prefers to cut horizontally with the blade. In an incredibly cheerful voice, he said that if you were unlucky, he might hit you in the ribs. The still exhausted girl asked the doctor who he was and where she was. Raising his index finger up, he asked the girl if she had heard about the gang of nameless ones. He continued his story. In fact, not so long ago there was a war between a clan of heroes and an association of villains. He said that one might think that they were the remnants of the villains who survived that war. In fact, none of them participated in that war. His name is Vector, and he is a doctor among the nameless, so he believes that Inwa should treat him more gently as her savior, even though he, in truth, did nothing and her incredible body managed on its own. The girl removed the scalpel from his body. A moment after their tense conversation, a cute girl in a blue skirt came into the room. She was holding a basket of apples in her hands. She was very surprised because their patient had already woken up. She gladly told the stranger that their boss was calling her. Looking sweetly at the hero killer and the doctor, she invited them to go to the living room together. When they walked along the corridor together, the doctor noticed that Imwa was quite calm. She followed them without unnecessary worries and ate an apple. The girl said that she should be more careful because she could have planted poison. The hero killer replied that no, that poisons had a bad effect on her, and she had long ago acquired immunity to them. Turning around in surprise, she asked where the tail of the apple had gone. The calm girl replied that she ate it. The villainess was surprised by the behavior of her new friend. She thought the hero killer was pretty funny. Then they simply silently walked to the meeting with their boss. Looking at her hand, the hero killer thought that she should maintain her caloric intake in order to use the gift. She understood that she should start acting right now since they were most likely leading her to their partners. She began to examine the villains accompanying her. To her left was a guy named Vector, and he didn't look like a fighter. Inwa believed that she could suppress him in a few seconds. On the other hand, the real problem was the girl to her right. She was not sure that she could knock her out quickly. She thought about what would be the right thing to do in such a situation. But to her regret, Sinclair said that they had already arrived at the meeting place with the boss. With a sweet smile, she opened the door and welcomed her new friend to the den of the nameless gang. They went inside the hall. Two fighters whom we had seen earlier were already waiting for them. With a sweet smile on her face, the girl in the blue skirt said that her name was Rachel Sinclair. A strong man with a scar on his face, dressed in dark and gloomy clothes, is called John Nace. The leader of their gang was a young guy with a huge scar on his face. His name is Enjin, and Inhua immediately realized that he was very dangerous. Meanwhile, in the building of the 17th branch of the Hero clan, they had already begun to discuss recent events. Seiko was called clueless because she left Vapor to die. The girl calmly replied that she had no other choice since the enemies turned out to be too strong. The man with a cigar in his mouth said that Viper was a guy with a promising future. He put a lot of effort into enhancing his talents, and therefore this time he would give the red-haired girl a severe reprimand. Seiko replied that it was precisely because of this that she turned to him. She believes that with his level of strength, this problem can be solved without unnecessary losses. Lighting a cigar, the stern man said that the head of the branch was not responsible for such work, but he really liked it better when he was on the battlefield. He asked the girl who the attacker was. She replied that it was Engine. The man began to remember where he knew this name. When he realized what was going on, he dropped his cigar from his mouth and asked his partner if this was the guy with a smile on his face. The girl showed an artificial smile on her face with her finger and said that he was right. The boss held his head and said that this was bad. He immediately went in another direction and told the crazy girl that this should have been said right away, after which he asked her to do her work and not interfere. He believed that this was an emergency situation. Right now, he would have to call all the heroes of the branch to solve such a problem. He couldn't imagine that the smiling guy was back. Meanwhile, Engine continued his meeting and said that he was not interested in useless conversation. He asked his partners who was ready to solve the problem. A joyful Rachel replied that she was ready to take on this task. She began to take out my knife and said that she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The hero killer began to watch her movements very carefully. Sinclair quickly rushed to the attack. Inwa barely managed to dodge the attack with a large radius. Rachel thought the fight was fun and continued to throw punches that missed her opponent. But at one point, Inna was able to catch the handle of her knife. She did not allow the enemy to carry out an attack and quickly delivered a powerful blow in response, which threw the little girl back. Wasting no time, the hero killer closed her distance with Rachel and kicked her in the stomach. The girl in the skirt dropped her knife from her hands from such a blow. Rachel Sinclair could not cope with the incredible strength of such a monster. Inwa ended the fight by kneeing Rachel in the head. She wanted to finish off her opponent point blank, but suddenly she heard her laugh. Rachel extended her hand to her and, calling her sister, said that she could not win this fight. Without unnecessary emotions, the girl looked at the strange behavior of her opponent. She decided to reach out and help Rachel to her feet. Watching such a powerful fight, Vector recognized the strength of the new girl. Clapping his palms, the doctor suggested ending this greeting. Inwa interrupted his speech and turned to the gang of nameless ones. With a cold look, she asked why they saved her. She looked towards the head of the gang and asked what their goal was. Engine replied that their goal is the destruction of the entire clan of hunters. It was precisely about the clan of hunters that killed her older sister, and concern immediately appeared in her eyes. Starting to use the gift of one of the heroes whom she defeated, with a serious look, she asked the boss of the gang of villains how they knew that the hunters killed her older sister. Shortly before these events, Engine met with a man well known to the hero killer. He entered the house and respectfully greeted his old acquaintance. He called the man in the chair an old man. Looking at Engine's reflection in the blade of the sword, the mysterious man said that he had long since retired and therefore probably wondered why he called this guy for a personal meeting. Engine replied that he didn't even know what they would talk about. The old man said that he wanted Engets to help one child. A guy with a large scar on his face said that his friend was too attached to the dog he was raising. After such words, the old man said that Engine became very impudent. The master extended his hand to the blade to start another conversation. With an ominous aura, he asked the guy if he was ready for such a conversation. Engine understood that even with his teeth knocked out, the old tiger remained dangerous. The guy calmly sat down and said that he was ready to listen to his friend. The elder began a conversation about his pupil. He decided not to mention her name and simply mentioned her as a hero killer. He believes that this girl has incredible abilities. In addition to this, she has an innate talent as a fighter. He had no doubt that in the future she would become a very influential person. But he understood that this would not happen very soon. The man understood that as soon as she encountered truly strong people, she would definitely die. With a smile on his face, Engine asked his friend if he understood correctly that he had decided to entrust him with this little tiger cub. The man replied that the guy has a clear goal, namely to destroy the clan. He believes that in such a process, he will have to face one girl, and he, as someone who participated in the war, probably understands who we are talking about. Even if he crushes the entire clan, if he fails to defeat her, defeat will be on his side. Covering his face from the side of the scar with his hand, Engine asked the master if he really believed that the hero killer would be able to get close to that mysterious girl. The master replied that someday she would be able to achieve this goal. After such a conversation, Engine calmly stood up and said that he was ready to work with her, but if she broke, he would have nothing to do with it. With a gloomy look, the elder asked what he meant when he said that the hero killer would break. With a smile on his face, he asked his old friend to be careful, because at one moment, she could tear him to pieces. Meanwhile, the girl, who was serious, began using Jade's gift. Engin asked the hero killer if she really wanted to find the killer of her family members. He looked at his cheerful partners and asked if she would like to die after fighting them. With a serious expression on her face, the girl said that this was not the answer to her question, and then repeated the words about her older sister. Despite the boss's conversation, one of the gang fighters could not stand it and decided to strike first. The girl was shocked by his speed. She managed to put up a defense before his blow. But the enemy's attack did not reach the girl. She watched in surprise what was happening. The body of the aggressive guy was surrounded by magical darkness. The gang leader addressed the impatient John with a serious tone. He asked him to avoid serious fights. Inwa believed that there was complete chaos happening around. She did not understand how such an organization could be supported. The gloomy guy replied that there wouldn't be another time. The doctor joyfully shouted that the conflict was over. The girl did not know how to react to this. Rachel, wiping blood from her pretty face, turned to her partner and asked to leave them alone because a fight is always fun. Dr. Vector could not stand in one place and said that they should stop wasting their emotions. The hero killer realized that no one would answer her question about her older sister. Inwe understood that the reason why she was saved was quite simple. It was obvious that they needed her strength to achieve one of their goals. They needed what she had, but they didn't. Most likely they were interested in information, and if so, the types of transactions that could appear were quite limited. She was in a situation where she could not refuse their offer. Inwa understood that in order to seize leadership, she must take the initiative. She turned to the gang and said that she knew what they needed from her. Her answer took the doctor by surprise. The confident girl said that they were going to use her power in exchange for the transfer of valuable information. The gang boss said that she surprisingly quickly understood what was going on. Inwa agreed to these terms of the deal, and a smile appeared on Rachel's face. After that, she asked the gang leader what they were really up to. Without hesitation, Vector decided that he would answer for everyone. It was an exciting moment for him. The doctor said that they planned to destroy the 17th branch of heroes. This branch also includes Saiko. The surprised girl said that they seem to be out of their minds if they are going to destroy the 4th branch. The head of the gang decided to ask why she decided that this was so. With a smile on his face, he said that there were 5 of them with her, and that was more than enough. Meanwhile, in the desert outside the city, there was an unusual incident. A girl in a suit with blue hair looked at her notebook and said that all days, including weekends, for the next 2 weeks are simply filled with plans, including today, and after the end of the raid on the villains, they will need to attend the filming of a commercial for the clan. The woman hero replied that with such a schedule you could simply die from stress. Her name is Victoria, and she believed that such a difficult schedule was due to the fact that she was incredibly cool. She believed that representing all the heroes was actually very difficult. She had a lot of medals hanging on her chest. Her manager was a little scared by these words. Anticipating an interesting battle, Victoria said that their enemies began to advance. In the distance, a lot of dust from the movement of her opponents was already visible. These were villains in cars with excellent weapons. They were going to destroy everything in their path. One of them looked into the distance in surprise. He didn't understand why some unfamiliar girl was blocking their way, but in fact they didn't care and decided to just run over her. Extending her hand to the side, the hero Victoria used Maimon, the power of beautiful dreams. A moment later, with a great noise, a huge sword fell from the sky. She asked the manager if there were reporters or cameras nearby. She received the answer that the area was clean and no one would watch their fight. With a joyful expression on her face, Victoria said that in this case she could not hold back. The girl made a strong swing with her sword. It was directed towards the crowd of villains. Within a moment, a powerful flash appeared that began to destroy everything around. Such a force left her opponents no chance to escape. With a smile on her face, Victoria said she was going to have a drink after finishing all her business in the 17th branch. John was dissatisfied with the boss's decision and asked if she should just let her go. He didn't particularly like this girl. After that, he turned to Sinclair and asked why she didn't use her gift. The girl, with a smile on her face, replied that she did not want anyone to die in this fight. And besides, she liked this girl. She thinks that Inwa is quite attractive and has a straightforward personality, which are great traits for her. The doctor said uncertainly that he didn't know if this was really true. He believes that he was almost deceived, and, moreover, her every action was calculated in advance. Perhaps the moment when she got angry was also just a game. Rachel was very surprised and asked how he understood this. Putting his hand to his chest, he said that her heart beat the same all the time. He noticed this from the moment they met in the doctor's office. And even up until the moment when she came out of hiding, nothing changed. Placing her wounded hands on her blue skirt, Rachel said that her new sister is the complete opposite of her older brother Injin. She believed that even if he pretends to be cool on the outside, everything is boiling inside his soul. Their conversation was interrupted by the gang leader himself. He asked to stop this discussion and said that he would not accept a different opinion. "I appeal to all my soldiers." He said that they will indeed carry out an attack on the 17 Corps, and this decision has already been finally made. He added that they will carry out this attack together with the hero killer, in which case there will be 5 fighters. Rachel was very happy and jumped. The excited doctor grabbed his head. End of conversation. Engine decided to remember the recent situation and turned to John. He repeated to him once again that he should not get involved in a fight without permission. With a menacing look, he warned his partner that next time he would kill him. Vector and Rachel said nothing and just watched in silence. After a short silence, the doctor, in a cheerful mood, invited her to go have something to eat. She happily agreed. Meanwhile, the hero killer continued her hard training. She recalled the recent situation, realizing that she was too carefree and self-confident. Meeting a gang of villains showed her an obvious truth that she had not noticed before. She is surrounded by incredibly strong people who really have a noticeably higher level of strength than her. Inwa remembered her previous opponents and admitted that, for example, Viper was also strong. But if you remember the leader of the gang named Engine, we can say that he is on a completely different level. In addition, she understood that despite his strength, there would definitely be heroes who would be stronger even for him. She wasn't sure if she could reach them. To improve, she continued her grueling training in order to improve the quality of her use of stolen gifts. Each time she did better and better, but such progress required a lot of time. At this point, her maximum duration of using Jade's gift was almost 8 minutes. The tired girl fell to the floor. She understood perfectly well that her results were indeed getting better, but this was still not enough to compete with real monsters. In fact, she believed that this was just the beginning of her journey. Her own gift was improved by stealing other people's gifts, and she wasn't going to stop there. The confident girl decided that she would kill all the heroes and take away every gift from the real criminals. She's ready to face even the strongest opponents. She will not spare anyone. Inwa was ready to go through all the hardships for the sake of its goal. Her goal now is to rise higher and stand in the same place where her enemies are now. This goal kept her motivated to become stronger despite all the difficulties. That same day, she decided to visit her boss in the cafe where she worked. Looking closely at Inwa, he excitedly asked what she was doing. The girl looked like she had just returned from a fight. The girl awkwardly replied that this was not entirely true. The owner of the cafe scratched his head in surprise and did not answer. The man decided to miss this awkward moment. There was silence inside the establishment, and they got to work. The girl was washing the floor after an unusual day at work. The only visitors today were the crazy psycho. But still, even in such silence, Inwa was quite tense. The owner of the cafe noticed this and told the girl not to be shy and to say directly what she was thinking about. As it turned out, she decided to quit. She was afraid that she was putting her boss at risk because of her growing popularity. Inwa wasn't sure that she could protect him in the future and didn't want to take the same risks with Sayoko anymore. The man accepted this bitter truth, with sadness on his face. The sad girl understood that from the moment her true face was revealed, she would have to live completely differently. She could no longer stay working in places like this. Her boss said that he initially offered her this job very suddenly, and therefore it would be rude to keep her for even longer. Turning to the girl with a smile, he said that she could return to work at any time. After that, he laughed because he thought that he said it too seriously. The old man understood that his cafe still had practically no visitors, so he invited the girl to drop in at least sometimes for a break from the routine. He assured her that he would pay her after every day worked. Having dealt with this issue, he pointed his finger at the window and with a smile asked Inhwa why her friend was acting so strangely. She knew that Saiko would return. Inhwa immediately thought that this time she would not allow the enemy to have his way and would take the initiative into her own hands. The girl believed that this would be the right decision not to risk her superiors and immediately strike the first blow. She could easily use her gift with incredible speed to throw the enemy as far as possible from the establishment in order to protect her colleague. In addition, her melee skills are much better than Saiko's. In addition, she always had knives at hand. In fact, she never started this plan because he was worried about one question. She didn't understand why this crazy girl came without a weapon. Taking off her apron, the surprisingly calm waitress told her boss that she would go away for a few minutes. The old man did not understand what had happened. He did not want to close the cafe himself and was offended by his waitress. It was already night and there was no one on the street. All shops were closed and only vending machines with drinks and snacks were open. Saiko bought some drink and threw it into Inwa's hands as if they were good friends. With a friendly tone, she told her new friend that this drink was quite tasty. On the tin, it was written that it was a pleasantly refreshing mint water. Having accepted this gift, the girl replied that Saiko was crossing the line. The enemies who had been fighting in the morning started talking late in the evening. Saiko was sitting relaxed on a bench. She said with surprise that she didn't think that the hero killer would really follow her so easily, without any questions or problems. Inwa looked excitedly towards the cafe. The hero replied that she should not worry about her boss. Saiko said that she was just fooling around last time, and that's why she came today even without a weapon to prove her friendly intentions. The hero killer could not understand what her opponent's motives were. She tried to figure out what she was trying to achieve. She believed that she was planning revenge due to the death of her colleague Viper, although it was difficult to tell from Seiko's behavior whether this was true or not. Sitting down on another bench from a safe distance, she asked Seiko what she wanted. The crazy girl said that Inwa looked like she was really burning with curiosity, and therefore decided not to pull the cat by the tail, and immediately answered what she was talking about. Pointing her finger at the calm girl, she said that she really needed her. Saiko said that she wants Inwa to become her new partner. Inwa definitely did not expect such an answer, but did not know what to answer. Looking at such a funny reaction to unexpected words, Saiko began to laugh. Inwa asked why she was talking nonsense. The serious girl did not want to continue playing these useless children's games. With a surprised face, Saiko replied that these were not games, because she said this in all seriousness. Among the heroes, there are always those who have unique abilities such as changing body shape, or for example, mastery of fire or other elements. These opportunities are given only to a select few. They have their own special gift. Also, all those who possess such mystical powers have incredible endurance and can live much longer than ordinary people. But the ironic thing is that few of them can live to their old age. They usually don't die from natural causes. Viper was Saiko's partner, and the girl working in the morgue understood this perfectly. She said that friendship for more than 10 years is very serious. Unisong held a lollipop in her hands and acted as if the dead bodies of the heroes were not actually lying near her. She asked Sayako with interest if it hurt her to lose such a friend. By the look of the crazy Saiko, it was impossible to say that she was really sad. The girl sat next to the covered body of her dead friend and smiled madly. Looking at Viper, the doctor decided that his head had been blown off with one powerful blow. She thought that this was too shameful for such a gloomy person like him. In fact, she thought that he was quite an interesting person. But now it didn't play any role because dead people are all the same. The girl asked Seiko how her intriguing meeting went. Seiko waved her hands and said that the hero killer immediately refused her offer. During their meeting, the red-haired girl carefully observed the behavior of the hero killer. The waitress looked like she had already met other villains. Her behavior seemed strange. The doctor told Seiko that she looked rather distraught over this failure. With a crazy smile, the girl replied that everything was not so bad, because even though the hero killer rejected her offer, she still promised to provide a small favor. The doctor didn't understand what they were talking about. and the crazy girl got up from the couch and said that it was a huge secret. She took the gloves of her deceased partner and said that it was time for her to go. Showing the item she was interested in to Dr. Seiko said that this is the reason why she came to this place. She always wanted to try on these incredible gloves. The doctor could not get used to the strange behavior of this unusual hero and simply silently looked in her direction, not knowing what to answer. Seiko warned her friend that she should be careful. She had a feeling that something bad was going to happen in their department. Seiko considered the hero killer simply an incredible gift owner. She noted that they had only known each other for a short period of time. But even despite this, there is already an incredible increase in the strength of her enemy. The girl believed that the leader of the clan should think twice about such a threat as a hero killer, because her power is growing at incredible speed. The rather smart Seiko understood that even a small flame, given enough time, could turn into a raging fire. She couldn't even imagine what an incredible monster a hero killer could become after several battles with strong opponents. Meanwhile, Manhwa was inspecting its inventory of sharp weapons. She prepared each of her blades for possible use. The girl was putting away the rest of the things that she would need soon. Manhwa was distracted by her phone. She received a long-awaited message. Someone from a gang of nameless villains was wondering if the hero killer was ready to get rid of all the heroes of the 17th branch. The evening of the attack on the enemy base arrived. The hero killer was already in position, running along the edge of the building. Looking down from the edge of the roof, she made sure that there were no unnecessary witnesses nearby. The girl jumped backwards without any doubt. Manhwa fired the hook with the cable up. The girl got caught on a pole of one of the buildings nearby. She easily climbed into the position she needed. After that, the hero killer looked around. She saw a guard tower inside the base she was interested in. Under the tower, there was a guarded entrance inside. Two guards were talking about some incomprehensible story. It was an ordinary evening, and they were not even expecting uninvited guests. As a friend, one of them noticed some movement ahead of him. The armed man shouted to the strangers not to hide. She had no idea who decided to sneak into such a well-guarded hero base. But after looking around, he didn't notice anyone. His partner asked what happened because he didn't notice anything strange. The excited man scratched his head and said that he was probably distracted by some animal. He never realized that the enemy was already behind him. The girl sent him to sleep with one strong blow. After this, his partner managed to react and took out his pistol to shoot at the enemy. He had no chance against the hero killer's incredible speed. She easily destroyed his gun with one hand. After that, Manhwa hit him hard in the stomach. The building guard was thrown in the other direction and fell to his knees in pain. The calm girl said that she would save his life if he continued to remain silent and asked him to take out his walkie-talkie without unnecessary movements. The guy decided not to risk his life and obediently took out the walkie-talkie. The guard, filled with fear, had his hands shaking very much. A moment later, Manhwa destroyed this radio with one strong blow. After that, the cold girl broke her promise and hit him with one strong blow so that his head broke the asphalt. Having dealt with two guards, she made her way inside the building. Manhwa remembered her conversation with the leader of a gang of villains inside one of the destroyed areas of the city. It turns out that they already penetrated the 17th branch once. She asked if they had any plan of action. Excited about future events, Rachel Sinclair said that first there would be an explosion, and then many more incredible powerful explosions. With insane interest, the doctor asked his colleagues if they could simply grind their enemies into powder. Angrily breaking the stone with one hand, with a cold look, a huge man named John said that they should kill all the heroes of the branch, and this did not require some stupid plan. The hero killer didn't even know how to respond to such stupid behavior of her allies. She covered her face with her hand and thought that they were some idiots. After that, she looked to another corner of the building. Unjin stood there, and she turned to him with her last hope. He suggested that the first thing to do would be to disable the guards of this base. He meant the guards of the entire territory of the enemy branch. In fact, the security guards were much stronger than expected. It was about people maintaining public order under the flag of the clan of heroes. These fighters do not use superpowers, so they are often sent to me for dangerous operations where a gift is not needed. Thinking deeply, Sinclair asked if their security was really so weak. She wondered if they really should worry about such opponents at all. Despite this reaction, the hero killer believed that the villain boss was right. In her opinion, it was best to minimize the number of variables in the equation. She understood that first of all, it was necessary to destroy the clan guards. In this case, all the heroes will have to switch their attention to something else. In fact, they did not know which of the heroes was on the enemy team. Despite this, they were sure that the enemies would be forced to act after such events. Suddenly, the doctor diverted the attention of his friends. He said that he heard that the head of security was actually in the 17th branch. The man in question is a retired hero. The doctor thinks that it will be quite difficult if he gets involved in the case. Boss Engine agreed and said that they should eliminate him so that things could go as smoothly as possible. Sinclair raised her hand and said that she could take care of this matter, but the hero killer interrupted her and said that this would be a task for her. The upset girl continued to listen to her speech. Inwa said that she was sure that there was still no trust between them. That is why she believes that this will be a chance to prove her loyalty to the team. With a confident grin, she asked what they thought about making such a decision. The boss agreed to her proposal with a smile, but he still believed that this was not a completely fair deal. He approached the girl and asked what she wanted in return. Extending her hand, Inwa said that she wanted to receive his gift. Most likely they managed to come to an agreement. After all, Inwa continued to fulfill its part of the plan. She destroyed all the guards inside this building. Her incredible strength was able to clear the path further. As she approached her destination, she stopped. Behind the door was the one she was looking for. Looking at the surveillance camera screens, a male voice said that the villains had gone too far. He realized that they most likely eliminated all his subordinates. The man smiled as the hero killer entered his room. The young girl said that she was not sure that they were all dead. Starting to warm up before the fight, Inwa said that on the other hand, she was definitely sure that their boss would die today. The head of security stood up from his workplace and said that he had already heard noise on the lower floors. He understood that it was she who killed Viper and Jade, so without any doubt, he reached for his weapon. The head of security was the former hero Gray Man. Despite the fact that he was already old, he still looked very intimidating with a huge amount of muscle. The girl was still calmly warming up and asked if this changes the situation if she really killed the two of you. Without further ado, Greeman threw his axe to the girl. Despite such incredible power, Inwa was able to catch the weapon. Without wasting any time, she decided to give him his axe back. She accelerated it with the steeled gift of Jade, but her enemy turned out to be quite fast, and he was able to dodge this incredible attack. Looking at her opponent, the hero's killer asked him not to hold back and immediately begin the real fight. Taking a fighting stance, she asked her enemy to attack her with all his might. The head of security liked such impudent behavior, and he decided to take matters seriously. From one movement of his foot, the floor immediately began to crumble. A huge mountain of muscle went on the attack with incredible speed. He tried to strike hard, but the girl managed to dodge him. Inwa immediately responded with a strong right hand. The man flew back a little. He did not have time to block such an incredible blow. Wasting no time, Inwa decided to finish him off with a kick to the head. Unfortunately for her, the enemy managed to catch her attacking leg. Having caught the girl by the leg, he was able to lift her into the air and easily throw her into the wall opposite. She flew in with such incredible force that she was able to break through the wall with her body. The girl got to her feet and tried to track the movement of her opponent. But the speed of the former hero was simply incredible, and he had already managed to get closer to her. He punched the hero killer in the face. Inwa decided to close the fighting distance and caught his hand after the blow and squeezed it tightly. She decided to change the style and gave him a painful hold using all the power of her entire body. A huge man with superpowers fell to the floor. Just a moment later, to her surprise, the enemy's hand slipped out. She immediately decided to kick the head of security in the face and retreat. After that, Inwa jumped back to a safe distance. Rising from the floor, the fighter, tired of life, after receiving damage, spat blood with charisma. Inwa hit the floor to lift several stones into the air. The man watched and realized that her movements were very unusual and inventive. Defending against the enemy's distracting maneuver, he continued to evaluate the enemy and thought that her physical fitness was pretty good. With a smile on his face, he realized that her extensive combat skills were not her only strong point. He enjoyed the fight because she is just an incredible fighter. Despite the girl's innate talent, he understood that hard training strengthened her body and allowed her to fight on equal terms with formidable heroes. He understood perfectly well that this young girl most likely went through real hell to harden her body in order to be able to fight opponents like him. But on the other hand, the man had an incredible amount of experience. He understood that she was still far from invincible, so he decided that he would break her slowly and surely. During the next attack, they caught each other's hands. The muscular man decided to ask who she was, because he was simply burning with interest in the history of such a strong personality. Inwa took a closer look and also began to analyze the enemy. She understood that Greeman was still holding back his full power. Inwa understood that this hero still had a low opinion of her. Despite this, he still doesn't understand who really controls the fight. She was sure that if she wanted, she could kill him many times. In fact, she cannot. In this fight, her interest is not only to kill the enemy. The hero killer is waiting for the moment when he uses his gift. She is sure that she will force him to do it. The girl wanted to make it her next step to improve her own skills. Inwa continued to throw incredible punch combinations. The boss had great difficulty avoiding some of them. It is unlikely that he will be able to hold out for so long without using his superpower. The girl was going to tear off this mask of confidence and her pure strength from his face. She continued to give him blow after blow. For a hero killer, such an opponent was just a light snack before real battles. Her final kick sent her powerful opponent flying. He flew into the wall with a huge crash. Rising to his feet in the destroyed building, he began to laugh madly. The girl looked closely. She hoped that this was enough to start a serious battle. The man continued to laugh. He began to look incredibly intimidating. Within a moment, he stopped fooling around and launched a serious attack. This cutting force was so powerful that the girl barely had time to dodge. She looked at the mark left by the blow. A long crack had formed on the floor from the cut by the blade. Apparently, this man could change his limbs and use blades to deliver incredible blows at different distances. The head of security said that if she did not want to say who she was, then he would force her to answer through pain and tears. The girl looked at the object lying nearby. She decided to take the batons and said that she didn't mind having fun. Now the real serious battle will really begin. The girl did hard training and monitored her diet for a reason, because the human body needs nutrients to maintain energy. In addition, users of superpowers have a separate energy resource. It is called est. During a fight between users of gifts, the one who uses this energy wisely wins. Some chosen ones initially have a much larger reserve of such energy than others. Some heroes use less energy to conserve their reserves, while others can use much more energy at the same time with a much larger reserve of est. For example, Inwa can use Jade's superpower for more than 5 minutes. But at the same time, Vapor's gift was very different. It takes a lot of energy and can only last for a few seconds. To continue fighting like this, she needs to be quite careful and avoid unnecessary use of this power. If you make a serious mistake, she can easily die. Her current opponent turned out to be quite strong. The girl will have to deviate only from the most dangerous attacks. In this case, she has an excellent chance of winning. She weighed all the risks perfectly. Inwa decided that she would only take his blows when necessary. Taking little damage from weak attacks, she can easily counterattack the enemy. This tactic seemed to work quite well, and the hero killer used it successfully. Her opponent began to understand what was happening. Inwa decided to use her gift at the most opportune moment. After a successful attack, the enemy could not recover, and the girl simply continued to watch her enemy. Greeman could hardly stand after such a blow using stolen superpower. A moment later, the girl again went on the attack using the power of the stolen hero. The old hero could barely stand. Without wasting any time, Inwa delivered another unexpected strong blow. Greeman began to realize that something was wrong. He believed that there was some kind of mistake in this battle. All this was not going according to plan. He could no longer cope with her incredible strength. The battle changed into beating the hero. He did not understand what was the reason for her incredible success. He believed that perhaps he was simply careless. In fact, that was far from the problem. From the very beginning of the battle, the hero killer was much stronger than him. Inwa struck him hard in the arm with her blade, and he screamed in pain. The wounded old soldier began to guess what was going on. The girl approached her opponent and admitted that from the very beginning, she was much stronger than him. The former hero was very angry. He violently tore her dagger out of his hand and threw it aside. He shouted his name furiously and said that he couldn't just lose in a fight against some young girl. Easily dodging all the enemy's attacks, the hero killer said that her first opponent, Jade, was too weak. But on the other hand, the boss of the villains of the Nameless group was much more powerful than this first hero. Therefore, she was just looking for an opponent of such a level as Greeman. He was the golden mean between the mentioned opponents. The furious man wanted to grind her into powder. In fact, he had no control over the situation at all. The girl said that this was her lucky day. Without any problem, she made her way to close range to Greeman and, through the blades of his body, delivered an incredibly strong blow with her hand, piercing his body right through. The seriously wounded man could not believe what had happened and held on to the wound that had formed on his chest. Sitting under the window, he began to think about the situation and what happened. The girl simply silently looked at her seriously wounded opponent. Disappointed with this outcome, the angry man asked how she dared to go against the heroes of the clan and why she needed it at all. He did not understand what feelings her actions were a manifestation of. He assumed that they were feelings of duty or revenge. The furious man lying on the floor said that she would be much worse than he was now. Inwa again closed the distance and caught her opponent by the neck. She said that even if this is so, she will still die much later than him. The man was hanging from the window of the watchtower, with tears in his eyes. Her formidable enemy begged for mercy. With a serious look, the girl said that he should open his eyes to the truth and accept that he will die right now. She sent her opponent falling down. The man fell onto a car parked under the building. As a result, the girl completed her part of the mission without any problems. Inwa decided it was time to return home. On her way home, she noticed something was wrong. Below, she saw some unknown and strange girl. She had a bad feeling. Taking off her cap, the stranger began to laugh. The hero asked with interest what was happening. The hero killer understood perfectly well that she should not get involved with such an opponent. Suddenly, something very unexpected happened. The calm blonde was right in front of her face. She said hi with a smile and extended her hand to strike with one finger. The blow was so fast and strong that Inwa did not have time to react. But this blow with just one finger was such an incredible force that it sent the girl flying. She destroyed all the buildings that were in her path. Inwa was very badly damaged. She was lying in the corner of one of the nearby buildings. The girl understood that a real monster was fighting against her. Meanwhile, the blonde was still standing calmly on the edge of one of the buildings. Remembering the moment of the impact, she was very surprised. She didn't think that her opponent would actually have time to block such a blow. The troubles did not end for the hero killer, and, as it turned out, her opponent had the ability to fly. She flew after the hero killers and said that she could smell the familiar blood very well. Looking at the young girl with a serious look, the blonde asked who she managed to kill during this time. The calm Manhwa replied that she was not obliged to answer this question. The self-confident blonde said that she liked her cute little voice. With a cold look, she said that this behavior made her want to tear the hero killer apart. Among the heroes, there are elders. These are the 9 most powerful users of gift. They do not obey the rules of the clan of heroes, because the whole world is at their feet. Among them is the hero Victoria. She was born long before the appearance of heroes and villains. In other words, she is a real monster, and in truth, Inwa was not sure that he could not keep the upper hand over her, at least for now. Despite this, she already had some plan. She used the gift stolen from Jade. The girl struck a strong blow to her opponent, but Victoria caught him with one left hand. Inwa was very surprised that her opponent was able to catch the super strength-enhanced fist with her bare hands. The confident blonde asked why the young girl was still trying to resist. Without letting go of Inwa's hand, the hero Victoria delivered an incredibly powerful blow with her right hand. After that, she lifted her hair. Inwa began to bleed. One of the strongest heroes said that she didn't like this stranger because the hero killer's clothes did not match her costume at all. Apparently, the older heroes had a very sophisticated sense of style. Victoria thought about it and asked her opponent why she was pretending to be dead. The girl said something incomprehensible. She remembered the moment when she shook hands with the boss of the nameless gang. She said that he shouldn't worry because she could steal the gift forever only from those whom she actually killed. Engine wasn't really worried about it. He warned the girl that she should be careful because using her new abilities is not very easy, especially at night. The girl, who was already at the end of her strength, put her hand on the shoulder of the hero Victoria. With a serious face and cold eyes, she looked at the enemy and said that the hero had finally fallen into a trap. An incredibly strong whirlwind formed around them and swallowed up the hero. Victoria began to break out of this technique. She freed herself and looked all around. Victoria realized that her opponent had already escaped. She was quite curious who this girl was because she reminded her of an old acquaintance. The hero killer returned to the villain's base. The doctor did not understand why their new friend always returned with such a bad look. Rachel assumed that the head of the security was much stronger than they expected. She looked at her friend and happily said that she had finally woken up. She asked the girl if she remembered this room because this was not her first time here after a difficult battle. To the surprise of the villains, their new colleague first said that she was very hungry. After such difficult fights, she was very hungry. Manhwa, with a calm face, again repeated that she wanted to eat and asked to bring as much food as possible. Her comrades prepared a lot of delicious dishes so that she could regain the lost calories. Rachel noticed that her friend eats very nicely and appetizingly. The girl did not stop renewing her vital energy. She ate an incredible amount of food without any problems, as if she were a Luffy. Her body was rubber. The doctor was shocked by the huge amounts of food she consumed. But this was not the only thing that worried him. He asked what happened to her arm because it had been broken before. The girl, finishing the meat, looked at the place where her arm was broken. Manhwa replied that it was nothing and did not pay attention to it and continued to eat. She said that it would go away when she slept. The doctor was incredibly surprised by this answer. He put a cast on her arm and asked Rachel if all the preparations were ready for the next mission. The sweet girl replied that almost all preparations were completed. Based on what their boss said, all the heroes of the 17th branch began to slowly unite. Now they are all in the same building. She happily shouted that she could now get rid of all her problems by blowing up her opponents in the same building. Now that the head of security was dead, she was sure that they would strengthen security and it would not be easy to find such a quantity of explosive. The clan boss joined their conversation and said that they should not worry about this because he had someone in mind. A food delivery guy was walking around the destroyed city. He didn't understand what kind of crazy person ordered 2 boxes of pleasant, refreshing mint water from him. He looked at the map on his phone and realized that apparently this was the right place, but he still didn't believe his eyes. He didn't even think that among all these ruins of the city, there was such a strange building that stood right in front of him. The man came up and rang the doorbell and then said that they were worried about the delivery. Horrifying people in strange clothes opened the door for him. He did not expect to see such terrible faces with cold looks. He held 2 boxes of mint water and couldn't believe that they belonged to these stern people. He put on an artificial smile, realizing that he had screwed up. He quickly placed 2 boxes on the threshold by the door and began to run away from them. Engine, without hesitation, ordered his team to catch this frightened man. John and Manhwa, with calm eyes, went to carry out the order of their boss. Only Rachel enjoyed this process and smiled. This doomed courier had no chance of a successful escape. It turned out that this courier was not simple, and he easily climbed onto the building nearby. He sat on the roof of some warehouse and looked around towards his opponents. Everything around is starting to look pretty strange. He was very surprised because the area began to distort. He immediately realized that someone was using his ability. Meanwhile, Inel already had her metal balls in her hands. She began to use gift acceleration and then used the full power of this item. Her blow hit the roof very close to the guy standing on it. She looked at the result of her work with a calm look and decided to continue. Her next blow almost hit the guy. He managed to jump into the hole in the roof. He fell to the floor and immediately began to inspect the area in anticipation of an enemy attack. A huge man named John was already running towards him at incredible speed. The villain from the no-name gang tried to stab the food delivery guy, but immediately noticed something strange. This guy tossed a coin in the air. After this, the villain failed to strike him and missed. The guy ended up on the roof of this warehouse and started laughing. He looked at John's back and asked if he really needed to attack. Within a moment, an angry man in black clothes found himself right in front of the fragile boy. On the other hand, Inwa had already reached him. The guy understood that he was in a rather unpleasant situation from which it would be difficult to find a way out. Despite this, he said with a smile that he was clearly not here for show and confidently asked if they could cope with his incredible speed. Inwa, with a calm face, called him a liar and said that if he was really that fast, he wouldn't be here a long time ago. In fact, this guy was not as fast as he says. The girl said that his gift was to be invisible while the coin is in the air. The guy's face became covered with sweat after he realized that his secret had been revealed. This is true, and he is not visible at the moment of tossing the coin until he catches it, but if he does not catch the coin, he will not be able to use his ability for some time. The guy couldn't believe that this stranger was able to figure out his ability so quickly. But for him it was still not the end. With a crazy look, he threw an incredible amount of coins and asked the girl what she would do now. The girl began to observe and count the coins that were flying in the air. Having assessed the situation, she decided to take action. She noticed one coin that interested her, which seemed to her to be the same one that he used for his abilities. She quickly approached the guy and he realized that she really was able to find him so quickly. Inwa threw a hard kick right at his face. The guy flew back and after several somersaults hit his back against the wall. The girl said that his ability still had a very exciting effect. She was very interested if he had any other tricks. The beaten guy tossed a coin with a smile and said that he still had an ace up his sleeve. He couldn't believe that she caught him so quickly. The guy couldn't win like that. In this case, he decided to do what he wanted without even thinking about the consequences. After using his ability, the guy, being invisible, quickly climbed onto the destroyed building. He began to run away and cheerfully told his opponents that he hoped he would never see them again. He was a little angry that he had to spend all the money on his ability to escape. But everything was not so simple, and Rachel was already waiting for him on the roof of this building. He tried to remember who she was. As it turns out, she was among a gang of villains. The girl used her gift to understand the guy. He was able to dodge and didn't even believe that everything was so simple. As a friend, he realized that this plant has the ability to change direction and follow its enemy. Already through the updates, the delivery man was caught by Sinclair's skills. He lay on the ground and did not understand what had happened. He came under an enemy attack, but he was not in pain at all, and there was some kind of forest around him. He looked around and could not understand what was happening and where he was. Suddenly, he heard a woman's voice. The girl asked if he liked her garden. She said that few people saw her abilities because she was very exhausting. After these words, she appeared right in front of him. Sinclair was dressed in a light green dress. She warned the enemy that he had only two options, either wait for her to release him or kill her. The girl with a sweet smile asked him what he was going to do in such a situation. The courier did not look like a fighter. Looking at the poor fellow, Rachel said that he should agree to the boss's offer and work with them. If he refuses, then he will have to fight her in battle to the death, and he is unlikely to have any chances since when Rachel uses her gift, she becomes much stronger. In fact, he was a difficult guy, since chain delivery only looks like an ordinary company. In fact, there are a lot of rumors around it. They say that they can deliver everything for a good price. They are among the top 10 in this industry, but the head of this company, named Chain, is still shrouded in mystery. These guys use special phrases to communicate with their clients and colleagues. All company employees removed their personal number and contacted each other using it. The guy walked up to the door of the mysterious building with a smile and told the guard that the boss allowed him to enter. In fact, he was accompanied by villains. He lied to the guard and came along with the guys from the Nameless clan. They made their way inside the delivery company building without any problems. The girl with a smile asked this guy if he would lead them into a trap. He replied that he would not risk his life and therefore they should be patient a little and go a little further. Ahead of them was a very long corridor, at the end of which the only source of light was visible. The head of this company was there. He was at the end of a very long table, with company employees standing at each chair. This man was wearing a white suit with a white shirt and was enjoying his steak with a lot of precious stone rings on his fist. He did not understand what happened and who interrupted his pleasure. All the delivery people looked angrily towards their guests. The smiling guy again greeted his colleagues and turned to the boss. He said the people had come with him who wanted to see him. After his words, the guy barely noticeably tugged at his shirt. His boss noticed this sign and immediately understood what was going on. He immediately raised his fork and everyone understood what they should do. Taking sharp weapons into their hands, the delivery men rushed at their enemies. A calm engine stood in front of them. He decided not to play for a long time and began to use his gift with his right hand. Within a moment, all the people who tried to attack him were shackled by his power. No one was able to get to him. The sharp blade was at the neck of the delivery company boss. The man responded in panic that they had brought explosives large enough to level the branch. With a cold look, Engine turned to this man and said that he was not the real owner of this company. A moment later, they heard a sad male voice outside the door nearby. This guy came out and said that he was busy and just enjoying the game, when suddenly some strangers began to threaten his subordinates. It was the real Chain, and he looked pretty tired due to the fact that he had played a huge number of hours in a computer game. He was very surprised that the boss of the Nameless clan was standing in front of him. The guy never expected this and was shocked by the appearance of a smiling guy in his headquarters. The fake director of the delivery company immediately rushed to hug the leg of his real boss. But the angry Shane, without any further words, simply kicked him hard to the side so that he would not interfere with a serious conversation. "I'm a little embarrassed by such a surprise." He turned to his old friend Engine. They haven't seen each other for a long time. He was wondering why he decided to drop by to visit him without warning. Inwa observed this tense situation. She saw Chain for the first time with her own eyes and was surprised that he was not at all what she had imagined. One question still bothered her. She didn't understand how these two knew each other. Rachel noticed her concern and, with a sweet smile on her face, asked her friend what she was thinking about. The girl calmly answered her persistent colleague that she was not thinking about anything important. Rachel immediately realized that she was interested in the story of how these two villains met. She said that it seems like they fought together in the war against the heroes. They say that even once Engine saved his comrade Shine. Chain was very concerned about the plan of his former colleague. He believed that he was crazy for planning to attack the heroic branch. He asked the leader of the gang of Nameless why he should help them with such a dangerous task. The guy with the scar on his face calmly replied that Chain did not have to help him. He was simply required to provide explosive. That's all that was required of Chain in this situation. The excited guy said that he started everything from scratch himself. This business took a lot of time. The guy couldn't come to terms with the fact that his life would change so much. The angry Chain's hands began to tremble. He did not believe that he had to go so far to now simply give up everything he had earned. He understood that if he agreed to the deal, he would return to the very beginning. Inwa suddenly joined their conversation. She asked to stop talking about the past and said that since they decided on this plan, it should be put into action immediately. Engine was surprised to see this girl so straightforward. Chain was infuriated by the young girl's rudeness and asked who she was and how she dared interrupt the conversation of two adults. The calm leader of the Nameless gang replied that she was a killer of heroes and at the same time their dark horse. The guy immediately started laughing at this name because for a war veteran, it sounded pretty funny. But his face immediately covered with sweat when he found out that she had already killed 3 heroes of the branch, and he would be the next victim if he did not agree to help them. The girl turned to Shine and asked him not to waste his time. With a convincing look, she asked him to hand over all the necessary explosives for their plan. The negotiations ended, and Shine's company began to discuss whether they had done the right thing by agreeing to a deal with such dangerous buyers. The boss replied that if he had refused Engine's offer, they would all have died, and besides, this cold-blooded man would not have shed a single tear over their death. The guy continued to play games even though they annoyed him madly. He was trying to distract himself from the unnecessary problems that appeared in his life because of an old friend from the past. 2 company employees approached their boss and asked him to take a break from the game. Chain asked the vile traitor what they needed from him. Checking the documents, the guy asked if their boss was sure that the amount of explosives in the documents was correct. He believed that this was not enough to blow up the 17th branch, and most likely this amount of explosives would only further provoke the clan of heroes. The boss replied that this is just a safety net, and when the bombs actually explode, the clan of heroes will do everything to find them. He believes that even with so many explosives, it is unlikely that the heroes will have at least one scratch. Then their company will apologize and say that they were forced to work with terrorists. A company employee asked his boss if he believed that bandits without a name could defeat the heroes. Chain replied that from his point of view, this was impossible. He believed that there could not be even a tiny chance of their success in a battle against the heroes. When he said goodbye to his old comrade, he heard something from him that shocked him. He couldn't believe that despite all this, Engine could say such terrible words to him. Having again reviewed the documents regarding the deal, the company employee asked his boss that even if this was impossible, what would be the outcome if a gang of nameless people could really destroy the heroic branch? The calm boss laughed and replied that it wouldn't come to that. The guys were immediately happy. The director looked at them with a very frightened face. Meanwhile, at the hero branch, a tired guy was trying to get a bottle of pills. He was incredibly exhausted. The bottle of pills fell and rolled right under the feet of the woman in heels. One of the heroic doctors picked up this jar. Seiko didn't even have time to notice how she came to visit him. She said that she was very interested in his condition. Seiko didn't answer. Now we can believe that Seiko is actually a man, but the plot defines him as a non-binary person, so he can be addressed as a girl. This mad hero's entire body was bruised, and there were countless scars on his back. The doctor from the heroic branch said that all his actions no longer make sense, and in fact he should think about his resignation. Seiko really didn't like this phrase and was very furious. He threw the girl aside. "I'm hitting the wall next to the girl." Seiko said that this definitely won't happen today, and he won't resign so early. He couldn't leave his job as a hero because he still hadn't finished some of his plans. The girl understood that it was impossible to correct him. He was as crazy as his ideas were. The doctor told him that she would increase the dosage of the pills, but this was temporary since his condition could not improve after such stress. She believes that Seiko fought too much throughout his career. The hero should not continue in the same spirit because this will greatly worsen his physical condition. Seiko replied that he didn't care at all, and the only interest in his life was how this war of heroes and villains would end. The excited girl said that the war had long ended. The guy came to the window and said that in fact, the war was still going on. He believes that it didn't end even for a second, and his girlfriend should be more attentive. He said that it looked like new recruits had come to them. 3 people appeared at the entrance to the building. It was a swordsman, a marksman, and a stone fist. The 3 heroes joined their branch's help. Stonefist was surprised that despite their return, he did not see stormy greetings. The girl believes that the agency threw everyone out, and soon the villains will besiege this place. They knew very well that 3 of the heroes of this branch had already been killed. The swordsman was surprised by Viper's death because he really liked this guy. The Stone Fist hugged his comrade and said that, unfortunately, not everyone has the same talent as him. The 3 recruits were met only by one person already familiar to us. The director of the heroic branch, and at the same time a heavy smoker, greeted his long-awaited guests. Meanwhile, something interesting was already beginning. The white truck of the delivery company was already moving towards its goal. The driver was the same guy who brought boxes of mint water to the lair of a gang of villains. He could not understand what was happening because he was told that this was one of the bases of the clan of heroes. Looking around, he couldn't believe that the security here was so weak. In fact, he understood that this was not his concern, and he just needed to deliver the cargo. The entire truck was full of explosives that would explode in 5 hours. In fact, the director was nervous and very unhappy. He expected that many more heroes would come to him as reinforcements, but in the end, less than half of the declared number arrived. The girl asked him how many people they were actually expecting, because even they were very busy, but still decided to come. Stonefist agreed with the girl's words and said that the 17th branch was quite small, and therefore it would be correct to divide them into other departments instead of using the heroes of other branches to protect it. Despite this opinion, he decided not to argue and said that they must have a very serious reason for this. The girl looked at him, not understanding why he expected fun. The guy looked at her with a smile and said that if we are talking about a smiling man, then he was quite a serious threat during the war. He really enjoyed the idea of having a chance to destroy such a serious opponent. This time the girl agreed, considering it an excellent goal. Despite their confident attitude, the swordsman did not agree with the opinion of his colleagues and said that if we were really talking about a war veteran, then they should be on their guard. But despite his reasoning, the reaction of the stone fist was quite strange. He simply slapped him on the back and said that they should not be afraid of the ghost of the past. A confident man asked a heavy smoker if he had been in the war and what he thought about it. A man with a cigar in his mouth said that they were fools if they underestimated the enemy like that. This answer put the previously confident hero in an awkward position. Dr. Yuna joined their conversation. The boss asked if she had any interesting news. She replied that Seiko was seriously injured and was unlikely to be able to participate in the upcoming battle. The shooter did not understand how he managed to survive while Viper died. Dr. Yuna asked the arrogant girl to watch her tongue, believing that she could never become a hero like Seiko. This phrase made the girl very angry, and her reaction was immediate. In an instant, she was right in front of the doctor's face and began to threaten her. Aiming her weapon at Yuko, she asked if she really wanted to quarrel with her. Suddenly, all this fuss was interrupted by the shaking of the entire building. The boss and the other heroes looked around excitedly. The girl said that this is strange because she knows that all the heroes of the branch were sent on a mission. She understood perfectly well that the shaking of the entire building and the entire base could not be provoked by an ordinary fight between soldiers. Explosions began on different floors of the building. The heavy smoker realized that their opponents had finally arrived. Lighting another cigar, he calmly told his employees that he had expected this. They should not worry. He asked them to prepare for a difficult battle. The heroes were very determined. They believed that the branch could defeat the smiling man. Meanwhile, the hero Victoria and her manager were in a wonderful restaurant not far from the branch base. Their lives seemed quite carefree compared to the problems the branch faced. The worried manager closed the menu, despite the fact that she works with one of the most famous heroes. For her, this menu was too expensive. The audience began to clap and whisper. The most anticipated person of the day took the stage. It was the hero Victoria. She had gold jewelry in the form of the hero's logo. She was dressed in a delicate purple evening dress. The girl sat down at the piano. This was her personal performance in front of the public. She even had her own ensemble. They began to play pleasant music. Within a moment, Victoria joined their game. But despite her popularity as a hero, she wasn't very good at playing the piano. The professional ensemble was very embarrassed to play with her, since she ruined all the music, but no one dared to say so. The blue-haired girl watched this sad sight. She is, of course, not an expert in music, but she definitely understood that this presentation was quite cruel to the visitors. Some of those sitting in the hall began to nervously drink alcohol. Victoria's performance is finally over. Now the ears and psyche of the visitors are safe. The clumsy girl tried to show her best side, but her piano-playing skills left much to be desired. Even the instrument cracked from her clumsy hands. The hero returned to the table. Victoria did not expect that her colleague Hecate would come to the performance so early. The excited girl said that she was very surprised that Victoria liked such things. After such an unexpected compliment, Victoria replied with a smile that this was actually good training for managing her own powers. She was often too rude. When she doesn't pay attention to the little things, everything breaks under his hands, so she thinks she should train. Despite such a carefree atmosphere, Victoria was a little worried that the head of their branch was not answering her calls. Victoria called her boss a smoker, and her manager decided to clarify whether she knew how to do it in view of the branch manager. Victoria replied that this behavior is not like him, and most likely he ignores her calls because something wrong happened. She believes that this problem concerns their branch specifically because the other heroes also do not know what is happening. She is worried that the branch manager always makes decisions alone and does not turn to other heroes for help. Victoria began to guess what was causing this. She believed that the new hero killer was creating the problem. She remembers that during the meeting, Inui used a well-recognized gift of a smiling man. Victoria understood that this was very problematic, and perhaps the branch was now in big trouble. But despite this, the elder hero believes that they can withstand this, and there is no need to worry about it now. She hopes that this incident will happen before her vacation ends. Excited Hecate looked at her boss. She also understands that something wrong is happening now. She looked excitedly at the building outside the window and asked to pay attention to it. The branch building began to burn, and explosions continued. Victoria looked in surprise at what was happening. She understood that all her expectations turned out to be correct. Meanwhile, the offensive of the Nameless continued, but unfortunately, everything did not go as they planned. The hero killer believed that Chain had failed them, and so asked the gang leader if they had a backup plan. The comm engine replied that they were going to meet the heroes amid the chaos created by explosions inside the building. This is not a problem for him, because he believes that this should be a warning to the clan of heroes that their enemies are already on the way. Engine decided to make their appearance even more epic. He began to use his mysterious and so frightening gift. Its darkness took over the entire building, and cracks began to form on the outer walls. The stone fist was not himself from what was happening and angrily clenched his teeth. He was shocked by the strength of the enemy, because it could easily destroy such a huge branch building. A determined girl with a crossbow asked her friend not to interfere with her, standing uselessly at the window. She decided to take the situation into her own hands. The girl broke a window on the floor to open a view of the enemies. Having loaded her weapon, she invited the team of heroes to destroy the enemy without delay. Her incredibly powerful shot flew towards the Nameless gang. Manhwa was going to solve this problem. She prepared for this and took out the sword from the scabbard. After that, the girl cut through the enemy's fire attack without any problems. She was protective of her boss. Engine had complete trust in the new team member. The girl turned her attention to this shot. Apparently, the enemy's arrows were charged with est energy. Because of this, their damage increased significantly, and even after the arrow was destroyed, its fragments made a hole in the asphalt. Looking at the broken window of the building where the fire came from, the villain saw an arrogant girl with a crossbow. A heavy smoker turned to her and said that their main task was to eliminate the leader of the Nameless gang, a smiling man. He turned to the stone fist and the swordsman and said that in the meantime they should deal with the remaining enemies. Engin clearly saw the shooter who was interfering with their plans. He turned to his team and asked to remove her from this place. John decided to carry out this order and was the first to go into battle. It was not difficult for him to instantly approach the building and begin to climb up it. A huge man rushed upward with incredible speed. But suddenly he had to stop after what he saw. The trio of enemies decided not to wait for his appearance and went on the attack themselves. They all jumped out of the window. The stone fist was the first. It was so fast that John did not have time to react and was hit in the face. The villain quickly flew down and hit the asphalt with a noise. The stone fist looked down in surprise. He didn't expect his opponent to be able to recover so quickly. Within a moment, the experienced fighter John was again able to close the distance with the enemy. He threw him away with incredible force. But to his regret, he was too careless and inattentive, so the enemy swordsman had already approached him. John's back was exposed, and he did not have time to react to the second enemy. Fortunately, Sinclair was already nearby and also entered the battle. Rachel was easily able to repel the enemy's attack. Meanwhile, another girl joined the villain's teamwork. The hero killer wanted to get rid of the swordsman with one blow, but he managed to react, and only a small cut remained on his face. The girl's opponent immediately jumped back to a safe distance. He then grabbed Manhwa by the clothes. He pulled her towards him and threw her up with a kick. The girl in the air realized that she was not in an advantageous position because the enemies were working together. The shooter of the heroic team was already aimed at her. But despite the fact that this is her first mission with the Nameless, they supported each other very well. Sinclair was able to easily protect her partner from an enemy attack. Manhwa was surprised by the variety of possible uses of Sinclair's power, as she can not only attack, but also successfully defend against attacks. The girls from the team stood nearby. Their opponents will be a swordsman and a marksman from the team of heroes of the 17th branch. A little embarrassed, Rachel asked the hero killer who she wanted to fight because of their enemies. The hero killer answered without a doubt that her target would be the swordsman. She took a coin out of her pocket and tossed it into the air. As soon as the coin fell, the girl immediately disappeared from sight, thereby incredibly surprising her opponents. The swordsman began to look around, waiting for his enemy. He knew that now there would be some kind of unexpected attack. The girl took advantage of the moment and, being invisible, was able to hook her opponent. She immediately pulled the enemy towards her and threw him towards the city away from other heroes. The hero killer decided to deal with her enemy even before he could free himself from the hook cable and quickly rushed to the attack. But her opponent was not so simple and could use his sword together with the energy of Est, and it was not difficult for him to get rid of the cable. They began their sword fight. But unexpectedly for her, after a moment, her blade could not stand it and began to collapse. The girl immediately caught the second part of the destroyed sword in order not to get hit. The guy decided to explain the peculiarity of his ability and said that his gift destroys enemy weapons using corrosion. Because of this, she will not be able to use conventional weapons in battle with such an opponent. The girl understood perfectly well that this opponent was quite inconvenient for her skills. In fact, she already had a solution to this problem and said that in this case, she would have to use a slightly different weapon. She could use something unusual. It was a blade made entirely of color. From that point on, the battle became more and more interesting. While the heroes and villains separated and began to fight among themselves, the leader of the gang of Nameless Ones had already approached his goal. The two leaders of different organizations looked at each other in anticipation of a difficult battle that would decide the situation. The head of the branch remembered all the heroes who had recently died at the hands of the hero killer. Out of anger, he bit his cigar hard and turned to the enemy with hatred. While clearing the ashes from the window of the building, he asked Engine how he dared to return to them after running away with his tail between his legs. Remembering the past, the leader of the Nameless gang furiously covered his face with his hand. The arrogant chain smoker said he was ready to face his old enemy. Engine's hatred knew no bounds. During the war, when he was much younger, in a difficult situation, an enemy hero held his face, asking why he was so sad. Most likely it was Victoria. An incredibly strong woman told Engine that she would put a smile on his face. The guy with the huge scar agreed with the smoker and said that he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Let's go back to the fight between the hero killer and the swordsman hero. All the girls' abilities can be divided into two groups, that is, temporary and permanent. In the case when she kills the owner, she can use the gift stolen from them an infinite number of times. It all depends on the Est energy reserves. But with the abilities that she borrowed from living people, things are a little different. Inwa can, of course, use their gifts whenever he wants, but there is a limit to this. The girl will not be able to constantly use the abilities of other people whom she has not yet killed. Because of this, her fighting style is similar to playing cards. The girl used the stolen gift from Victoria to get a durable weapon. Now she will have less problems in battle with the enemy. After they crossed swords, Inwa took the initiative and struck. Her opponent was able to gracefully block this attack. After this, it became clear that he was quite good with a sword. The girl decided to shorten the distance and caught her opponent's hand. Thus, she created the opportunity for herself to attack the hero. But the swordsman managed to miss his sword and block another blow. After that, he turned his sword and tried to hit back, but the girl was able to dodge. Their hard fight continued. Inwa again closed the distance. She made a mistake and the opponent was able to throw over her back. Inwa hit her head on the asphalt. Of course, the swordsman could not miss such a moment to attack. The girl dodged the enemy's next blow. After that, she decided to worsen the enemy's visibility and threw stones at his eyes. The swordsman probably expected such a dirty trick and covered his eyes with his sword. Inwa took advantage of the situation and quickly found itself behind the enemy. The swordsman repelled her attack and then asked the hero killer where she got such a sword. It very much reminded him of Victoria's gift. He understood that he was unlikely to be able to get an answer from her. The girl was not going to reveal her cards. The hero was worried about one more question. He was very interested in who could teach her such fighting techniques. The girl replied that she was still not sure about it, but most likely today she would learn from her opponent. They continued their fight, but after a moment they were distracted by an incredible amount of energy near the branch building. Everyone immediately understood and felt incredible power. It was the power of the smiling man that Engine entered the battle. The leader of the nameless gang waved his hands and released a huge amount of est energy. He decided to make his life easier and create a staircase directly to the floor where the head of the hero branch was located. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the guy calmly rose towards his enemy. With a calm face, he entered the floor through the broken window. When he stepped onto the floor, everything around him changed. It turns out that this floor has already been swallowed up by enemy forces. A heavy smoker said that the smiling man must be incredibly arrogant if, knowing that it was a trap, he still came to the floor. Among all this smoke, creatures created by East energy began to float. The man wanted to upset the villain by mentioning his failure from the past. He said that even when the villains were at the peak of their powers, they still lost. The confident head of the hero branch said that in this case, defeating them today would not be difficult, so he promised his enemy that this time he would destroy him and not allow him to escape. Engine waved his hand and was surprised that his enemy was really so confident in his abilities. An incredible attack using the power of est energy instantly destroyed Engine's opponent's body. But the gang leader immediately realized that this was not a real enemy, but just an illusion created by smoke. Creatures made of smoke continued to fly around him. It turns out that they can absorb est energy and everything created with its help. The leader of the gang of villains asked his enemy if he had this particular trap in mind. His opponent appeared in front of Engine again. He crossed his arms to control his gift. The man explained that these small creatures become stronger when they absorb est energy. He believes that they are much better than the strength of his opponent. There was an incredible number of smoke creatures around the leader of the band of villains. Putting his hands together, the branch manager said that Engine would no longer be able to get out of this floor. After his gesture, the energy-absorbing creatures rushed to attack the calmly standing Engine. The guy responded with a smile. His opponent's words made him laugh. The surprised boss couldn't believe his eyes. The power of Engine's energy far exceeded the power of the creatures made of smoke. He created a whirlwind and began to absorb the enemy's equipment. The leader of the band of villains believed that these creatures of smoke were nothing compared to his incredible power of darkness. Having destroyed the enemy's equipment, the guy told his enemy that he was stupid when he decided to invite him to this place. He had an advantage since in this place the sun could not reach them. The power of the leader of the gang of villains spread across the floors in the form of a huge sphere. Of course, other participants in this battle could see this as well. It turns out that the stone fist can transform his entire body. He was able to protect himself from John's blow by creating stone skin on his face. Watching the battle between the leaders of both organizations, they realized that their captains looked pretty fun in a fight. That's why they should also have fun and put all their strength into the fight. Meanwhile, an incredible fight also took place between the girls. Gift Rachel worked quite quickly and did not allow his opponent to relax. The shooter was not always able to fight at a distance convenient for her. She understood that the enemy was quite strong and also fast. The red-haired girl barely had time to counterattack. It was quite difficult for her to keep up with such a fast opponent. She couldn't even get close to her. In fact, Rachel also admired her opponent. She understood that her energy arrows were quite a dangerous thing. Unfortunately, she will not be able to perform acrobatic moves like Inwa to evade enemy attacks. Looking out from behind the stones, the girl, a little embarrassed, asked her opponent to let her hit her at least once. The red-haired shooter girl replied that she did not want to spoil her manicure. Rachel decided to laugh at her opponent and said that her nails were not that important given what was happening. Her opponent took this as an insult and got quite angry. Rachel decided to continue insulting her opponent in order to undermine him mentally. She told the shooter that her arrows had never touched their target and, apparently, she was not that special. The gunslinger girl began to smile. This was exactly what Sinclair wanted to achieve. Raising the crossbow above her, the girl again charged it with her energy. Now the weapon along with the arrow began to glow purple. She promised the villain that she would make her regret her words. The girl shot straight into the sky. Rachel was very surprised when she looked at the enemy's arrow. It turns out that this arrow is special and can change its direction. The girl decided that dodging would be the right decision, but suddenly the arrow again changed its direction and hit her leg. Still, she should have blocked the enemy's attack. It turns out that every sixth shot of this shooter hits the target. This is the ability of her gift. Rachel, with the same calm smile, took the enemy's arrow from her leg. She destroyed it, clenching it in her fist. It turned out that this battle was much more difficult for her than she expected. The girl began to regret that she had not chosen a swordsman as her opponent. She started to get a little embarrassed and laugh, wondering if she could still ask her friend to switch places. Meanwhile, the shooter had no time for jokes and continued her attack. Unfortunately, Rachel did not have time to attack as the battle was too dynamic. She continued to run away from her enemy's numerous attacks with a smile, even though her leg was pretty badly injured. She understood that she still had to somehow reduce the distance with the enemy. Her opponent began to smile slyly, and she took out a detonator. Only at the last moment did Rachel notice that there was a mine behind her. She did not understand what this object was doing in such a place when it managed to end up here. A moment later, a huge and powerful explosion occurred. Rachel flew to the side. She still couldn't understand how it happened. Rachel assumed that her enemy had actually planted explosives in this location while she was in hiding. In this case, even if she misses the target, her opponent's tactics were quite vile. The girl again was unable to dodge the shooter's sixth arrow. But Rachel did not lose heart and continued to smile. She again broke her enemy's arrow, taking it out of the wound. Analyzing her opponent, she noted that the shooter has excellent combat skills, and because of this, the battle becomes quite difficult. The self-confident red-haired girl asked the villain why she suddenly became quiet. Calm Rachel laughed in response and said that she was just thinking about her own things. After these words, she began to use her power. The shooter jumped to the side and said that she was already tired of these annoying and monotonous attacks. Rachel laughed and asked if she was serious or did she think so. The girl continued to analyze her opponent. She understood that the shooter was too fast, and because of this, it would be problematic to get close to her, but she still was not going to just sit still and get hit. The girl understood that the usual blow was the strongest. In addition, she believes that the enemy cannot direct his sixth blow, since she would immediately send an arrow straight to her head. In this case, there is only one choice left. She should run straight to the enemy. Rachel launched an attack, throwing her blade straight at the enemy. She understood that the enemy was going to shoot, and for now, she planned to get rid of such a problem. The first shot slightly hit the girl. The second shot flew nearby and smashed a column of a nearby building. Enemy attacks continued. The fourth shot was very close to Rachel's head as she counted all of her opponent's shots. At the same time, she could even evade each of them. The girl's sixth shot hit Rachel again in the right hand, but still, it seemed to her that she managed to carry out her plan. The girl looked at her opponent with an incredibly satisfied smile. The shooter was already surrounded by Rachel's plants. Despite this, the red-haired girl continued to laugh slyly, which caused Rachel Sinclair's incredible surprise. The girl understood what was going on. It turned out that the last arrow was real, and the est energy and the power of the enemy's gift were not routed to it. In this case, the next shot will be much more dangerous. The shooter was right in front of Rachel. At the last moment, the girl tried to escape using her gift. Unfortunately, even using her strength, she could not defend herself. An enemy shot pierced her shoulder. In addition, the shooter even managed to jump away from Rachel's last attack. The member of the nameless gang could no longer stand on his feet. She fell to the ground, unable to continue the fight. Her head was spinning. She realized that she had lost too much blood. Thoughts began to appear in her head that this was the end. Opening her eyes with force, she remembered that she still needed to do a lot of things. At such a difficult moment of the battle, she began to remember the past. This concerned area number 55 near the castle of the region where she spent her childhood. At that time, homeless people were everywhere. These children did not know happiness at all. All of them were plunged into poverty. Because of this, they had to resort to theft. There weren't many places to survive in this region, and Gray's castle wasn't particularly cozy either. These events took place during a long civil war. After countless clashes, the inhabitants of the castle became much stronger. Unfortunately, those children who were careless and stealing lost several fingers for each offense. In such a difficult time, the merciless rays of the sun finally pierced the cold soil. And one day, amidst the tense silence, a man appeared with an old cart. Behind him, he was pulling a tied body. It's about Rachel Sinclair and how it all came to this. She believes that in fact it all started quite suddenly. One ordinary day she was trying to trim the bushes. She was always quite short and had difficulty reaching the very top of the plant. Fully focused on the girl, she was distracted by the woman's voice. Little Rachel fell painfully from her chair. Her mother approached her to make sure her daughter was okay. The caring mother laid her hands on her daughter's shoulders with relief. After that, she suggested that Rachel hurry up to the house because her uncles were coming to visit them. It was a cold evening. The doors opened and a man in eyepieces, a dark hat and a long cape began to enter the house. The little growl was very happy to see her uncle. She smiled very much when the man put his hand on his head and asked how he was doing. Mom was also happy to see this man. She prepared a wonderful dinner. Enjoy your food. They started discussing a rather ordinary thing. New line. In fact, the news from the city was quite unpleasant. The owner of the castle had been in a bad mood lately, and in just a week, he sent 5 people to attack Vasilisa. Green Rachel immediately slammed the table. With a smile on her face, her mother asked her uncle not to talk about such matters in front of her daughter. Even though she was such a cute little girl, she already had a sense of justice burning within her. New line. She listened very carefully to all her uncle's stories. After that, she decided to mention a recent situation. She said that she accidentally cut off a flower and didn't even know what it was called. Mom told her daughter that it was better to ask her about this since she still knows her plants better. The girl decided to tell me what the flower looked like, and I described it with admiration. Mom asked if we were talking about a wild rose, but the illuminated girl replied that this was not so because the flower was completely white. Her mother was very puzzled since she knew all the plants inside her yard. Little Rachel completely surrendered to her fantasies and began to show what this flower really looked like. Suddenly, she looked at her hands in surprise. Fine surprise when she tried to describe the flower that she accidentally cut off, and it appeared in his hands. Her uncle and mother were simply horrified when they saw what happened. As it turned out, at such an early time the elevator had already appeared. Her mother and uncle were discussing the possibility of taking the little girl to her own father. In fact, Rachel's mother was very unhappy. She didn't want her daughter to get hurt. I told you that he has no other choice because it is a matter of time before the castle finds out that she's the owner of the gift. Suddenly, their tense conversation was interrupted by Rachel Sinclair herself. She grabbed her mother's skirt and with a bold look asked them not to fight. They didn't know what to do. Her mother suddenly opened her suitcase. She told her uncle that they would leave this place with Rachel. The man thought that she was acting stupidly because the inhabitants of the Edge Castle were not allowed to go beyond the walls. But Rachel's mom didn't care. She told her uncle that if he wasn't going to help them, then he should get out of the house. Of course, this response created an even more tense situation. He could not leave his niece in such a difficult situation. The man decided to get ready. It was a difficult decision, and his hands were shaking. His sister said that they should meet in 3 hours on the outskirts of the city. And it was also very difficult after she found out that her daughter had superpowers. The man got dressed and walked to the exit. He began to laugh in panic and said that he should still get ready. And the woman hugged him and said that he couldn't handle it. Rachel watched what was happening with a smile. Her daughter and mother reached the outskirts of the city exactly 3 hours later. And what they saw shocked them greatly. My mother let her suitcase fall to the ground. They froze in place and could not move. Someone found out their plans and got rid of Uncle Sinclair. Suddenly, the girl's frightened mother turned to the side. Next to them stood a huge man in armor and with a scythe in his hands. It turns out that it was the royal guard. Within a moment, they rushed towards the defenseless girls. They caught the defenseless mother and daughter without any problems. The captain of the royal guard said that they will always find those who break the rules. The woman tried to break free and asked not to touch her daughter. She stated that she was the daughter of Mr. Sinclair himself. The lord of the Grey Castle, the head of the royal guard, was shocked by what he heard. He looked at the captured little girl. After this, the man said that apparently there was a misunderstanding. He turned to his mother and said that she probably thought that this would change something. He approached the woman and said that there were a lot of illegitimate children from this castle. He didn't know the exact number, but there were definitely more than 100 of them. Moreover, Rachel's mother had no proof that she was really the Lord's daughter. In addition, Lord Sinclair valued justice above all else. It made no difference to him even if it was his daughter. The girl's worried mother asked what they would do with them. Taking his formidable weapon in his hands, the head of the royal guard said that this was obvious and he would act in accordance with their customs. Grey Castle is one of the few places that is not controlled by the clan of heroes. This could only happen on the condition that the inhabitants would not leave this backward civilization. According to the laws of these lands, it is natural to punish those who break the law by tying them to a cart. The royal guards dragged the bodies of the punished residents throughout the castle area. Most of the prisoners did not last even a day, and after such a test, they meet their death. But Sinclair's Rachel just laughed, but not at all out of joy. It was just all she could do in a situation like this. Life as she knew it was completely destroyed in an instant. She didn't know what happened to her mother and who the man they call her father was. She knew nothing and could not do anything. She simply died in the snow, leaving nothing behind. That's exactly what she thought until one special person appeared in front of her. It was young Engine. The guy was wearing a cloak with a hood, and apparently it was already after the war that the heroes of the villains. The guard already had a sword in his hands. He understood that the man opposite him was an enemy and was preparing for battle. But it was not a problem for the war veteran to get rid of his opponent. He used his power of darkness and calmly eliminated the royal guard with one wave of his hand. The defenseless girl was saved. This man with a scar on his face destroyed all the enemies of the little girl. After that, he released her without asking anything at all about what happened to her. He didn't care why she left the Grey Castle and why she looked like she wanted to die. But Rachel still had one question on her mind. She didn't know what this man was actually doing in a place like this. The smiling man answered the question. He said that he had tried to reach the clan twice before, but failed both times. So he prepared for a third attempt. The fact that he looked so happy made her jealous. She thought that it would be good for her, too, to have such strong hopes and aspirations. Later, she was able to see the castle where the man who took everything from her lived. At that moment, she realized that she had given up her life too early because she could still live for revenge. She didn't know whether it was because the opponents were too strong or just an excuse, but she was haunted by a whirlwind of emotions. And yet all these emotions became her source of gift. When she left her previous home, she promised herself that someday she would return. When this happens, she will kill the elder who is called her father. The girl wanted to place his head on top of this castle tower, so she could not give up even at such a difficult moment. The shooter praised Rachel for her mental toughness, but noted that this was the end of the fight because she couldn't even stand up. Placing another arrow in her crossbow, the red-haired girl asked the wounded villainess to stay in one place and not move. Then this battle would end quickly. Exhausted, Rachel tried to get to her feet. She apologized to the enemy because she couldn't die in such a place and had to continue the fight. Before lining up the shooter, she was surprised that her opponent was behaving so pitifully that he was even asking for mercy. The girl lying on her back said that even despite such a miserable life, she was grateful that she was still alive. Rachel had a sincere smile on her face. She called her colleague John, and the man immediately responded to this. The guys from the team of villains decided to change their tactics. John hit his opponent hard in the stomach and threw him towards his partner. The shooter did not understand what was happening and could only watch the body of her hero partner flying in the air. Lying on her back, Rachel was able to catch a stone fist in the air. She said that she would never lose like that again. After that, she used her gift and said goodbye to the enemy. The stone fist ended up in a place unknown to him. A girl approached him and said that she was now in a bad mood and therefore would kill him quickly. Stone Fist looked at his opponent in surprise. He looked at the girl's body and did not realize that she no longer had any wounds. She looked quite cheerful, and it seemed that she was completely healed. He believed that she should not be able to fight due to her injuries. The man thought that everything around him was an illusion. But after looking around, he decided that Rachel had actually dragged him into another dimension. Within a moment, he felt her opponent appear behind him. The girl could easily continue to fight and dealt countless blows. The guy decided to go to a safe distance to analyze the situation. Stone Fist understood that her wounds not only healed, but in this dimension, she even became even stronger. The girl could deliver many blows without feeling exhaustion or pain in her body. Stone armor allowed him to protect himself from such attacks. Even the teeth of the girl's weapon could hardly damage his defenses. Stone Fist believed that she chose to fight him instead of the shooter, believing that he was a weak opponent. After a series of blows, he told the girl that he had a fairly good gift, but he was not sure that this fight could last long. The guy began to build up a large amount of stone protection around himself. He was confident that he could cope with the enemy, and with a smile told Rachel that she would not be able to hold out longer than him. The man thought about the superiority of his abilities because his stone body is capable of withstanding most metal alloys, and therefore he planned to wait until his opponent was exhausted, and only then destroy her. But Rachel Sinclair's behavior turned out to be quite strange. She covered her face and started laughing, after which she apologized to the hero. She said that their fight was already over and then threw her weapon to the ground. The man did not understand what was happening and why she was behaving this way. The calm girl began to tell an interesting story. She said that in her hometown there was a rather unusual flower. She believes that it is especially beautiful for its persistent desire to live, and if a person is not careful, the flower will fill the entire garden. Because of this, these flowers have to be cut off one by one. The man could not understand what they were talking about. The girl continued and said that the flower in question was called purple roses. It even grows among rocks and blooms purple roses. Pointing her finger at the man's defense, she said that this flower looks exactly like this. The man was very surprised when he saw that a flower had sprouted through his protection. Within a moment, he screamed in pain. An incredible number of flowers began to sprout, and he lost his left arm. The calm girl told the man who had fallen on the ground that she warned him. Rachel actually already said that she would end this fight quickly. The Stone Fist began to run into the forest. He did not understand what was happening, and when he managed to suffer from the enemy's attack. After this, he admitted that the shooter had acted quite wisely by keeping her opponent at a distance. Now he really understood that he should not allow the enemy's weapon to touch him. Flowers continued to bloom on him, and he began to cough up blood. When suddenly a girl greeted him from behind a tree, he didn't understand how she caught up with him, and besides, in such a situation in the middle of the forest, she looked quite intimidating. The frightened guy immediately struck. He broke out in a cold sweat after what he saw. It turns out that it was not a girl, but just a wooden figure. He looked around, not understanding what sound he was hearing. Like a friend inside this doll, he saw a human body. A very emaciated man begged to be killed. This greatly frightened the Stone Fist, and he jumped to a safe distance. Within a moment, he fell into a trap and hung from a tree. The girl came up with a smile and asked the hero if he liked being in her garden. The frightened guy asked what would happen to him. The girl replied that he shouldn't worry because she only leaves her sworn enemies in this place for everyone to see. The man said that this was a relief for him, and within a moment, new flowers began to sprout from him. Now his body will serve as decoration inside this wonderful garden. The girl turned away and decided to move further away. She wanted to rest a little in this place until she returned to a world filled with pain. Sitting under a tree, she thought about how much she missed her mother. Meanwhile, the battle continued inside the city. The hero killer's opponent was still a swordsman. This guy's name was Claymore. The girl understood that in terms of strength, he was from the same class as Viper. She decided that even though they have enormous destructive powers, they still cannot use them directly in battle. Still, in battle, it is much more important to defeat your opponents, relying only on your strength. She understood that the fact that they became heroes meant that they were strong even without their gifts. It would take her too long to defeat him using her usual tactics. But she believed that this did not mean that she would not succeed. The girl began her attack with a very strong blow. The swordsman closely watched the enemy. As it turned out, she was not aiming at him at all, and in fact wanted to knock the weapon out of his hands. She let go of her katana and caught her opponent's sword. The guy didn't understand what she was up to. He said that she was mistaken if she believed that she could defeat him with another weapon. After all, this guy could fight perfectly even using a katana. The girl's plan worked as she wanted, striking the blow. She asked the guy if he was sure that he could handle it. Within a moment, she stopped using her superpower and Victoria's sword began to disappear. The angry guy called the girl a dirty little thief. The girl replied that she would consider it a compliment. Before delivering the final blow to Claymore, the hero killer remembered her old conversation with Seiko. He said that the clan of heroes was rotten and they had reached unprecedented proportions, but still did not pay attention to the misdeeds of the heroes. The girl sitting on another bench did not understand why he was telling all this. He clutched a soda can in his hands and said with hatred that Engin's methods were too cruel. He said that the leader of a gang of villains is ready to do anything to destroy the clan, and even if he has to sacrifice himself or someone else. He looked at the hero killer and said that she was not like that, and even collaborating with the Nameless against her will, she was still very different from Engine. He continued to talk and mentioned her goal, when suddenly the girl could not stand it and said that this was enough. She started using the stolen gift and said that the reason why Seiko came to her was most likely the death of Viper. She warned her enemy that he should not interfere in her affairs, otherwise a bad outcome awaits him. With a smile on his face, the guy asked her to calm down and said that he had something interesting for her. He took out a plastic card and the girl instantly caught his hand. She asked what this item was. Seiko replied that it was his ID card. He said that with this, she would be able to gain access to the base of the hero clan. He suggested that Inwa make a deal exactly the same as the one it made with Engine. The girl warned him that he should not make rash decisions. The guy replied that it was a card without a password. It was just a useless piece of plastic. After that, Inwa calmed down a little and canceled the use of her ability. Saiko said that, for them, this would be the fastest way to get inside. He believes that there is no need to take the long road when there is a shortcut. The girl agreed with him and asked him to tell him his plan. He decided to introduce her to future enemies. If they decide to attack the 17th branch, they will meet 3 heroes there. The first one will be a stone fist. All missions of this hero involve a huge number of victims, since he does not care about his surroundings when he uses his gift. Saiko believes that this man is just as dangerous as Jade or Grayman, whom the hero killer had already gotten rid of. He didn't care if Stonefist died. The next hero from this trio was the shooter. He wasn't sure how good a person she was, because she was only interested in her popularity. In fact, this red-haired girl is his student, but for him, this is not so important. The last hero was Claymore. Claymore does not fit into today's realities of the clan of heroes. Seiko thinks that this guy is fair, but too old-fashioned. He asked the girl to spare this hero. It was because of this that the girl delivered the final blow with the blunt side of the sword. Giving his ID card to the hero killer, Saiko said that she should listen to his words. Getting up from the bench, he said that you never know in advance who can come to your aid. After that, he said that he had one more piece of advice. Saying goodbye to Inwa, he said that if she continues to act recklessly, she will die much earlier than him. He believes that she should listen to her sense of self-preservation if she still has a desire to survive. I turned to the girl with a smile. He said that she should approach her choice of goals wisely. After this battle, the swordsman did not die. Claymore didn't understand why she didn't kill him. Inspecting the captured sword, Inwa said that she made a deal with one person he knew. The guy immediately understood what was going on and clenched his fists angrily. He realized that Saiko had saved him. Examining her new sword in detail, the girl said that she heard from Saiko that Claymore was part of the clan of heroes. She was wondering why he didn't just leave this clan. The guy started to get up and said that not everything is so simple. He agreed that the clan of heroes, while continuing to save many lives, did not pay attention to the innocent victims. The girl was surprised that even the patron of evil was able to understand this truth. But in any case, she didn't care what he thought. After all, from now on, this sword will belong to her. The battle between the leaders of both organizations continued. While dodging enemy attacks, the smoker realized that Engine was much stronger than he expected. He continued to suffer countless unsuccessful attacks. The darkness of the leader of the Nameless gang dealt with the attacks from the smoke without much trouble. The branch manager couldn't believe that the smiling guy was always so powerful. To protect himself from the villain's attack, the smoker created a barrier in front of him. A powerful technique of darkness crashed into the smoker's defense. However, The hero failed to defend himself, and Engine was able to wound his leg. After this, the young guy said that he was very interested in how the hero would fight with only one hand. The man couldn't believe his eyes. Within a moment, the enemy's technique captured his hand. Without much effort, Engine was able to tear off his opponent's left arm. The branch manager never expected such an attack. He was very angry and decided to continue the attack using his right hand. He created a huge shark from smoke and aimed it at the enemy. Engine was calm and dealt with the attack without much effort. He said that it does not matter to him how much the enemy is proud of his place as a manager, because he is just the head of the snake. The leader of the gang of villains told his opponent that it was all over for him now. Looking at his wounds, the smoker understood that this was the end. If he had known that everything would turn out this way, he would have left the corporation a long time ago. He was called a hero, although he did nothing that would have any significance. He believed that such an end was retribution for all his bad deeds. The man understood that his life could not be called worthy, and perhaps he really was no different from the villains. But despite such sad thoughts, he realized that Engin was too dangerous. He had never seen such a reckless person. The man decided to concentrate on the battle. Filled with anger, the smoker accidentally broke the cigar in his right hand. He decided that even if such an ending was destined for him, he would certainly accept it because it was a worthy death for such a worthless hero like him. An angry smoker used his gift to restore his left hand from smoke. He decided that if he died, he would drag the enemy down with him. He turned to the enemy and said that it was also time for him to die. The smoker created an incredibly huge monster from smoke. The branch manager made the right decision and changed the location of the battle. Now they are in the air in a well-lit place where the use of dark techniques becomes more difficult. A severely wounded man stood on top of a creature made of smoke. He couldn't believe that there wasn't a single scratch on Engin's body after such a powerful attack. Moreover, he could not understand how his enemy could stay in the air. He decided that the villain's gift was very similar to Victoria's. He believes that Engin is most likely standing in tangible darkness. Realizing that there was no time left, the smoker decided to continue his attack. The creature named Moby Dick went on the attack. Engin was calm and immediately canceled his darkness technique. The guy began to fly down. He decided to fly to the side and climb down the outer wall of the branch building. The guy took a close look at the enemy's equipment. The huge Moby Dick rushed after his enemy. Within a moment, this creature was able to swallow the leader of the nameless gang. After this, the huge whale flew into the air. Continuing to cough up blood, the branch manager believed that now it was all over. Looking at his blood, he thought that he just had to hold out a little longer until he could get medical help from his allies. But he said goodbye to his opponent too soon. The power of Engin's darkness spread within Moby Dick. Within a moment, a hand came out of the huge whale's mouth. The darkness transformed into a huge body, and the manager realized that most likely he had made a mistake. He realized that he should have warned the other branches of the heroes. He should have done everything he could to stop the villains immediately. The dying man already understood that he had lost in this battle. He imagined the mountain of dead bodies that Engin could create. This was his end, and he began to remember his life. The smoker used to work with young Sayako. He wondered if the justice that the mad hero once spoke about was now happening. Another young smoker tried to put Sayako on the right path. He tried to convince him that everything that happens is normal during the war. He believed that all the dead bodies of the children were soldiers of the enemy coalition. According to him, even a child with a weapon was dangerous for the heroes. A moment later, the surviving boy attacked the two heroes. The angry smoker threw the guy with the knife aside. He wanted to finish off his last enemy, when suddenly he was distracted by a gunshot next to them. It was Seiko who was wounded in the stomach. He fired a pistol into the air to attract the attention of his partner and stop this fight. The smoker thought that his partner had gone mad and tried to bring him to consciousness. He said that this was not a battle of good and evil. He believed that they were all evil. The heroes were just stronger. The man believed that the world before the heroes of the villains was pure chaos and real wilds compared to those times. He believed that now the world is in a much better situation. Saiko was wondering why his partner decided to just close his eyes and ears to everything that was happening. He was even ready to kill small children in the process. The smoker replied that this is exactly the case and he is going to continue to do this due to the fact that this is the only ticket to the top. He said that there was nothing that Seiko could not do for his own personal benefit. He invited him to become a cog in the mechanism called the Clan of Heroes. Meanwhile, the hero hugged the surviving red-haired child. The smoker warned him that he would go crazy if he continued to deny reality. During the current battle between the heroes and Seiko, he decided to take part in a risky battle. Dr. Yuna has almost finished all the preparations. Activating the mechanism, she asked Seiko if he knew that he had almost no time left. In this suit, he will be able to fight at full strength for only a couple of minutes. The guy replied that he knew and was ready for the consequences. He picked up a cannon that uses his est energy to fire. The guy surveyed the battlefield from the van. He saw a creature made of smoke in the sky. The sight of a huge whale destroyed from the smoke meant that the chain smoker had fallen in battle. The guy remembered his conversation with Viper. Then he asked Seiko why he never uses his hero costume. He heard that this suit looks incredibly cool. Seiko was surprised and replied that it was a little heavy and did not quite suit his taste. But in fact, these words were a lie. Putting on the Viper gloves, the guy admitted to himself that the suit had never been a problem. The real problem was the heavy burden of responsibility on his shoulders. He was very tired of avoiding her. Before he went into battle, he was stopped by Dr. Yuna. She understood that there was no justice in the Clan of Heroes, but still did not want Seiko to rashly give up his life. She didn't understand whether he really needed to participate in such a hopeless battle. The calm guy replied that the justice in which he believed was destroyed a long time ago. He believed that justice gradually disappeared until there was nothing left of it. He understood that this was no longer a battle for justice. But as long as he still wears these clothes, he is alive as a hero. The shooter also noticed that the huge whale began to dissolve from the smoke. She understood that their manager had fallen in battle. She continued the fight without holding back her hatred for her enemies. She knew that the heavy smoker was too self-confident, and because of this, he lost. She didn't have time to help her boss. She was worried about the enemy because he was incredibly strong. He could withstand her crossbow shots. She couldn't even say for sure what kind of gift he had. She was angry that this guy didn't understand combat very well. He was really good in terms of endurance and brute strength, but she was really pissed off about the physical types of fighters. She was able to dodge John's blow and jump to a safe distance. The angry girl looked around. She saw that Rachel was sitting calmly on the ground. Because of this, she realized that the stone fist had failed and lost to this wounded child who was on the verge of death. She really hoped that the swordsman still had not lost and would come to her aid. As a friend, all her thoughts were dispelled by the calmly walking hero killer with a captured sword in her hands. As she dodged another blow from John, the shooter realized that things were looking very bad. She reached into her briefcase, realizing that she had nothing else to do in such a hopeless situation. She decided that she needed to escape from the battlefield as quickly as possible and notify the other heroes. A moment later, the flashbang exploded and blinded John. I took advantage of the moment and the shooter began to run away. She climbed onto a dilapidated building nearby. The doctor of the team of nameless villains was already waiting for her there. The girl didn't understand who it was. He was holding some kind of chemical weapon in his hands. She immediately managed to react and knock him out of his hands. But the enemy turned out to be very fast and managed to catch his weapon and inject her in the neck. He apologized and said that he really didn't wish her harm. He was simply told to catch the shooter alive, as she would be useful to them. The guy still didn't know how far Engine was ready to go to destroy the Clan of Heroes. He raised his hand to inform his leader that his task was completed. After this, a huge stone fell on the body of the branch manager. Hiding his hands in his pockets, the calm Engine began to sink to the ground, when suddenly he heard the shot of an energy cannon. The guy managed to react and extend his hand in his direction. Using his darkness, he was able to defend himself from an unexpected enemy attack. Another hero appeared in front of him and told the leader of the nameless gang that he was mistaken if he assumed that this was the end of the battle. Saika said that he shouldn't think that he could escape so easily after the destruction of the hero branch. Engine looked at his enemy dressed in a hero costume. Now he became much faster and was able to disappear from sight in an instant. After that, Saiko suddenly found himself next to Engine. His shot almost hit him in the head. In response, Engine began using his darkness to trap his enemy. Seiko was fast enough to dodge such attacks. Engine decided to use a lot more of his est energy to cope with such a dexterous opponent. But Seiko turned out to be so fast that he could easily pass through all the obstacles. Within a moment, he found himself next to the leader of the nameless gang. Suddenly, John joined their fight. Seiko was able to dodge his attack. After this, the hero hit him with an incredible number of shots from his weapon using est energy. To finish, he dealt him an incredibly strong blow to the stomach with his hand, which caused a lot of cracks to appear on the ground. Taking off into the air, he said that it was time for payback and began to fire many times from his cannons. There was nothing left of John's body. Engine was very surprised by what happened. He turned to his enemy and said that he had become a completely different person. He realized that Saiko could now predict the future. The hero held out his weapon and addressed the villain leader by name. Engine said that it was unlikely that they had met before, after which he named the hero Jeremy Bernstein. Saiko replied that the villains were well acquainted with his biography. He believed that he knew much more than his enemies and said that he was ready to make new predictions. He was sure that Engine would lose this fight. With a smile on his face, he said that the villain would again beg for life at Victoria's feet. These words hurt the villain greatly. He created a huge sphere in the air out of darkness. It blocked the light of the sun. Night fell in part of the city. Engine called his opponent brainless and said that this was his last battle. A new, serious battle began between heroes and villains. Engine created a shadow throughout the entire city area and began to use his huge hand in battle. Saiko, in his hero costume, could use daggers to protect himself without any problem. After numerous blows, he was able to get rid of the fingers of the enemy's technique and protect himself from the attack. After this, the leader of the gang of villains began to use spirits created by darkness. Saiko immediately continued to fight. Engin began to think about his enemy's ability. He said that predicting the future is an incredibly rare gift. That's why he wasn't surprised that the hero clan wanted to get Jeremy's powers. But he also understood that this ability would most likely greatly exhaust the user, because this is the price that must be paid for such amazing skills. Using a huge body created by darkness, the leader of a gang of villains asked Jeremy what kind of future he sees at the moment. After that, he delivered an incredibly strong blow with a huge hand from the darkness. In fact, Elgin did not guess the enemy's true ability by assuming that he could see the future. Saiko replied that he did not have the ability to see into the future. In fact, he can only see the past. We are talking about everything that characterizes his opponent. He memorized all the small habits and minor changes in facial expression during enemy battles in the past. Saiko did not let out the only details regarding his enemies. He memorized the past movements of the villains. Thanks to this, he could predict the future and fight much better. Having calculated the trajectory of the villain's blow, the hero in the suit was able to strike him. The smiling guy was surprised when he found out what his opponent's ability actually was. Saiko fell into a trap due to the fact that his enemy learned to recognize his movements and began to change the direction of the attack. The next attack by the leader of the nameless gang threw the hero into the building. The exhausted guy sat under the destroyed wall. He couldn't believe that Engin had figured him out, which is why he hates quick thinking and witty villains so much. Engin began to slowly approach him and said that this was a pretty good attempt, considering the insignificant state of the hero's body. In response, Saiko smeared his blood across his face, and with a crazy look, told his enemy that he was mistaken if he thought that they had already finished the battle. After that, he fired another shot from the energy cannon. The gift of power is usually a reflection of people's inner world. In other words, the evil spirits used by the villain were not real. But the fact that these evil spirits were created by Engin's soul greatly frightened Jeremy. He feared that many lives would be lost if someone who contained so much darkness within themselves walked freely in the world. This was the reason why the hero continued to fight. He believed that he had to get rid of the leader of the nameless gang. His body was worn and torn, but he believed he had unfinished work. He didn't care if he died in the end, Jeremy Bernstein considered it his duty to give it his all. Continuing the battle, he was again wounded by an attack from the villain. Engin was able to catch his opponent with darkness. But still, Seiko was able to strike the enemy. He believed that the death of a heavy smoker was not in vain, and he could take revenge. After stabbing him with his knife, Seiko pulled out a gun and aimed it at the gang leader. The guy looked in surprise at the efforts of the wounded enemy. But the hero was never able to shoot. He ran out of energy and could not complete his battle. He believed that the world was dishonest and unfair. Jeremy Bernstein gave it his all but still lost. Engin told him that this would not have happened if the clan had not forced him to overwork. The wounded leader of the villains rewound his stomach wound using his darkness. He was not sure of his words and just assumed it. However, he said that he respected this hero's persistence, even if it cost nothing. After that, he created a sword from darkness and said that Jeremy Bernstein does not understand the clan of heroes well, because this is the place where real villains from all over the world gather. Raising a huge sword above him from the darkness, Indin told the enemy that he should have realized that within the clan of heroes, all good deeds are severely punished. Meanwhile, the hero killer walked calmly through the destroyed area of the city. She held a captured sword in her hands. At one point, she stopped and turned around at the noise next to her. It was Rachel, and saw her partner waving her hand while sitting calmly against the backdrop of the battle between their leader and one of the heroes. Rachel Sinclair, with a smile on her face, was glad that her partner looked safe and sound after the fight with the hero swordsman. The hero killer approached her friend and said that, unlike her, Rachel looked pretty bad. Her whole body was wounded. She understood that her partner was very tired after such a difficult battle. In addition, she remembered what happened quite recently. At the beginning of the battle with the heroes, Rachel protected Inhuo from a sudden gunshot. After such a memory, the grateful girl pulled her hand into her pocket and began to look for something there. She took some food out of her pocket and offered Rachel a snack. The girl was surprised by such a gift. It was a protein bar. The girls enjoyed a snack against the backdrop of an incredible fight. Rachel was very surprised by the battle next to them. She asked her friend if she could reach such a level of power as theirs. The calm Inhua replied that it would not take her much time. Suddenly, this conversation was interrupted by the doctor. He was tired of dragging the captive and said that if they had nothing better to do, then they should help him. Surprised by such impudence, the hero killer asked her friend if she knew the name of this masked man. The girl answered with a smile that she did not remember. The doctor was very upset. The hero killer approached Vector and took the unconscious body of the shooter from the tired man. After that, she again remembered the beginning of the battle. The moment when the hero with the crossbow suddenly shot at her made her very angry. After that, she simply calmly and unexpectedly, for the others threw the enemy into the wall that was nearby. She said that she was just angry because of something. The doctor replied that she shouldn't have just thrown the unconscious girl into the wall. Inhua asked how John was doing. The doctor replied that given the fact that he had not yet come to them, he was most likely dead. Everyone was surprised and said that it seemed he had not lived up to his name. After this, the girls asked Vector why he didn't kill the enemy shooter. The calm guy replied that it was an order from Engin. He asked them not to worry about this hero because she will not wake up for the next 20 hours, even if the end of the world begins. Scratching his head, he said that most likely the battle between their leader and the hero was almost over, so they should get ready to retreat. Joyful Rachel said that she really wanted to go home to take a shower, after which she asked if he was ready to return home. When suddenly their conversation was stopped by the hero killer, she noticed something strange and told her comrades that they should get ready. Pierced by arrows from the darkness, Jeremy tried to move. The huge sword of the leader of the gang of villains who stood opposite was already pointed at him. Seiko believed that he still had not finished the fight. Because of this, he tried to dodge the blow. Engin immediately swung his sword to the side. He said that he wanted to end their battle quickly and painfully for the hero. After this, the calm villain asked the hero why he was still clutching at life. The seriously wounded guy took off his glove and put his hand to his suit. He said that he did not plan to survive this battle. By pressing the suit, he activated a self-destruct mechanism called the Dance of Death. He told his opponent that if he started this procedure now, even Engin would not be able to survive it. In truth, He wanted his opponent to die right now. But after activating the self-destruct, Jeremy was incredibly shocked as he saw a denial of access to this function of the suit. Seiko's face was covered in cold sweat. He thought it was because his suit was damaged. Enjin decided to finish what he started and, with incredible power, launched his attack with a huge sword from the darkness. A moment before the impact, the exhausted Seiko thought that most likely his luck had already run out, and this was the end. In fact, he was unable to use self-destruct due to Dr. Yeon's decision. She said that she could not accept such a death of her colleague. The girl really hoped that help from other heroes would arrive before his death. Like a friend, a purple flame appeared on the battlefield. A blue-haired girl appeared next to Jeremy. She was able to fend off a powerful blow from the leader of the villains. She waved her torch with a purple flame and said that she still made it on time. Engin did not expect the butcher to join their battle. Placing her weapon on her shoulder, the girl answered him that she no longer uses this old name, and now her name is Gakota. The guy didn't care what his opponent's name was, and he started using his huge sword again. But after a moment, he stopped, because he understood what was happening. He knows that this girl would hardly come to the battlefield alone. After that, he looked at his sphere from the darkness that blocked the light of the sun. Cracks began to form on it. As it turned out, it was Victoria's strength. She said that they had not seen each other for a long time, but still, it was time for them to say goodbye. The confident girl said that she would create a beautiful dream for him for the rest of his life. Half an hour earlier, traffic began in the city. The hero's guards escorted the people with their suitcases. A guy with a bandage on his head approached his friend and asked why he was messing around. He said that he should get ready to leave because almost all the civilians were already safe. The guy asked his comrade if he was worried that the 17th branch might end up in the clutches of the villains. Besides, he was afraid that he would come out of the huge black sphere that was covering the sun. His comrade replied that they should not care, and even if it turns out that the 18th branch fell, all the villains will still be broken by the clan of heroes. The guy remembered how suddenly a woman in an evening dress suddenly approached him. It was Miss Victoria. The guard was very surprised that she was in this place, but the girl said that starting from this moment, every guard of this branch of the hero clan would evacuate people and lead them out of the danger zone. She then grabbed her elder hero emblem. A heroic costume began to appear on her. A determined woman said that people need to be taken as far as necessary from here. Putting the backpack on his back, the guy was calm that now they were all safe. He turned to his comrade and said that it was time for them to get out of here since it makes no sense for them to die here. Suddenly, his friend asked him to pay attention to something strange in the air. They saw a huge sword that was located above the branch building area. This was Victoria, and she had no intention of holding back her powers. Engin looked into the air and realized that someone he did not want to see had joined their fight. The woman looked at her opponent and said that judging by his face, his friend did not tell anything. The guy didn't understand what they were talking about. It turned out that Victoria was talking about the hero killer. Meanwhile, manager Victoria managed to steal Seiko's body. She understood that a terrible battle was about to begin. Engin answered the enemy that this was not his problem at all, and again began to use his sword from the darkness. He delivered a strong blow towards the hero. Victoria began to defend herself using her light power. The self-confident woman said that he was in vain thinking that he could defeat her during the day. She believed that he had no chance, since before he could not defeat her even at night. Her words did not change the expression on the face of the calm leader of the gang of villains at all. An angry Victoria said that she considered his calm and indifferent behavior unacceptable. Flying into the air, she asked him to let her remind her who was in charge among them. Her huge sword fell on a district building. This was followed by a blinding flash and explosion that destroyed part of the area. A huge area was destroyed by such incredible force. Among the rubble of these concrete buildings were some of the villains. Inhwa was shocked by what happened. She was dissatisfied and threw away the stone that pinned her to the ground. A moment later, her colleagues emerged from under the rubble. The doctor began to cough due to the huge amount of dust. In such a situation, even a mask could not save him. The hero killer started looking for something. The explosions continued all around. As usual, Rachel continued to laugh. The girl in the red jacket realized that things were only going to get worse, so she grabbed her friends and started running away. Sinclair couldn't believe that Inwa remained so calm despite the hopelessness of the situation. Fleeing from another explosion created by Victoria's hands, the hero killer decided to use one of the stolen gifts to hide underground. After they got out, she continued her search. The doctor asked what she was looking for. He was very interested in where their captive sniper was. The calm girl pointed her hand at the shooter's leg sticking out of the stones, after which she said that she was actually interested in where her sword had disappeared. As usual, joyful Rachel held her captured weapon and said that she had the sword. Inwa began to inspect her new sword for any scratches. In fact, she did not expect that here she would have to use the power stolen from Vector. He seemed quite useful, and she thought that maybe she should kill the doctor right now and take his gift. The man was very scared because of this. Meanwhile, Rachel continued to watch the fight with admiration. A few seconds later, she turned in panic to her comrade and said that there was no time for chatting, after which she turned to the doctor and said that he needed to get out of this place. In addition, Engine was seriously injured and they should save him. After a difficult battle, the guy began coughing up blood. Victoria came down to him from the air. She didn't even have a scratch on her. She approached the guy and said that it was better for him to crawl like a beetle than to fight with heroes. She said that in fact he knew that everything would end like this and asked why he returned. He replied that she knows the reason: he wants to defeat the clan. In addition, he wanted to kill a specific woman. After that, Victoria understood him and asked if she had heard everything correctly. Engine was covered in blood. He asked Victoria why she was bothering him. He said that they want to achieve the same thing. The guy said that Victoria understands him perfectly, and as long as the Iron Witch is alive, her problems will continue. He said that she could never become the strongest until their opponent died. The angry woman replied that the Iron Witch had already escaped long ago. The guy with a smile on her face said that she was wrong if she thought that she forced such an opponent to hide. He believed that it was the Iron Witch who decided to hide. Looking into the guy's eyes, Victoria replied that she could defeat this opponent and that she would do it herself without anyone's help. The guy closed his eyes and said that it was a big pity. Apparently, he thought that their relationship would take a good step forward. Engine said that during his last defeat, he learned that he could not do anything on his own. That is why he has good comrades for backup. The girl did not understand what he was talking about. He replied that she simply forgot whose territory it was in the past. Engine said that the last piece of the puzzle has already arrived on the battlefield. After that, he asked Victoria if she knew who really trained the girl in the red jacket. Meanwhile, the girl in the red jacket had already begun to warm up. Inwa decided that it was time for her to join the fight. She looked around what was happening around. Victoria stood at the site of the destroyed area of the city. The beaten and exhausted leader of the villains stood in front of her. She didn't know what the two of them were talking about, but they probably weren't going to kill each other anytime soon. Still, Engine's death was not in her plans because she had not yet heard one important story from him. The girl turned to her comrades and said that she would distract the attention of these ferocious fighters, while Vector and Rachel should capture their leader. The surprised doctor said that at such a distance they could use his ability. But the girl replied that they shouldn't do this because Victoria will be able to react. She believes that one wrong move and they will end. The doctor thought that this must be the first time she saw Victoria. It seemed strange to him why Inwa spoke as if she had already met her. He began to guess where she got such knowledge, how Sinclair's friend used her abilities. She hit her partner painfully on the back. Surprised by this, the doctor clenched his fist and asked what it meant. The girl said that if he could not react to such a simple blow, then the hero killer was indeed right. The guy still agreed with her. A moment later, he began to open the gate, but he was unable to finish it. Sinclair didn't understand what happened. The hero killer replied that their energy began to disappear. Inwa realized that it was the power of the blue-haired girl that began to approach them. She struck hard with her purple flame torch, but failed to hit the hero killer. The girl greeted her enemies with a smile. She apologized for coming without warning and said that she had orders to arrest all the villains. Inwa decided to continue warming up. She understood that most likely their energy began to disappear because of this opponent. Both girls got into fighting stances. They were ready to fight. Suddenly, a moment later, an incredibly powerful blow passed between them. The girl in the red jacket noticed that this was done by an old man in a stroller she knew well. The blow created a huge crack in the ground. The man holding the sword said that he thought that the hero killer would not need his help. But when he saw the situation she was in, he realized that she really had problems. The girl was very surprised that this old man joined them, but the man said that they should leave these conversations for later and focus on their goals. Inwa turned around and looked at his friends. She decided to go back to the old plan, and so she grabbed Rachel and her precious sword and began to run away. The blue-haired girl was also very surprised that the man was still alive. She turned to him respectfully and asked what happened to his legs. The man with gray hair said that he had not seen her for a long time and noted that he was surprised that Hecate decided to join the hero's clan. He was sure that she had her own reasons, so he decided not to ask unnecessary questions. Stretching out his hand to the sword, he said that she should quickly make her choice. The girl was surprised and replied that she didn't know what she was talking about. The man in the wheelchair replied that he had lost his effectiveness and lost his legs. His abilities had weakened significantly. He suggested with a smile that Gakota believed that this was her chance. But in fact, just such a thought made her hands begin to tremble. She threw her weapon on the ground and said that this was not at all true. She said that she was under no circumstances going to fight him because she was not stupid enough to fight the past elder once and for all. The old man accepted her answer and said that in this case, she should take him to Victoria. After some time, his carriage approached the battlefield. He turned to Victoria and asked if she had fun playing the hero. After that, he made an incredibly strong blow. Victoria's light power was able to protect her. After that, she paid attention to what was happening nearby. The hero killer approached them. She used one of the stolen gifts and began to help the wounded engine. Within a moment, they ran away. Victoria was surprised to see the old man. Yushin replied that they really had not seen each other for a long time. The angry girl grabbed her head. She kept thinking why these guys were interfering. I now believe that it was his doing. The man replied that he was just an assistant, and the idea belonged entirely to Engine. The girl created a huge sword behind her back and leaned against it. She said that they should move closer to the conversation, because most likely the old man came to say something. The man asked Victoria if it was curious why this incident happened and why Engine caused such a commotion. He wonders if she thinks it would be better to wait and plan a little more. The girl was infuriated by this conversation, and she asked to come closer to the point. The old man replied that the attack on the 17th branch of heroes was never a declaration of war on the heroes. Yushin said that his cunning student Engine would never have acted this way. In fact, he made a loud statement, but not as a hero, but as a villain. He believes that he declared the scattered villains, and that the nameless ones are the next generation of villains. Because from now on, they start playing big. Now all the villains, those who returned and those who will know that they have a chance to return. They have yet to leave their mark on history. The old man expected the secretive elders and countless other villains to appear on the scene. And in the center of this scene there will be two people. The man believes that the wheel that was stopped will spin again, and the one who goes up on stage will not be able to get off it until he dies. The girl replied that in this case, there would be countless deaths. The man replied that this was true, but in general, it didn't matter to them. Hero Victoria began to laugh in panic. She said that her enemy was right because it would be a lot of fun. After that, she took out her sword and said that he would have to pay for interrupting her fun with the beaten villain. She believes that Hecate's powers will be enough to defeat Yushin in his current state. She admitted that, in fact, in the past she was even a little afraid of him. The old man prepared for battle. He made a cut on his hand to use his blood techniques. The old man said that he was ready to do anything for his student. He believes that the hero killer will avenge him in any case. The battle among the strongest began. The old man began to use an incredible number of blades created with the help of his blood and abilities. Victoria took a fighting stance with her huge sword made of light. With one powerful swing, she was able to repel her opponent's attack. The man, moving in a wheelchair, continued to attack. He surrounded himself with a huge number of blades using his technique. Victoria began to defend herself. The man made a new cut on his arm. They continued this incredible fight. Yushin began to create a huge creature from his blood. Victoria calmly stood opposite and was ready to continue the battle. Meanwhile, things were much calmer at the villain's headquarters. Exhausted from a hard day, the doctor took off the mask from his face and fell asleep on the table. Rachel decided to rest like a human and went to bed. Meanwhile, their leader Enjin was relaxing on the sofa. Only Inwa did not rest. She prepared food for herself and continued to think about the fight between Victoria and her teacher. She knew that Victoria is known as the strongest hero. She also remembers that the old man said that in his youth he was quite a bully and is also an incredibly powerful fighter. Despite this, she wasn't sure if he would really be okay. The girl enjoyed the prepared food with incredible pleasure. Now her main task was to restore strength. Having thought everything over, she was sure that the old man would be fine. When suddenly she stopped eating, Inhua heard that someone wished her death. She immediately started looking around. The sounds came from the direction of the chair opposite her. The frightened girl carefully looked at what was happening. These threats were John's. She was incredibly shocked by what she saw. The guy didn't look the same as before. She thought that he died in battle, but in fact he returned, although he had significantly decreased in stature. A few hours later, the doctor continued to work. He looked at the tests of his comrades and said that the hero killer should not worry about anything because she was completely fine. This also applied to Rachel. Looking at the test results, he said that they were both pretty strong. But in truth, Inwa was worried about something strange. The girl moved her hand to the side and the doctor began to listen carefully to her complaints. When Enjin suddenly interrupted their conversation, he turned to the hero killer and asked if she would find a minute for him to talk. They decided to find another place where they could calmly discuss their affairs. The girl said that the leader of the villains looked good and asked if everything went as planned. The guy said that he was not sure if all this happened according to the plan. After that, the girl said that she really didn't expect that she and the old man knew each other. The guy turned to her and asked why she was hiding the fact that she had already met with Victoria. There was an awkward pause, and the girl stopped. The guy said that they should consider that now they are even, but now he wanted to talk about her older sister. They decided to go to a separate room where no one would entice them. The guy said that he was sure that Inwa knew that there were several lower branches in the hero clan. These include the heroes' guards. There are also underground heroes, but they are concerned with lesser-known factions. It was about the Black Hand faction. He asked if the girl knew what we were talking about. Inhua was very surprised to hear such a name for the first time. The leader of the villains explained that the Black Hands are the executive branch of the so-called intelligence department of the clan of heroes. This organization hides a lot of secret. They do all the dirty work of the clan, be it killing key figures or other dark deeds. He said that if her sister really was such a powerful hero as the hero killer said, then he could not help but know about her. He believes that there is a high probability that she is an agent of a Black Hand. After these words, the girl closed her eyes and remembered her sister. She wore quite formal clothes. Enjin distracted her from these thoughts. He came closer and said that he wanted to make a new deal. He believes that a group of nameless villains can only handle small-scale operations. In fact, it is difficult for them to cope with even one powerful person. But at least he thinks they can light a fireball. And because of this, those villains who are hiding will soon begin to act. Among them, there will be those who will admire the gang of nameless ones, and there will also be those who will be against them. He was going to bring all the villains to their knees. The girl finally understood what the plan of the leader of the Nameless was from the very beginning. She became interested in what was required of her. The guy replied that from the moment he met Victoria, he knew perfectly well that she didn't care about the clan of heroes. After all, this girl did only what gave her pleasure. Therefore, he believes that there is a high probability that she will ignore the recent incident. He also took into account that the ties between the regions are not as strong as expected, so it would be more logical to assume that the recent situation will not gain wide publicity. The guy handed the printouts to her. He said that only she could handle this. The girl began to look through the advertisements in surprise. These were announcements about the recruitment of new members of the Clan of Heroes. The guy said that the killer of heroes would have to become a hero for a while. The girl was surprised and asked how this could even be discussed. She already had some kind of clue. In addition, she even had the ID card of one of the heroes. She believes that if she approaches the Hero Clan terminal, she will be able to get into any unit. This was the chance she had been waiting for so much. She believes that this is an opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. And yet their plans were a little similar, and so she decided that she could play along a little. The girl asked what she would have in return. The guy replied that she was going straight to the enemy's lair. That is why, when she needs him most, he will come and fight with her. The girl agreed with him and said that she had one more request to become his spy. The girl said that she needed to pay the bills somehow. She asked to pay her. Still, they managed to talk, and the girl went on a trip. Next to her stood a suitcase with things, a captured sword peeking out of it. The express train was leaving for the next area. The path to the next stage of her plan would not be easy. Meanwhile, the 17th district of Dust City was not in the best situation. The thing is that it is a battlefield where the fiercest battles took place during the war, so part of the area is truly represented by ruins. In any case, everything seems to be fine for now, but there are much more important things. Inyo opened her bag and realized that now she was really very hungry. So she took out a gold bar and began to hold it in her hands. She started waving her arms and asked to be paid for it. Inwa was really very happy about such a large ingot, like a small child. Her interlocutor said that they would soon go there too, but the girl didn't care at all, so she simply asked him to prepare a site for them. Inhua began to sort out her things and looked at each package, trying to find food in that suitcase that could be there, but which she did not put there at all. She took out her pajamas, which undoubtedly suited her very well and meant a lot to her. After that, her memories of the girl who began to cry and was holding her toy in her hands were immediately updated. She hugged her friend tightly and cried a lot. Therefore, the girl saw this box and became very interested in what it could be. Therefore, Inwa sat down near the table and began to vigilantly examine the box, trying to guess what was in it. The guy in the respirator had told her earlier that this would be a local delicacy, which would come in handy if she got very hungry on the road. She opened the box and saw a dish called taiyaki. Her eyes really lit up as she was shocked by what she saw. Right now, food was exactly what she needed, so the girl, without wasting time, immediately decided to try this dish. A minute later, she was already licking her fingers, enjoying a very tasty snack. Suddenly, the doors to her room opened slightly, emitting a not very pleasant creak. It was a cat who watched the girl enjoy her food, even without him. Inwa immediately noticed him and looked in his direction. After that, the cat immediately jumped onto the table, and he began to walk with his paws on the sump, making it clear that he was not going to listen to her and that he was the boss in this house. Inhua was very, very surprised by this behavior. I didn't understand why the cat allows itself to be carried around like this. He looked again at the sweet girl, and something in his eyes changed. A second later, he began to meow loudly and scratch everything. He attacked the girl and tried to scratch her completely. After another second, he simply raised his paws and looked at the claws in complete bewilderment. The girl watched the situation and realized that this made the cat even angrier. Therefore, he rushed into battle with all his might with one more attempt, since the girl very easily repulsed the previous attacks. The owner quickly caught him by the fur and apologized in advance. So he put his cat in a cage and asked the girl if she was okay. She just looked in his direction and said that there was no reason to worry, because she really, really liked his style, and the cat himself had not done anything wrong. Her interlocutor sat down opposite her, which surprised Inhua. He glanced her way and handed her his business card, telling her to relax since he wasn't going to do anything wrong. It was journalist Philip Neville who asked to be called simply Phil. He looked at the girl in surprise and asked if she was really from Dust City and if she wouldn't mind chatting with him a little. She thought about such a proposal because she understood that all this should definitely not be done on an empty stomach. Meanwhile, their express train called Victoria continued its journey, although it looks like a steam locomotive, but in fact it is equipped with the latest technology. This is also not particularly economical, but quite reasonable, so Philip began to wonder what the girl thought about this. But after the tea and food were brought, she could no longer think about anything else. And a second later, her plate was completely empty. She lounged on the seat and only said that she really liked the strawberry pie, but Philip was shocked because he was counting on more serious answers from her since he had fed her. Inwei got a little angry at this, because before that she had already told him everything and she didn't like that they were asking her so much, since some brave idiots decided to attack the clan headquarters, and now they are on the run. As a journalist, he should know a lot more than Inwa, who is a random passerby, right? He grabbed his head because he realized that during all this time, he had not been able to find much information during the trip. But out of nowhere, a huge gaping hole appeared, but for some reason, everyone around stubbornly began to remain silent about it. Inua also sighed and said that she also knew nothing about this, because she was terribly afraid to even walk near this place. Philip was upset because he had hoped that the girl had at least some information, but was he really mistaken? He looked out the window and realized that his instincts had never failed him before. The train continued to travel along the indicated route, making pleasant sounds of hitting the rails. The guy smiled because he understood that it's really not in vain that people say that when you lose one thing, you gain another. Inwa didn't understand what he was talking about now, so he smiled and said that they had just passed their stop. He began to assume that all was not well in the engine room right now, and there were more than one crew member there. Therefore, he understood that this could only mean one thing, namely, there was a high probability of capture. It seemed that the sensation itself was coming into his hands. The passengers were upset and scared, because they understood that they already had a lot of worries, so they didn't want to suffer at all at these stops. They began knocking on the doors, ordering them to be opened immediately and let out. The guy did not calm down, so he said that otherwise he would talk to them completely differently. The door was opened by the driver, whose jacket was completely covered in blood, after which he looked at the passenger and said that there was no need for this, since the door was already open, so he just asked what he needed. The passenger was very angry, so he was ready to fight, since such a service does not suit him at all, but still he was very wary at the sight of his interlocutor, so he asked him if he was definitely the driver. After these words, he was grabbed by the head with great force and forced to close his mouth. The guy looked into his frightened eyes and asked what would happen if he wasn't even a driver. After that, he clenched his hand into a fist with great force, exploding his interlocutor's head, which greatly surprised all the other people who were watching this process. The passengers were in a panic, so, looking in that direction, they began to run away with all their might, since they did not want them to have the same fate. The driver just smiled and told them that the guy was just making too much noise, so he destroyed him, but should he also catch up with all the other passengers who were making a lot of noise? His comrade laughed because he understood that there was no need for this, and although they hurried a little, they could still begin now. One of them came up to the microphone and with a smile began to announce that the train crew really hoped that all passengers were enjoying the journey. After that, they took out their weapons and regret to inform them that from this moment, the express train has changed its management. Therefore, it will now be under the control of Vendetta. And all of them want only one thing, for the passengers themselves to bring a hero named Without Joints to their department. The road was clearly visible from the driver's cab, so there was not much time, which is why the boss said that they only have 1 hour to make a decision, so they promised not to go further and let them out without any problems if they fulfill them requirements. But if they dare to refuse, then everyone will die in these cars. Guys in peaky visors started walking around and shooting at the carriages, instilling fear and panic, ordering everyone to fall to the ground and put their hands behind their heads. Philip was very scared and did not want to believe what was happening, but on the other hand, he was very happy, because if he survived, he would be able to make a real sensation. He looked at Inwa, who was absolutely calm and not worried about this situation, so he asked why she didn't react to such a problem. She just looked in his direction with her cold gaze and instantly made a decision. After that, she rose to her feet and replied that even if she was heading to another area, for some time she will not be able to use Jade's or Greyman's gift, otherwise the clan will come for her. She straightened her arms and understood that this was truly an unexpected opportunity that could only benefit her, because while she was here, she could add to her collection of gifts. If they had the courage to do such a reckless thing, then there were certainly 1 or 2 lying around, weren't they? The girl from Vendetta noticed Inwa and pointed a gun at her, asking who she was and why she didn't follow orders. She just looked at her with her cold gaze and said in a calm voice that she was a hero killer. She remembered how they handed her a set of new heroes and told her that only she could cope with it. This is truly a rare opportunity to really hit a clan that is much stronger. Inwa put her hand on her chest and refused such an offer because she understood all the responsibility for this act. The thing is that at that time she was only a novice hero who did not have much experience. Her interlocutor did not like this, so she did not care at all about who Inwa was, so she did not think for a long time and fired a bullet at her from her gun. She flew straight towards the girl, who was absolutely calm and understood that it would definitely not be possible to cope with her in this way. Therefore, as soon as the bullet approached the critical level, Inwa sharply dodged it with a calm look. After that, she caught her foot on the edge of the chair for a reason. Put all her strength in her legs to direct it towards her would-be killer, who continued to fire a clip of cartridges at her. After that, Inwa decided to attack her herself and began to approach the girl with a calm look. While she stood and tried to defend herself due to the fact that the cartridges were out of ammunition, Inwa came closer and swung her leg one more time, after which she hit her opponent with all her might, which made him very surprised and shocked, since he clearly did not expect such an outcome of events. After this, the girl began to fly several meters away due to the force of the impact. But Inwa grabbed her by the shirt and didn't let go, because she herself wanted to injure her. Therefore, with a sharp movement of her body, she threw the girl over and hit her with all her might on the metal floor that was in the train car. From such a blow, the enemy passed out and broke part of the floor. Inwa then just waved her hand and slowly straightened the hair on her body. All the other people in the carriage who were watching the situation unfold were simply shocked, since they certainly did not expect such an outcome of events, especially in the performance of such a small and beautiful girl. They all looked at her in surprise, just like the journalist Philip, who simply did not understand who she really was, since it was simply amazing. A second later, they all ran up to the girl and started asking if she was a gift user, and would they be safe now? And also, one of them managed to ask if she happened to know where Bez Articular is now. Philip looked at her and did not believe his eyes, because he did not understand whether all this was really real. They shot her at point-blank range, and she didn't even blink an eye. This is not normal at all. He looked at the girl and realized that his intuition was right now telling him that everything was not so simple with her. But besides that, she seems really very dangerous. So he began to calm himself down and tried to think everything through carefully, so as not to let her appearance deceive him. He continued to hold his face and knew that before he got to the point, he shouldn't let his guard down. Therefore, it will be much better if he constantly watches her, and the girl, after such a fight, became hungry and began to eat the cake. He walked closer to her and took off his hat in honor, asking what her plan was. She got completely dirty with the cake and said that everything is quite obvious, and even though she is an aspiring hero, she is still going to get rid of all these vile villains who captured the train. Inwa also understood that their leader was most likely in the engine room, because all transport control was done from there. That's all. The plan is extremely simple. She will make her way along the roof of the train before the train starts. And then he will destroy the villain, because by cutting off the head, the body becomes unviable. The guy looked at her and asked what should be done with the passengers, but she apparently had no time for them at all. Seeing the disappointment in Philip's eyes, she changed her rhetoric, saying that of course she plans to take care of them. She became embarrassed and decided to ask if he had a better idea. After all, it was clear from him that he already had a solution to this problem. Philip put his hat back on and lowered his head, since it was really not easy for him to talk about this topic. Therefore, he first showed her the plan of the train and asked her to pay attention to it. They are right here now, towards the back of the train. Behind them, there are only 3 passenger cars. All others are cargo. And so, the ideal plan would be to clear the tail and then all the other cars on the way to the engine room. Inwa thought about it, because to implement such a plan they would have to really try very hard. But in general, she also understood that this is real. But don't they risk the lives of passengers with this plan? Philip smiled and asked her not to worry, because this was part of the plan. They will leave this role to Katerina, who will happily be ready to have fun. The seats in the carriage began to be rearranged correctly in preparation for the battle. A second later, a sharp dagger flew into the tree, like a blade. Passengers were already kneeling on the floor, and no one was rocking the boat, which was very boring for the invaders. After all, usually at least one pretends to be a hero, but here everyone sits quietly and does not try to fight. His comrade came up behind him and grabbed the blade while he continued to talk. It was the same new driver who destroyed the loud passenger, but this time he looked at his comrade and was very worried about people, so he began to ask him if he was thinking of doing something reckless. When the subordinate saw Scar, he was very frightened and began waving his arms, saying that he understood everything and knew that the boss ordered not to touch anyone for an hour. The passengers were perplexed. They did not understand why they could live just one more hour. Scar grabbed his partner and told him to calm down and not worry so much, because he simply had to do all this in memory of what happened before. He turned to him and inhaled with all his might. After which, his interlocutor immediately changed his face, which made him laugh very much, because Scar understood that he would never get tired of doing something like that. This is a gift that allows him to change his face, but his interlocutor corrected it a little, because he does not completely change his face. It just seemed so. Scar kept his hand on his shoulders and turned towards the sharp squeaks, asking whether his interlocutor heard them in the same way. So they went, and the subordinate just stood there and realized that Scar didn't consider him a person at all. So if it weren't for him, life in the gang would have been much simpler. This somehow alarmed him very much, because it was somehow too quiet. That's why the guy was scared, because he didn't understand. What else is this? It was Catherine who began to damage the walls and all the furniture, drawing attention to herself. And while the guy was looking at the cat, Ina was already behind him, just waiting for the right moment and preparing an ambush. A second later, when her opponent came within the required distance, she tied a rag around his neck. He was very scared and started screaming, but he had no strength at all, because the girl immediately pulled him upstairs with her. A second later, his legs began to dangle and his weapon fell to the ground. After that, her opponent simply hung in the air and would never wake up again. Inwa jumped off after a successful operation and prepared to carry out her plan further. They have already dealt with the rear, and now they need to start moving towards the engine compartment. But first, Philip has a small request. This surprised the girl very much, so she looked at him and asked what he meant. He said that thanks to her skills, the plan is going perfectly without any mistakes, but she should not underestimate her opponents, because she may have already heard about these guys from the news, since they call themselves the group of villains Vendetta. And they really are very bad jokes. The most ordinary members of the team are not worth worrying about, but there are two particularly unpleasant guys who you better be always ready to meet. The first is their leader, named Takeda, who has escaped from several prisons, and his sworn enemy is No Joint. Because he is the one who sent him to prison the first time, so he is absolutely sure that the reason for the train hijacking lies here. Apparently, he was just waiting for this chance, because unlike other villains, he has a very developed camaraderie and everyone knows that he harbors a grudge. The second member of the group is Scar. This is his deputy and no less dangerous character than Takeda, because he even killed more people than him. Philip raised his finger and said that he even heard that he also killed one or two heroes, and people also say that he is very hot-tempered. Inwa looked at him and began to get angry because she was unpleasant to hear about this. Since for her this information means absolutely nothing, she just wanted to know one thing. What is their gift? After these words, the real fun began, as something terrible began to approach right now. And it moved with great speed. It was Scar, who looked at the girl and asked what she was doing with his toy. After that, he decided not to wait for an answer and immediately threw his tentacles into battle. Inwa understood that she was now facing a battle with one of the most important bosses, so she braced herself and skillfully turned away from such an attack. Scar was very surprised, so he looked at the girl again and couldn't figure out if she really was the Naked Fist. Inwa was not at all worried about these questions. She just looked to the side and noticed that there were still passengers there. Obviously, if he takes hostages, she will be in big trouble, which is why it is very important for her to have time to move to another place. Therefore, she retreated to a more or less safe distance and stood opposite her opponent in a room that only in its appearance resembled a completely abandoned and destroyed building. Scar got angry because shouldn't a girl answer if he asks her questions? But she didn't care at all. She rushed into battle and began asking questions herself, asking whether Scar was really not a starfish. After it got even closer, she tried to kick him with great force, which Scar clearly did not expect. Inwa landed on her feet after the attack and prepared to continue. But still, she was very curious to talk to him, so she turned her back to him, making it clear that he did not pose a threat to her at all, after which she decided to laugh at him, saying that she already knew that he was called Scar. Because of his terrible habit of leaving scars on the bodies of the people he destroyed, he was given such a nickname. Therefore, the girl began waving her arms and said that it was because of this that she was ready to put one scar on his face, after which she invited him to go to the roof and fight there. She grabbed the window and pulled it up sharply. After which, swinging with all her might, she went to the roof. Once there, she understood that those guys only knew how to bluff, but in reality, they would follow her, no matter what. As expected, Scar succumbed to such provocation without much thought. He climbed onto the roof and was ready to fight, since the girl clearly hurt his self-esteem. He didn't even need to talk to her, as rage filled his body, so he immediately rushed into battle, sending his tentacles at the girl. She was clearly prepared for this battle, as she managed to lure him into her territory. Therefore, Scar would have to be more careful, since one wrong move and everything could definitely turn out not in his favor, even despite the fact that they have a numerical advantage. Meanwhile, the train continued its movement and noticeable explosions were heard above the same carriage, which covered the entire space behind them. Scar gave it his all, insulting the girl and devaluing all her strength. Suddenly, he stopped and was a little shocked. And after he found out that he no longer had part of his hand, he was very scared and upset. The power from engine wouldn't hurt her at all now, a simple-looking guy who was also supposed to be on this train. In order to better understand the situation, you must first understand what happened. Inhwa was sitting on the table waving her arms where the doctor informed her that he noticed something strange. At this time, Engine intervened and he could not speak normally because, as expected, it was quite strange. The bone density and body strength were quite impressive. Compared to when she fought Chaos and Viper, her powers have increased significantly. It's not that the difference is huge, but it's still the kind of difference that cannot be achieved by training in a short period of time. Is it possible that Inhwa can really not only steal other people's gifts, but is it also possible that she can also steal her opponent's level? Of course, it's too early to draw conclusions, but objectively, this is a terrifying growth rate. In addition, Yushin's training also did not go unnoticed, because she was even a student of the evil demon of the City of Dust. Engin, it's all about him. Now the doctor thought he understood why he took the risk and saved Inhwa. But he needs to be extremely careful because she can catch up with him and defeat him if he doesn't move. Meanwhile, another flower bloomed. He collected a bouquet and braided it directly into his hair out of boredom. But when the girl saw him, he quickly began to shout at her, as she could barely contain her laughter at what she saw. Rachel smiled and said that if he was also ready, then they could continue on the road, but she also wanted to know what was happening with her sister now. Is everything okay? He just started waving his head, trying to get rid of this shame with the bouquet as quickly as possible, saying that he had not the slightest idea about this. The girl, meanwhile, began to eat the tentacles, realizing that it would be comforting if there were no accidents. She lay with her arms outstretched, realizing that this was the very taste of starfish. Scar, meanwhile, stood and watched in panic what was happening. Well, Inhwa understood that even if she attacked the tentacles, it would not cause any harm to his main body. The scar has already completely recovered, because it looks like the cut-off part was also regenerated. Scar looked at the girl and asked if she was working alone. Of course, what other questions? This surprised him very much, because could she really clean more than 10 compartments on her own in such a period of time? She sat on her lap and said that he might not believe it, but Scar just laughed because he wasn't particularly interested in what she did with these toys. But looking into her eyes, he realized that they were the same type of people together. He laughed and asked if she thought the same thing. After these words, Inhwa stood up and said, does he really want to hear an answer from her? If this is indeed the case, then he should make it more exciting. Therefore, a second later she was already near him and was preparing to hit his leg with all her might, tripping him. After that, she used all her strength to knock her opponent to the ground. Unfortunately, she failed to do this, but she was able to throw him back several tens of meters, which is also not bad. She dodged his counterattack, where he wanted to at least pull her along with his tentacles. But after she succeeded, for the first time in her entire life, she asked herself a question because she did not understand what she should do with it now. Now she has taken possession of his tentacles, but why does she need them? Well, there wasn't much choice, so I had to fight on them, even though such a method obviously shouldn't have worked in the first place. Then she raised her arms and stopped the tentacles, since she did not see any point in them. That's why Inwa jumped, because she understood that she would obviously have to use another weapon. She jumped on the shoulders of her opponent, who was clearly not used to seeing such impudence in his direction, and simply watched what was happening. So far, Inwa has completely dominated, demonstrating its superiority. After that, she swung her leg with all her might and struck him on the head. Upon landing, Inwa realized that the work was done really well and everything worked out for her. And in order to finally consolidate this result, she hit Scar with all her might again, so that he would not relax. After that, she sat down on her knees again and relaxed. After all, she understood that her work was simply excellent. Scar was shocked by this and began to fall, since he had no strength at all. In order to speed up this process, Inwo raised her hand and hit the guy with her fist. But not everything is so simple, because at the moment of the blow, her hand was suddenly grabbed. Scar was very angry because he managed to catch her, and it seems that now it is his turn to take revenge. But Inwa just smiled and said that everything was not like that at all, because now he had fallen into her trap and not the other way around. Scar was very shocked by this, because he clearly did not expect to hear this now. A moment later, there was a strong blow that pierced Scar's body. Blood began to fly through the air. Scar began to panic and ask if she really thought she could be in the same category as him. Inwa just smiled, because there is also a difference in level between the villains. This is said truly wonderfully. There is nothing even to add. Therefore, a powerful magical explosion occurred on the train, which clearly no one expected. After that, they put a hand on Scar's shoulder and said that now there would be a change of opponents. The leader of this team smiled and asked, "Doesn't Inwa think he is good enough for her to give him a chance?" Inwa just looked at him and said that she would see what he could do. Takeda also understood that now he would have fun, because he could not fully assess the strength of his opponent, since he thought that he was just a small upstart. He took his friend by the head and asked what happened to him. Had he really relaxed his vigilance? Scar was very ashamed of his action, so Takeda let him go and stopped hoping for anyone's help. This girl is much stronger than she seems at first glance. But is this really true? Takeda didn't believe it, but Scar simply begged him to be extremely careful with her. Dave is also dead, so he's even afraid to imagine what happened to the other guys. Takeda was very surprised by this, since he clearly did not expect to hear anything like that. Tears appeared in his eyes, and his mood changed sharply because he refused to believe it, so he asked Scar if this was really accurate information. This was the truth, so Takeda took a few steps forward and did not understand how she dared to do such a thing. So he walked closer to her and swung his fists, because who gave her the right to kill their family? With hatred, he swung at the girl and tried to destroy her, putting all his strength into this blow. After this, splashes of blood began to fall on the ground. The guy understood that this was indeed a very good gift, because his hand was also very badly damaged. But if she really thought that this was the only way she could use it, then it was a big mistake. Inwa began waving her weapon and said with a calm face that if he really thought so, then just let him give it to her. It was clearly evident that such a woman was not ready to come to terms with the fact that she communicated with him so impudently, so he rushed into battle once again. The girl got ready and took a fighting position. After that, she accelerated and began to run towards him in order to strike first. She realized that she was stronger now than before, so she ordered them all to stop. The journalist began to climb to the roof and understood that all the fighting would end here. He also took another guy with him and dragged him to the roof. Takeda was a little surprised, so he decided to ask who this guy was. He just stood in the middle of the train and waited to see what would happen to him next. Therefore, he, a journalist, did not waste time and, in a conversation with his opponents, announced that he was the manager of the Naked Fist. Philip reported that during the evacuation of people, he accidentally discovered him among them. He said he saw him once during a press conference. Takeda also said that whether he was his manager or someone else, What does this have to do with them? Therefore, the journalist came closer to the guy and ordered him to tell him what he knew as quickly as possible, because if he could tell them the location of the bare fist, it would help save them. It was clearly visible that he was nervous, because his whole life was at stake, and there were no guarantees that even if the opponents received information, they would not do anything to him and would leave him alive. So he looked towards the invaders and said that Mr. Naked Fist had escaped. The journalist was shocked by this answer, but understood that now the guy was telling the truth. The invaders wanted only one thing, to bring a hero named Bare Fist into the engine room of the train, because they only had an hour. He told the story of how he tried to wake up but he absolutely did not react to his words and was fast asleep, closing himself with a newspaper. The guy started screaming because there was absolutely no time, so he had to act right now. From such screams, Mr. Naked Fist woke up and stood up abruptly, but said that first he needed to visit the toilet. The sounds of gunfire rang out. The vendetta was coming for him, so the time of reckoning was now. His manager was very scared, so he started screaming and banging on his doors, worried that Naked Fist had been taking so long to come out of his cubicle, so he would have to open the door himself. Having done this, he discovered that the toilet was in place, but the wall to which it was attached was completely destroyed and broken down, so he escaped from the train in such a simple way. Takeda couldn't believe it, because is there really no Bare Fist here? Therefore, he concluded that it would be a good idea to stop right here. Scar is clearly against this, because he also had to cut the same wound on the girl, after which he would definitely be satisfied. Inu just waved her hands once, and smiled a little, because doesn't he think it's too much? Scar only said that he had no intention of negotiating with her at all, so he was ready to destroy her. The fight ended before it even started, as Philip entered into negotiations and said that now it was necessary to deal with the manager and the Naked Fist. He looked at the invaders and said that he understood perfectly why they gave them the conditions of 1 hour, since they had to estimate how long it would take the clan to get to the train after they heard the news. Therefore, he urged everyone to start thinking rationally, but the girl had only thoughts of delicious meat in her head, and the guys couldn't even harm this girl. But what would happen if the clan of heroes also joined to help her? He also went ahead and said that he knows that he does not forget insults, but is it necessary to take revenge for this insult now? The thing is that not much time has passed since he left prison. It seems that he has not yet had time to breathe in the fresh air of freedom, right? Scar was shocked because he didn't understand who he was and why he continued to interfere in their dialogue. Does he really think he can make sounds if he cuts out his tongue? Takeda looked at his watch and knew that the guy was saying the right things because it would take too much time, so they should leave right now. Scar was clearly against this, but Takeda asked him not to worry, because this debt would be paid sooner or later. Very quickly, cars drove up to the train, moving at the same speed as he himself. It was a real motorcade, which consisted of several cars. After they arrived at the required distance, the invaders were able to calmly jump from the train into the desired cars. Takeda also looked at the girl and was clearly unhappy. The ashram said that he was absolutely sure that the girl also did not agree with this ending, so they asked her to give her name, which she was willing to do. So she looked at them and said that her name was Manhwa. Takeda's eyes lit up, and he said that he would remember her and would also return to take revenge. The girl just looked at them and smiled at the moment when they began to drive away from the train. The girl thought about it, because she had already actually destroyed him. She was happy because she only needed a little time to completely deal with them. That is why she was very upset, since her prey actually slipped right out of her hands. Philip looked at Inwa and said that she was truly an amazing girl. How could she hold out against such two opponents? He raised his hands and said that he was no longer going to argue with her, and also suggested that she get to the engine room as quickly as possible and put an end to this. Philip said that everything is in order, and she knows how this can be solved, because they say that there are 1 or 2 things that you need to learn in your life, and they will definitely come in handy in situations like this. But it seems that not everything is as simple as it seemed at first glance. Philip looked at her and said that it looked like they had broken all possible brakes. It's too late, and all they can't do now is hold on as tightly as possible. Inu just continued to stand with a calm expression on her face, absolutely not worried about the current situation. Philip was panicking along with his cat, So he suggested that the girl hold on as tightly as possible because the train was about to go off the rails. It was already starting to creak and little by little sparks appeared. At that moment, there was a man with perfectly clean shoes on the rails. He held a blue staff in his hands. After that, he prepared for the fact that a huge train was approaching him right now, rushing at great speed. The guy was just sleeping in his room and enjoying the silence. Suddenly, they started knocking on the doors, and very loudly. His assistant asked not to create problems for the bishop and her in the first place. But Madame Full Moon didn't listen to her at all and continued to knock on doors, as if she were inadequate. She looked at the girl and said that she would have even more problems if this door did not open. So with a slight flick of her finger, she cast her little spell. After which, the door to the room opened. The guy had already woken up at that moment, after which he sat down on the bed and asked how he could be useful. Madame Full Moon came into the room and said that she had never seen him sit at his desk. She took out his reports and started asking how long they had been lying here. The guy just smiled because there is a saying that he really likes: always put off tomorrow's work until the day after tomorrow. But still, he said that there is no need to be so upset. After all, if she is here, then something really very important happened. She looked at the bishop and said that they had to leave right now because the train had been hijacked. Therefore, they very quickly got into the car, which the assistant wanted to drive. But Madame got ahead of her and said that she would still be driving today. She adjusted the mirror and got ready to drive. The bishop smiled and understood that if they had just gotten rid of his personal driver, then it seemed like she really had important reasons for doing so. The bishop continued to smile and said that he could see it all anyway, as Madame Full Moon continued to fiddle with her ring. He is already used to this, because she always does such actions at the moment when she is nervous. Is it really difficult to talk about it? Madame really thought about it and realized that now there was nothing to hide. She was ready to answer his question with a question, so she asked him what exactly he was doing here in District 16. The bishop did not know, and he himself did not ask to be transferred there. Madame did not believe in this, because she could not even think that such a cunning person like him, who smiled at the actions of these heartless old men, could be transferred. The bishop smiled and said that in this life, everything should go according to plan. But ordinary people, who are somewhat similar to Madame Full Moon, cannot understand what exactly it is. So she looked at the guy and began to wonder what he was up to. Since he doesn't seem to want to answer her, she tries to ask another question, which the guy, of course, agreed with. So Madame asked, why is everything happening this way? Why do the top leaders of the clan of heroes leave the villains? She grabbed the gearbox and said that they might indeed take losses, but they still needed to completely destroy them. The bishop sipped his coffee and said that Madame Full Moon was always so straightforward. After that, he put the coffee in a specially designated hole. After which he said that the girl was really honest in her statements, which couldn't help but rejoice. The thing is that the villain's hidden potential defies imagination, but he is sure that she is right. After all, if they introduce another protracted bloody war, then they will be able to destroy them completely, but there are some nuances. He looked at Full Moon and said that she knew it as well as he did. After all, no matter how many beetles she crushes, new ones will take their place. In addition, there are many heroes with disabilities because human nature is such that you want to use the weapon that you hold in your hands. What do you think will happen if all these bloodthirsty heroes suddenly have no one to hunt? Necessary evil mean? Is this really what the bishop calls villains? Yes, this is true, because it is much more rational to keep them at a manageable level and maintain balance, since the clan needs a common enemy. After these words, the girl turned to him and said that people probably wouldn't understand this. The bishop continued to laugh and said that if she could, she would have already dealt with the heads of the clans. Therefore, he asked her to calm down and not even try to delve into this situation, since he would prefer that she not get involved in all this. The girl clenched her teeth and was really upset. After that, she sharply jerked the steering wheel and turned it to the right. Because of this, the car skidded and it began to drift. The bishop was very frightened and began to hold on to everything he could. Meanwhile, the train was approaching, so Madame Full Moon asked him to get out of the car and stop it. Right now, they've arrived at the right place. Everything in the driver's cabin was squealing as the train was completely out of control and about to fly off the tracks. Philip couldn't stop him, so he turned to the girl and said that it was too late and he needed to grab onto something. The manager and Katerina also began to grab each other as they were very panicked. Only the girl stood surprised, but the journalist tried to calm her down and said that it was too late to be so surprised. She turned sharply and ran, which was very unusual for such a critical situation. She started to run away because she had forgotten something important, and also could not believe that she had made such a stupid mistake because she could refuse everything except this one thing. So she ran with great speed and really hoped that he would be there. She opened the doors and was truly surprised. Her pupils changed, as what she saw greatly shocked her. She returned to her room and was very upset. The train was already moving at great speed and a collision was about to occur. So the girl climbed out and opened the doors, as well as the windows there. Due to the strong wind, all the dishes and furniture began to fall to the ground. People began to grab hold of her because they did not at all expect that something like this would happen. Even in the royal carriage, which was intended for VIP guests, everything was not at all good. Madame Full Moon also got out of the car and took her one step. Then she lowered her gaze to the ground and turned to the guy, asking if he wanted to sort this out on his own. The bishop looked at her and said that he could handle it, especially if she only knew how to break things. Madame Full Moon was very angry at what she heard, so she grabbed the guy and started shaking him in different directions, but he just smiled and said that he was just joking. After these words, he approached the rails and realized that the time had come to make it really useful. So he took a step and then got ready. The train was flying at great speed towards him. His smile suddenly disappeared, and he concentrated on completing his task. The train was flying, and it seemed very difficult to stop it. So the guy took out his staff and squeezed it tightly in his hands. He began to glow and answered him with his magical power. After the guy checked that everything was working, a smile appeared on his face again, so he said that everything would be fine now. A huge amount of magic formed behind him as a result of a strong explosion. So he waved his hand and welcomed the train and all its passengers to the Cloud Garden. Immediately after this, a large water blast hit the train. It completely froze and stopped the brakes, which were broken by the invaders. Philip held on to a pole that he was able to find on the train and cried and was very worried. After that, he opened his eyes slightly and was really shocked. The cat and the manager started laughing and pointing fingers at him. The bishop continued to wave his arms and control this line of water. He clearly did not lose his superpower and became much stronger than he was before. Therefore, the water completely enveloped the train and stopped its movement. The bishop waved his hand and confidently controlled his actions. After this, the train stopped a few meters in front of his body. The passengers were clearly surprised by this outcome of events, because on this train they had already said goodbye to their lives. The funny thing is that the train actually stopped, and the light blue splashes that remained from the water simply began to drip from its wheels. Madame Full Moon said that she would need to check to see if there were any traces, and also asked what the bishop planned to do now. The bishop just smiled and looked into one of the carriages, saying that he was now trying to find someone. The journalist was the first to leave the carriages along with his cat. This pleased the bishop, since he really wanted to know what exactly happened here. The journalist began to shake out his hat, which was completely wet, primarily from the water, saying that he was just lucky, but in any case, he did not understand where did this little lady go. The bishop decided to speak to him first, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, and asked the guy if he was really the same journalist. The bishop began to laugh and asked Philip how he was feeling. The journalist was shocked because he did not expect to see the bishop in front of him. At this moment, Inwa also left the carriage along with her bag, which was indeed very valuable to her. She looked around and still didn't fully understand. Was this really it? Is she really facing a new stage in her life right now? This was the 16th district called Cloud Garden. Inwa ran along it, like a little lady who is just beginning to explore this world and enjoy every new sensation. Suddenly, out of nowhere, hands appear from the black hole and want to take her weapon. They start grabbing him and screaming, thereby frightening the little girl very much. She began to pull her hands up, trying to take it away, since the claymore sword rightfully belongs to her. After such a dream, she was very frightened and woke up in a cold sweat because she did not want everything to happen exactly like that. Therefore, she extended her hand to the nightstand, trying to pick up the phone, which also began to ring at that moment. She sat in the lotus position and picked up the phone, entering the conversation. She was greeted by a familiar voice who said that they had not seen each other for a long time. At these words, Inwood jumped and abruptly got out of bed. Was Chaos talking to her right now? He also smiled, because everything was correct and he was actually alive. Chaos said he was only lucky because there was an excellent doctor nearby. So he decided to meet her and asked if she was in the Cloud Garden now. She found it strange that he already knew about her whereabouts, so she sharply looked out the window. This place isn't as provincial as Dust City, but it's not a big sprawling city with a tight security system, but it's just the perfect place to hide, isn't it? He also said that he was absolutely sure that the girl would choose a place nearby, but she was not at all in the mood for jokes, so she decided to ask him if he really called her in order to mock her. But everything was not at all what she thought, because he called her about their contract. She kept her promise, and Chaos decided to give her the code for the ID card, so he asked her to listen carefully. Chaos continued to laugh and enjoy life. After he told everything, he made it clear to the girl that when they meet next time, a lot will really change. After he finished speaking, a friend approached him and asked if he had finally finished talking. After that, she came closer to him and took the guy by the hand. She showed him the motorcycle and offered to ride it as quickly as possible. She also asked him if he had any regrets. These words made him think, but still he did not regret anything, only that he could no longer fight. Although this problem is actually solvable, so he once again turned to his girlfriend and said that he was absolutely not worried about anything. She hugged him tightly and was delighted at this answer. After that, she threw the trash on the road and said that it really made her happy. Chaos said that his time is not up yet, which means that he still has something to do. He started his motorcycle and said that he wanted to tell the girl a lot of things, but there were still many days ahead. However, the torch had already been passed on. Still, he thought about it and realized that he really regretted that he could not kill Engen, but he was glad that he could show her everything that he could. Therefore, he really hoped that she would be able to surpass him. He hoped that she could break through all the obstacles in her path, and if anyone dared to stand in her way, then let her immediately destroy him. She must not be just another speck in the wind. She must become an almighty flame, which can completely absorb the entire clan of heroes. Inhwa sat on the edge of the bed and realized that all the participants were in place. Therefore, her current goal will be to obtain a hero's license so that she can reach the terminal. It will take her a long time to get there, but she can definitely do it. Engen asked if she wanted to avenge her sister, or would she just try to die in a duel. In a sense, Engen was right, but now everything is really different. What she previously considered impossible has now truly become possible, so she must not miss such an opportunity. She needs to become as strong as possible, no matter what. Inhwa looked at her watch and realized that someone was saying that the tests would start at 2 o'clock. But, unfortunately, right now she was late. There were already a huge number of people there who were preparing for the start of the competition. One of them sat on the table and told everyone that they were losers and should just go home quietly if they didn't want a conflict with her. The guy talked to her and said that she was asking to be kicked out before they even started the tests. Everyone else watched the conflict between these two and looked forward to the moment when they would start fighting, because they could easily do this, since the rector was late anyway. The blonde approached them and tried to stop them, saying that there was no need for this now, since they definitely shouldn't fight each other. After these words, the doors to the building opened, and the silhouette of a girl appeared in front of them, who still had time for the tests. Everyone present was clearly shocked and simply looked at her, as they clearly did not expect to see such a spectacular appearance. Inwood just looked at them and asked what was the matter. The guy looked at her and didn't understand who she was and why she was late. 2 hours have already passed since they were waiting for the start, but the guy became tense as he began to suspect that Inwa belongs to the clan of heroes. She said there was no reason to worry, so she told the guy to just continue his pointless arguments. The girl looked at Inwa and didn't understand why she had such an impassive attitude in front of all these competitors, so it seems that they are either an idiot or a rector. Inwa sat in a chair and looked at the people who were shouting and asking when the test would start. Inwa took out her phone and realized that management was indeed late, but was also surprised that everyone was starting to ask her this, because hadn't they already started? From that moment on, everyone rose to their feet and got ready. The girl with red hair also stood up from her seat and asked if the tests had really already begun. From now on, it's every man for himself, and this rector seems to be picky too. Inyu just continued to play games on her phone and look at the food while everyone around her was worried and realized that this test would not be easy at all. She was very sorry that she did not have time to destroy Tokat, who then stood in her way. Well, even despite this, she managed to get a really useful gift. This is probably how people see her now. Suddenly, everyone began to fight in front of her, everyone trying to prove that he was the best among them. Inhwa was also upset because not many people know her real name anyway, so for now, everything is fine. She began to look around and realized that now the problem was different. She found it difficult to understand why they all started fighting among themselves. The blonde used all her strength to show that she was dominant over her opponents, and other participants used their powers to protect themselves from the barrage of such blows. The girl was shocked because she did not understand why her opponent wanted to attack her so much, because before the start of the fight, they communicated so well. She really didn't like the fact that the guy was also standing next to her, so she started hitting him with her pillow. Inwood decided that she had enough of sitting on the phone, so she stood up from her chair and was ready to ask them the reason for such actions. Without hesitation, she headed straight to the epicenter of the battle to stop it all or to join them. The guy lay on the ground and lost quite a lot of strength, as he received a large amount of damage. Inwa sat down next to him and asked what he was doing here. He closed his eyes and looked in her direction. It looked like he was ready to try to attack her now. But Inwa was not an ordinary girl at all, so she immediately asked him what he was trying to achieve right now. If this is all he can do, then he'd better go home. He was frightened by what he saw and immediately grabbed his stick, and also thought about how to avoid conflict with this girl who had just humiliated him. He raised his weapon and said that he could still fight, so he asked the girl to watch this process. He had to swing his sword and run into battle to give her a positive impression. After that, the girl continued to sit and watch the situation unfold, because it is very interesting to watch how people fight, and this is also another reason why there are no normal people in the hero clan. The car was already approaching the building. The guy was sitting and was very unhappy because they were already very late. So he shouted at his driver, who was already very worried, but he didn't care. He wanted to get to his destination as quickly as possible. His brother leaned over to the guy and asked him not to be so cruel, because it was not the driver's fault that the meeting ended late. They also didn't understand why they had to be the ones to clean up the train hijacking incident, because couldn't the district guards take care of it? Because this is a vendetta-related incident that they definitely can't just leave to the guards. There are not many heroes living in the regional garden, so they're going to show the power of the clan and prevent any future incidents. His brother was surprised because they were really just going there to show their strength, because since Full Moon was also going somewhere, it was only natural that they would go with her. His brother crossed his arms around his body and said that it was just like that. He walked into her room where there was an expensive candle stand on the table. He glanced at Madame Full Moon and asked if there was a reason why she wanted to meet him alone. She was surprised by this, because is he really not in the know? Or is it simply to his advantage to pretend that he knows nothing? It looks like this will truly be the last test. Madame Full Moon put the teapot on the table and said that as they already know, this test is really different from the previous ones, where this time they will only look for the person's skills and abilities, and not his past or origin. In addition, the trials will be held in 8 locations, and only in the Cloud Garden. If the locations in other areas are included, the number of participants will reach triple digits. More beautiful flowers naturally attract more insects, and they can be both beneficial and harmful. Therefore, Madame said that it was very important for them to make sure that they could filter the good from the bad. If they miss this chance, then the hero clan will truly rot from within. But the guy also heard that those who become heroes become the same after a while. Madame Full Moon was watering the flowers and couldn't understand where the guy got such cynicism from, but she fought the desire to hit him as hard as possible. It was repeated several times, because this competition was indeed extremely important, because a huge number of higher-ups would be watching it. The guy just sighed and said that it would really be difficult to implement. but Madame Full Moon said that they must fulfill their duties. Therefore, remembering such a tense conversation, the guy took out his bottle and decided to drink its contents, since he was still a little worried that the hero clan was really rotting from the inside. Therefore, he decided to quickly drink all its contents and prepared to complete the tasks assigned to him. The only thing that bothered him was that now it would not be too late. His brother was very positive, so he leaned towards him again and smiled, trying to lighten the mood and talk, asking what he was thinking about. He didn't want to talk to him, so his younger brother himself took the initiative and said that there was no reason to worry, especially if he was worried about the testing location, because he had already asked Nareem about it and everything would be fine. Meanwhile, their car had already arrived and stopped abruptly. The driver looked at the passengers and said that they had arrived at the right place. The guy was very serious and understood that this was exactly the place where the test would take place. So he stood up and tried to quickly remove the seatbelt, which he did not immediately succeed. Many stones had already begun to fall from the building, which meant only one thing: the tests had already begun. But there is also another side to this process. The cleaners who were traveling on this bus were very upset, because there was really a lot of work coming, because they would have to clean it all up. Naram was already standing at the entrance and crying, greeting the car. She was in a panic and waving her arms, because she had already waited so long for them. When they came closer to her, they decided to ask about what happened here. Naram continued to cry because she was unable to cope with the situation on her own. They calmed her down and said that everything was fine, but first they would need to look inside. There was a real meat grinder going on there, because people fought each other without waiting for the fight to start. The guy smiled and said that it really looks terrible, but it is also no less funny. Therefore, they decided to rush into the attack and capture several fighters in order to bring them to their senses a little with their method. The builder fought and also wanted to become a hero, so he clung to this opportunity. Suddenly, he saw that other opponents were approaching him. A second later, a blow from the nunchucks came at him, which shocked him very much. The guy came closer to him and started laughing, because are they really heroes, or are they just simple bandits? It is worth noting that the quality of candidates has really dropped since last year. After that, he decided to pick up his weapon, which was flying in the air. He grabbed him and said that perhaps not everything is as bad as it might seem at first glance. Perhaps they are all not so bad in terms of their abilities. The girl with red hair looked at him and asked him to shut up, because the guy began to give her too many compliments. Madame Full Moon was right after all. A lot of these participants are truly unqualified. But in general, this year there are indeed many more suitable candidates than there were before. The guy wanted to remain silent because his throat still hurt, but it would take too much time. So he took all the breath he could into his lungs. And he started screaming, immediately ordering each of them to stop fighting. From such a scream, the glass in the building began to burst. The participants immediately paid attention to such a cry and began to cover their ears so as not to go deaf. He took another step towards them and said that his name was Dawn and from now on he would control the situation. And also, if anyone has any doubts or problems about this, then it will be much better for them if they talk about it right now. Manhwa, meanwhile, continued to eat her favorite ice cream, not paying attention to the fights around her. People stood near her like real servants and gave her everything she wanted. But the guy apparently didn't like it at all, so he came closer to them and shouted again, trying to calm everyone down. From such a cry, her assistants flew back, and Inwa's hair rose up. He introduced himself again and said that his name was Dawn, and now he would manage the situation here. After shouting again, all the other participants also began to pay attention to him and stop. He looked at his watch and said that he had given them a chance to express their dissatisfaction. But now, from now on, anyone who dares to disobey his order will be disqualified. He looked at the participants and said that he was absolutely sure that everyone knew that the test of heroes was a rare opportunity, so the beginning would be really difficult, but he expected complete mutual understanding so that they could continue calmly. Naram looked at him and admired him, because the guy was really very cool and was able to attract everyone's attention in a few seconds. But still, she looked at him more carefully and tried to see also the second participant who was on the stage. The guy climbed closer to the steps and looked at how everyone was listening to him. But suddenly, There he saw a girl who continued to sit in her chair and had no plans to leave. Inwa just continued to look at him with her eyes, which were full of confidence in her abilities. The guy also looked at her and did not understand how she dared to disobey him. Inwa only watched this process and understood that he definitely had no right to take her ice cream. And he stood and thought about what to do right, because he didn't want to hurt her. After that, the girl simply got up from her chair and jumped towards ordinary people, making it clear that now she just wanted to observe the situation. Everyone around was simply shocked by this behavior. The bishop held the bird in his arms and apologized to Philip for the delay, because he should have called much earlier, so he looked at him and asked if he was now the editor-in-chief. Philip looked at him and said that everything was in order and we could start working. He sat down at the table and said that he told him absolutely everything he knew. The bishop just smiled and remembered about the train hijacking, where the journalist mentioned that the aspiring hero was taken away by vendetta. That's right, he confirmed these words, although he said that she hid her identity. But he didn't really care, he just wanted to talk to him. The bishop said that Philip Neville is the only journalist who continues to write articles criticizing the hero's clan. He felt scared by this, so he tried to hide his feelings by reaching for a cup of coffee. The bishop approached his back and asked why he was trembling. He understood that Philip was now extremely frightened, since he clearly did not expect to hear this. He spilled the contents from the bottle, which was also on the table, because he could not drink the water properly, not understanding what would happen to him next. So he asked what the bishop was going to do with him. Was it really to kill him? The bishop laughed and said that he had no such thoughts. He simply asked it because Philip seemed rather nervous. He held onto his hat and realized that he was very uncomfortable right now. If he lets his guard down even for a second, the bishop can easily drag him into his net, so it is extremely important for him to never forget what kind of person the bishop was before. He put his hat on his head and tried to understand what was really happening now. The bishop looked at him and smiled sweetly, asking what Philip was thinking about right now. The bishop decided not to wait for an answer, so he decided to start a dialogue on his own, saying that those who were able to destroy the 17th district are called the Nameless. From such information, Philip stood up and decided to clarify this point, because are they really all led by a smiling man? The bishop said he was the only member he knew of so far. Needless to say, the district was originally a city-state, but it was simply unrealistic to find out about this incident so quickly, so Philip assumed that the bishop was connected with some kind of independent information network. He just continued to pour the tea and asked Philip for his opinion on why they called themselves Nameless, but he never thought about it. Therefore, he decided to answer him, because just as they call themselves a clan of heroes, they also had their own name. And they were called Nira, which is how the villains originally called themselves. Once they defeated them in war, they immediately banned them from mentioning the name completely until they were completely erased from history. In other words, after losing the war, they lost their name forever. Now everything became clear to the guy, and he understood perfectly why they were called Nameless, but he was still bothered by several more questions. First of all, he didn't understand whether this meant that the smiling man was again trying to rally the villains. The bishop also said that they are not sure of this information, but they absolutely understand that there will be very strong changes in the near future. Philip looked at the mug of tea and really wanted to know about it in more detail. The bishop said he is a fan of his work because even in one letter, you can easily feel the author's beliefs and intentions behind the words, where he does not try to tell everything. He understood that Philip was bringing everything down to the truth, because the bishop had lived too long and could no longer look at the world through the eyes of ordinary people. So he really wanted to see the world through the words of ordinary people. So he smiled and raised his cup of tea, asking Philip his opinion on the world they now lived in. Philip would like the bishop to watch the Cloud Garden very carefully first, because soon everything will be much more interesting. After that, he took a few quick steps, and he was able to hide behind the wall and breathe out, because he was really worried and thought that he would not be able to return alive after such conversations. Philip looked up at the sky and knew that it was very difficult for him to talk to the bishop, so in the future it would be much better if he managed to avoid him. Although he had never imagined that he would be able to hear such valuable information, he became interested in learning in more detail about the big event that his interlocutor was talking about. He looked at the doors and saw the first hero testing area. The new leader simply stood and looked at the participants. He knew there were a few people right now that he would do well to keep an eye on. Firstly, this girl with red hair and a gloomy look deliberately hid her gift when she fought, because it would be stupid to reveal it to others unnecessarily. Or the next girl who walks around with a robotic arm that functions even though it doesn't look like it was made with a gift. And this boy must be the same one that Madame Full Moon was talking about, because he wasn't even involved in the fight. He was absolutely sure that everyone else was avoiding him deliberately because they probably intuitively understood that he was on a different level. The real problem lay only in this girl, who began to walk around and beg people for food. He could not understand her and her true intentions, but if she was here just for fun and was nothing of herself, then she would fly out very soon. Inwa took a lot of food from the other participants and was very happy about this, but still, the guy was absolutely confident that she would demonstrate her true abilities. As he already said, his name is Don and he will oversee this process, but first he needs to make an announcement. He stood at the podium and said that if their lives were dear to them and they were not confident in their abilities, then they needed to leave right now. The participants looked at him in bewilderment, and some of them were really scared. The leader's brother and his team simply silently watched this process and rejoiced. They have so many deaths from these trials every year that there will be no safety nets for candidates. Therefore, if they are not ready for this, then they should leave immediately, because they will either get hurt or die in the process. If any of them wants to return, then it's not too late to do so. Inhwa could no longer listen to this, so she shouted in his direction and said that enough of these performances, we need to start right now. The guy looked in her direction, and then he smiled because he liked the attitude of the participants. Therefore, he waved his hand and said that there would be 3 tests in total. One of the participants was very surprised by this, because are they really interested in having so many of them? After that, the guy waved his finger and said that if they really want it, then they need to first pass the first test, and after they succeed, he will tell them all further information. So he held the crystal in his hand and said that the first test would be to find the treasure. After this phrase, the bus was already on its way. And Inwo was fast asleep on the bus. Her eyes were blindfolded. All the participants in the first test did not know where they were going. Their eyes were closed. Some of them had already left the bus and began to fight, while the rest could only hear the stomping of the administrators of this exam. The guy walked up to the hero killer and put his hand on her shoulder. He said that she should prepare to leave because she was next in line. The bus stopped. The girl was left in this place in the middle of the forest. She took off the blindfold from her eyes and looked around. She was on the side of a mountain. She was wearing a test participant's bracelet. Dan said that at the first stage, their task would be to search for treasures. The venue for this stage will be located near the Cloud Garden. It was there that they would need to find jewelry that looked like a light blue diamond. The rector also clarified that it makes no difference to him how the participants receive their jewelry, because 72 hours after the start, only those who have this item will win. At this point, the entire briefing was completed, but some participants still had questions. Regarding the organization of this event, the rector said that all participants must wear the watches issued to them. They have built-in tracking devices that allow management to track the location of future heroes. The important detail was that this item should not be lost, and it signifies their participation in the event. In addition, those who step outside the designated boundaries of the challenge area will be immediately disqualified. The wristbands will sound an alarm if the participant approaches the boundary, so they do not have to worry about being accidentally disqualified. In general, this was all the information that Inui received. The girl noticed that her watch had turned on. It was said that from that moment, it would be able to start moving. The hero killer decided that she shouldn't rush or even attract the attention of the others. But still, she was not calm because of one detail. The girl took out her iron balls. After that, she threw them into the sky. It turned out that she was aiming at the camera. She was uncomfortable being under surveillance. After this, the rector and his assistants lost the signal. The girl said it was drone number 7. Later, she began to receive new messages about the loss of communication. As it turned out, half of the drones had already been destroyed, in what turned out to be not the only participant who values her personal space so much. With such results, the girl with long purple hair didn't understand what the point was in preparing so many surveillance drones. The rector replied that they should come to terms with this. He expected a similar outcome. The girl agreed with his words, but she was still worried about one question. She asked the rector whether it was too unprofessional to drink at work. The man replied that it was not alcohol, but soda. His assistant sighed heavily and leaned back in her chair. She understood that such a straightforward person would never break the rules. Because of this, she thought that he was boring. The rector said that they should put aside conversations for later and concentrate on work because anything could happen at any moment. The partner again agreed with his words and noticed that she was receiving messages that several happy participants had already appeared and had found their treasure. But the rector replied that it was hardly luck. After all, the main thing in this test is not just to find the jewel. The big problem will be to protect the item from other participants. Actually, one of the not particularly smart guys failed to predict this feature of the exam. His jewelry was stolen by a girl with a club. The essence of the test is not the search for jewelry, but its preservation until the end of the event. The girl called the rector ruthless, because he knew what this task meant, but still calls it a treasure hunt. Despite this, the rector had no choice because he was simply doing what his superiors told him. Around the same time, Manhwa also understood the essence of the test. After all, the goal of this game is not search, but robbery. So this condition will only prolong her stay in the role of a target, in which case she decided that it was better to take a nap now and start the task tomorrow. Having picked large leaves, she prepared a bed for herself. It was obvious to her that such an early detection of the target would only bring more headaches. She could rest peacefully without worrying about her goal, because theft is her specialty. Still, the vacation was not a success. She couldn't sleep because she was very hungry. It so happened that she had to get out of bed. She looked around in search of at least some food. The forest looked rather boring. But still she noticed some interesting mushroom. With his whole appearance, he literally told her that he was worth eating. The sloppy hero killer was not particularly well versed in mushrooms and was ready to eat the fly agaric. Still, even if she knew what kind of mushroom, she would still not have been able to resist. The feeling of hunger was stronger than anything she felt at that moment. In fact, she is immune to poisons and is unlikely to suffer. Manhwa stretched out her hand to eat when suddenly this mushroom was hit by an enemy attack. It was the work of a proud girl who stood with other candidates for heroes. She said that she did not forget how the stranger in the red jacket made her laugh. She could not believe that this rat was really pretending to be the rector. Her resentment was so strong that she stopped being interested in jewelry. Her only goal at that moment was to kill her enemy. It all happened quite unexpectedly. Manhwa was going to spend the first day calmly. Flexing her fists, she realized that she would still have to fight. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the nameless gang also did not sit still. They decided to arrange an excursion for themselves. Rachel admired the huge rocks in front of her. Vector replied that they were actually pillars of clouds. The doctor, as always, did not miss the moment to be smart. He raised his index finger up and said that this is a landmark of the 16th district. These huge stone pillars are the center of the cloud garden. Ancient civilizations believed that these were clouds that fell from the sky. Rachel enjoyed this story with interest. But still, despite such calm around Sinclair, she asked the doctor when he managed to find the problem. It turns out that they were already hunting for him. Armed men were approaching them. They stopped the villains and told them that it was better for them not to move if they did not want to get hurt. A man with a scar on his face asked which one was Vector. The doctor replied that it was him. The man said that in this case he had found his goal. He couldn't believe that this masked guy actually thought he could escape using such a disguise. The armed man said that vendetta never forgets a grudge, and they heard that it was Vector who was behind the incident with the train. The villains surrounded the two fighters and said that they should go to a meeting with their boss because he wants to talk to them. Vector couldn't understand what they were talking about because he hadn't contacted strangers lately. Rachel didn't know that Manhwa had made this setup, but she still laughed at such an awkward situation. The doctor was grabbed by the hands. He tried to explain to the strangers that they had mixed up something and it was a mistake. That's how they were captured by one of the gangs. For Rachel, it was fun, and she was interested in what would happen next. They could easily cope with their opponents, but still decided to surrender in order to get at least some information from their enemies. This prison had pretty good protection. Armed guards controlled order inside. Victor was incredibly offended. He shouted at the guard that he was not who they took him for. The poor fellow tried to explain that they were simple tourists in the Cloud City. The angry man hit his bars with his baton and asked Victor to be silent. The guy's hands began to tremble. The man with the scar on his face threw his baton over his shoulder and said that he was just following orders, so the doctor should keep his mouth shut until the boss arrives. The excited doctor was touched by a girl. Rachel, as always, looked with a smile and at that moment wanted to ask something. They started whispering to each other. The girl said that she knows that this looks like a bad situation, but this could be an opportunity for them, because they should carry out the order that Boss Engine gave. They needed to find a specific object, and perhaps these guys who took them prisoner know where it is. But even if they are not in the know, this is still a chance to get at least some valuable information. The doctor was very angry, but still agreed with her proposal. Unable to bear such an insult from Vendetta, the doctor stood up and shouted that he still hated this situation because in fact he had not done anything wrong and was falsely imprisoned. The guard couldn't stand all the noise the doctor was making and started threatening him with his knife. When suddenly his hand was grabbed by a strange plant with flowers. He didn't even suspect that their captives were gift users. Rachel slammed the man with the scar on his face into the bars with great force. He immediately began to stagger and kept his hand on his broken face. When Vector suddenly appeared in front of him, the guard could not understand how he got out of the bars. Yet he was not the only problem, because Rachel was already standing behind and preparing to finish off the enemy. All this noise was heard by other soldiers of this base. A guy in a brown suit, accompanied by 2 guards, went down to the basement to find out what was happening. But I didn't see anyone. The villains had already managed to hide. Still, Vector and Rachel could not meet worthy opponents in such a place, and they had nothing to fear. They captured one of the members of a criminal gang. He did not want to cooperate until they pushed him to the limit. As it turned out, these guys infiltrated the hero trials. Vector said that Vendetta is proud of its notoriety, but still openly interfering with the activities of a group of heroes is too much for them. Perhaps they have strong support, and therefore are not afraid to take such risks. The doctor understood that now this situation was becoming more serious. He asked Rachel what their boss thought about this. It turns out that Engine believes that Vendetta harmed the Nameless. In that case, it can only mean that, namely, an all-out war between these organizations, which is exactly what he said. Meanwhile, during the test, the tension between the participants only grew. Inwa began to assess the situation. Under normal circumstances, she can only use one gift at a time, and this means that she will not be able to use other abilities now, because then she will lose her disguise. But this was not a problem. The girl believed that this situation would give her the opportunity to test herself. At some point, she even stopped being angry because of the poisonous mushroom stolen from her. A sly smile appeared on her opponent's face. The red-haired girl said that she was finally being taken seriously, but still she said that she was ready to give another chance and would let her enemy go if she kneeled down and asked for forgiveness. But the hero killer, as usual, was interested in the fight. She looked around and saw a growing number of enemies. They probably united before the start, yet they were never told that they couldn't work as a team. Perhaps her enemies even have a system where they get the most of the jewels and distribute them in a hierarchy. Plus, the leader of their team does not have to worry about betrayal, while the rest get the required amount of jewels, so they have the additional advantage of strength depending on them. Number of fighters. The girl looked around carefully again and realized that there were still those hiding behind, in which case she had 7 enemies. The girl with a large tattoo said that she was starting to lose patience and was waiting for an answer to her question. Inwa replied that they would not apologize and they would resolve this dispute with a fight. First, she decided to get rid of those who were nearby. He ran up to the guy and hit him in the head with his knee. The leader of the enemy team expected a similar response and began to attack the hero killer using her ability. Inwa was able to catch the enemy's throwing weapons without any problems. After that, she hid these darts in her pocket. There were 6 fighters left. One of them jumped out of the tall grass and decided to deliver an unexpected blow to the girl's head with a stick. As it turned out, he overestimated himself, and the girl in the red jacket repelled his blow. The direction of the stick changed, and the frightened guy accidentally attacked his own ally. After that, he himself received a blow to the face. Now there are only 4 fighters of the enemy team left. Inwo rushed into action and kicked her opponent. This was a guy with the ability to strengthen his body. It was very difficult for him to withstand such a blow, and he began to scream angrily. She didn't know if her plan would work, but she still took out one of the captured darts and stuck it in her opponent's leg. The man fell to the ground and began screaming in pain. Next was a tall enemy in a gray cloak. As it turned out, there was a little girl inside these clothes, and she was only pretending to be so tall. Still, that didn't stop the young hero killer from sending her flying with one powerful blow of her hand. Now there was only one enemy left, but he was the most serious. The leader of the enemy team was quite experienced and looked more interesting than the rest. Inwa took a fighting stance. Her opponent recognized the girl in the red jacket as a pretty tough fighter. After such a compliment, the battle began. Inhwa had no problem dodging such slow attacks. After that, she took the initiative and struck. Her opponent did not have time to block all the attacks of the hero killer. The last one could have been a blow to the enemy's head, but Inwa decided to stop right in front of the enemy's head. She asked her opponent if this was enough for her. The angry girl clearly did not want to end it here. At first, she didn't want to use her gift, but she had no choice. Blades rose into the air. Inwa decided that the enemy's ability was telekinesis. Yet despite the huge number of enemy attacks, it was not a problem for such a fighter to dodge every blade. But still, looking at it from the other side, she realized that she was still mistaken. It wasn't telekinesis. In fact, her enemy used a thread of his own energy. But she realized it too late. Inwa fell into her enemy's trap. Her opponent began to smile with satisfaction. These threads resembled a web. Inwa could see parts of them, but only if she concentrated hard. Meanwhile, the enemy did not stand still and grabbed the thread more tightly. She tried to catch the hero killer, but the girl managed to dodge. The hero candidate went on the attack. She was shocked that her opponent was so clever. She immediately tried to throw a kick. But nevertheless, Inwa was again able to dodge the enemy attack. When suddenly the girl in the red jacket froze, she realized that she had made a mistake. Her opponent said that she should have moved a little further away. It turns out that the girl's leg still fell into the enemy's trick. With one powerful blow, the red-haired girl sent the hero killer flying. Inwa was suspended from a tree, her body pinned down by enemy equipment. The self-confident hero candidate said that the rector did not mention any real rules that need to be followed, and yet they should not attract too much attention. These darts have poisonous tips. The self-confident girl told the hero killer that she was lucky that they were fighting during the tests. She is sure that in a real battle, she would not have a chance. Yet she believes that Inwa also has superpowers, and most likely will not die in this place. The red-haired girl turned away from her enemy, believing that she had already won the battle. She told her enemy that she would wake up after the tests were over. In fact, Inwa thought the same thing. She started using the stolen gift, and because of this, her disguise disappeared. Using Jade's acceleration, she freed herself from the enemy's web without any problems. She was very infuriated by the fact that she could not kill the enemy and steal his gift forever. She found herself behind the confident girl. The blow was completed with a strong throw of the enemy onto the ground. She would have been a better opponent if she hadn't underestimated the hero killer. Inwa thought that maintaining the disguise was like spinning plates. It definitely helps her with mental preparation. But in the end, she still lost her disguise, so she should still train. Still, she decided to search her opponent's pockets. She never found anything interesting. In addition, her plans for a relaxing holiday were ruined by the fact that it started to rain. The girl picked a large leaf to use as an umbrella. She was unhappy that it was raining right now, and the ground became dirty. Still, she is grateful to that strange girl, because she has one less test, but this weather was definitely not part of her plan. At least they managed to weed out a few candidates, and the show went on. There were still worthy fighters on the battlefield. They were observed by one of the event's rectors. She noticed a stranger in the raincoat of their unit, but did not understand who managed to put it on because the rain started just a few seconds ago. It was very strange. It seemed like they were not warned that it would rain. A moment later, the girl with purple hair decided to contact the headquarters. She decided that the person she saw was actually an outsider. Suddenly, she began to lose touch. After that, she had no other option but to walk alone. Meanwhile, the stranger was approaching one of the test participants. He had a rather interesting and unusual sword. The stranger took a swordsman's fighting stance. He decided to go on the attack, when he suddenly changed his direction. The test participant did not understand what happened. It turned out that the rector fell into a trap. She was deceived and did not have time to react in time. This man had been pursuing her from the very beginning. She said that she knew for sure that despite this cloak, he was not part of their unit. The guy replied that he doesn't talk to the dead. The girl did not understand what was being said and was very surprised. Within a moment, the stranger took out his blade and delivered a strong, cutting blow. This amazing object with which the enemy dealt a crushing blow was an invisible blade. The seriously wounded girl understood that she needed to warn the other heroes. Their enemy was too dangerous. He was able to deal with the hero without any problems. Dan stood with Narumi as he addressed the team. The rector asked them to be very careful. They stood next to the body of a fallen colleague. They needed to get rid of unnecessary emotions in order to continue the tests and find the culprit of this tragedy. They decided to create covers to wait out this rain. After some time, one of the comrades returned to the hero. Dan asked what the situation was. He was glad that his partner was not hurt. The guy with blue hair replied that he had not seen any suspicious persons. But still, this mountain turned out to be too big to climb alone. He found traces of the enemy, but it seems that the connection is still not working. And yet he was surprised that Narum was just standing in one place in the rain. The rector replied that she needed time. Bora was her friend and always treated others well. He advised them to call her back to the shelter in a few minutes. There was incredible tension among the heroes. The rector grabbed his face. Looking around the battlefield, he realized that the battle did not last long. All the bamboo within the strike radius was cut off evenly. The tracks showed that Bora started the fight. He believes that it cannot be that his partner would give up easily, but to be objective, her opponent turned out to be too strong. He continued to inspect the battlefield. It was still a mystery to him what the total number of their enemies was. Of course, the motives and traces left by the enemies also told him nothing. Later, they returned to the camp. One of the heroes told the rector that they had a connection again. They received a call from the branch. The girl said with surprise that the branch gave orders to continue. The angry man did not agree with this decision because they were in a very difficult situation. However, his partner replied that it was even better because he was full of hatred and wanted to catch the killer. All the heroes turned to Dan to find out what he thought about this. Taking out a flask from his briefcase, he said that Madame Full Moon would not have given such an order. For him, it was suspicious. He knew the situation looked bad, but he still told his team that they couldn't just go home. Meanwhile, another participant in the test was running away from the stranger. A man with 2 sickles rushed after him. It was the same killer with a skull mask on his face. The guy screamed for help with all his might. Suddenly, another person appeared in front. He didn't know who it was and thought that it was one of the test directors, so he turned to him and asked him to save him. He believed that this was a real hero. The guy knelt in front of him and said that if he had known that the test would be so dangerous, he would not have even started. In fact, he was very mistaken. The guy with 2 sickles turned to him and asked his name. It turned out that it was Scar. A man with a skull mask on his face said that they had been waiting for him for a long time. The villains also had their own camp. It was an inconspicuous old house in the middle of the forest. The leader of the Vendetta gang asked Scar if everything was fine with him. The guy replied that he was just looking for that girl who prevented him from carrying out the plan on the train. Their entire team was already assembled. Villains, take a closer look at the leaders of Vendetta. The girl with white hair said that they resemble 2 fragile crystal balls. She believes that they are easy to crack under pressure. The guy replied that even if they see them like this, there is still no other gang that knows this area better than them. The guy said that it was in their common interest to help each other. Suddenly, this conversation was interrupted by the blow of a sword on the ground. An incredibly powerful wave spread across the room. The swordsman asked them to be silent. He said that they should not speak until he gave them permission. He wanted these two to prove their worth, not with words, but with deeds. Previously, They destroyed all the cameras so that they would no longer be followed. The swordsman stood up and said that the weather was beautiful that day. He loved the wind. He believes that rain and wind will rid the forest of the smell of blood. After that, they went to kill their victims. So the first day passed, the hero killer understood that something had happened last evening. Despite this, she was more interested in food. Suddenly, she was distracted by the sounds of fighting. She realized that it was quite close to them. She sat down and began to look. Suddenly, she noticed a girl with a huge mechanical arm running away from someone. I turned around and she continued to shoot from her strange mechanical weapon. But all these shots did not threaten the enemy. Inwa was surprised because she had never seen such a reactor before. This man with 2 sickles was able to destroy the little girl's weapon with ease. Inwa decided that this had nothing to do with her. It was more important for her to get fish and have a good snack. Suddenly, she felt something incredible. She turned around and began to look towards the fight. She was incredibly interested in the weapon that the strong stranger was holding. Still, she had to think about what to do. Her evil side told her that this item was worth stealing. She believes that Inhwa is the best at stealing in the world, and this also fits the words of the rector. After all, theft is not a violation of the rules of this test. The evil side of this young girl believed that this was a great chance. Besides, someone wounded stole her favorite sword, and now it's worth finding a suitable thing in return. Still, she believed that with such a weapon, she would look incredibly cool. But suddenly, her bright side joined this discussion with herself. It was Inhwa in the form of an angel, as if she had descended from heaven. Even though she looked like a saint, her gaze was still menacing. Her bright side said that she should still steal something, but not these interesting items. We were talking about gifts from a gang of nameless people. The girl was faced with a difficult choice. Her dark and light sides continued to impose thoughts on the girl about what would be the best thing to do. Meanwhile, the newcomer's fight continued. Her mechanical arm had already been destroyed by the enemy's blow. The man with 2 sickles was ready to deal the final blow. Suddenly, Inoue appeared behind him. The masked guy had to dodge her attack. The girl understood that she should take this more seriously and therefore took out her knives. The guy easily blocked her blow. Inhwa was surprised that her knives broke so easily on the enemy's weapon. She turned to the stranger. He immediately froze, not understanding what she wanted from him right in the middle of the battle. The girl took a fighting stance and invited him to have a fair hand-to-hand fight. The determined opponent did not refuse this and immediately threw his weapons aside, his sickles easily destroying the huge stone. The guy also took a fighting stance, expecting an interesting continuation of the battle, after which the enemies looked at each other. Apparently, the same idea occurred to them. Inhwa decided that she should not underestimate the enemy and took out spare knives. The guy quickly went on the attack. In fact, he also had a weapon hidden. Hand-to-hand combat changed to blade fighting. They were equal in strength. Inhwa could fight in a fair fight without any problems, because now her blades would not be destroyed by the enemy's incredible weapons. After another attack from the girl, the guy with the skeleton mask jumped to a safe distance. The hero killer took advantage of the moment and distracted the enemy by throwing her knives at him. The skeleton was able to repel the attack, but still lost time, and the girl was already running to the stone to steal the enemy's sickle. But to her regret, she did not have time to pick up both items. Her opponent turned out to be quite fast. He managed to be the first to get to this legendary weapon. The girl took a fighting stance with a weapon that was unusual for her. Her enemy decided to use a sickle along with a knife. The test participant watched this fight in admiration. Her mechanical arm was destroyed, and she could not join the fight, and besides, she did not believe her eyes, because these guys fought much above her level. And yet, she decided that she had to somehow help her savior. She began to try to gather her thoughts, because she had no time to be distracted. Effie believed that the fight was not entirely equal. Inhwa had no previous experience using such weapons and therefore began to lose. Determined, Effie raised her mechanical arm into the air. She considered it her duty to help her savior. It turns out that this mechanical arm had a full repair function. This item, created with the help of East Energy, began to return to its normal appearance. After fully healing her powers, Effie decided it was her turn. She used the net to distract the enemy. The guy in the mask tried to dodge such an attack, he could cut the iron mesh without any problems. The first attack was followed by a smoke grenade. A curtain of smoke obscured the view and filled the entire battlefield. Effie took advantage of the moment and took her savior. She asked the hero killer to hold on tight. An aspiring hero with a mechanical arm used her strength to escape from a powerful opponent. They flew into the air. For Effie, it was unusually high, and she did not know what to do next. Due to the lack of a landing plan, they simply flew down towards the forest. Inwa has acrobatic skills and had no problem landing gracefully on her feet, while Effie fell right on her face. The girls became friends and decided that it was better to wait out the night in a cave. Effie did not stop thanking her savior. She believes that it is quite difficult to put your life on the line for the sake of a stranger. Far from being a saint, Inwa decided to show her best side and said that there is no point in hoping to become a hero if you are going to ignore those in need of help. Effie felt embarrassed and replied that it was true. Inwa asked her friend if she had any information, because so far she doesn't know enough about the current situation. Effie replied that she didn't know much other than the fact that they, as candidates, were ambushed. The man with whom they were fighting suddenly approached her and asked her to go with him. She, of course, refused. After that, the battle began. The girl admitted that if it weren't for Inwa, she would have lost. Still, it's a big relief that everything went off without any problems. In any case, she was worried whether the rectors would come to save them. They were hiding in a cave and perhaps they wouldn't be able to find them. The girl in the red jacket didn't know exactly what would happen. In fact, she believed that the guy with the skeleton mask could be even stronger than the rectors. Effie immediately began to panic, in which case they were really in trouble. Inwoy decided to analyze the situation. Their communication network was quite unstable, but other than that, they have many ways to signal the end of testing. Dan can just use the est energy and shout it across the mountain. She believes that most likely it's not that the rectors abandoned them, they probably just don't have enough strength to help them. Even though she never used her full power, Inwa admitted that the masked guy was much stronger than the other guys she faced in this test. If he isn't the only one with that level of power, then testing them becomes a minor issue in comparison. In the worst case, they will all die. Suddenly, an unexpected noise distracted the friends from a pleasant conversation. They immediately took up fighting stances, expecting to meet their opponent. A voice at the entrance to the cave said that lighting a fire was very stupid, as they would not be able to hide from their enemies. Inwa saw something strange on the ground next to her leg. The guy said his name was Faison. He rolled closer to her and said that he had all the information they needed. This was a strange participant in the test. Only his head remained from his body, so he asked to help him in return. This meeting turned out to be quite unusual, but all the girls agreed to go on a journey in search of the stranger's body in order to receive in return important information regarding the situation. The girl with the mechanical arm was not sure that they were going in the right direction because they had been looking for the poor fellow's body for an eternity. The guy's head replied that everything was in order, and he was sure that they were going straight to the goal. Inwa went first. She believed that they had finally found what they were looking for. The guy replied that these were indeed the rest of his body and asked Effie to bring him closer to them. It was unpleasant for the girl to hold this strange head in her hands. A little disdainfully, she held Faison out to the side. The guy with the glasses immediately began to blend in with the rest of the body. A moment later, he was standing on his own 2 feet as if nothing had happened to him. Inwa stood nearby and watched what was happening. She had already seen this in the trial rounds, but still decided to ask this guy what his ability was. Effie said that it was unlikely that she would get an answer from him because telling someone about your gift would be like giving away all your secrets. Unexpectedly for them, Faison decided to reveal his secret. He extended his hand to the side and showed them the objects that interested them. He said that these were clay dolls, and he could make no more than 3 pieces at his own request, but then he had to use parts of his own body. Effie could not understand the essence of this ability, but still began to smile awkwardly and said that it was amazing. Faison convinced her that they should not be too careful towards each other, because while they were working together, they should know their friend's abilities a little better. He was also well aware that their enemy was incredibly strong, so he suggested that the team focus on survival instead of testing. After his words, Effie, with a little fear, asked him how he knew her name. The guy replied that even before the exam, he made inquiries about all the new hero candidates in the area. He also knows that she is more interested in becoming a master than a hero. But he was still more interested in the identity of the girl in the red jacket. He pointed at her with his hand and said that with her skills, it was unlikely that she could go unnoticed. He directly asked her who she really was. Inwa understood that such questions would haunt her more than once during the continuation of this mission. She could not pretend forever, and therefore she needed to come up with a worthy name. She racked her brain and remembered a familiar face from her childhood. The confident girl introduced herself. She said that her name was Katya, and that's all she could tell about herself. In fact, she didn't need to tell her anything more. She understood that she would definitely find someone who would respond to this name. The newly created team went on reconnaissance. Inwa asked the guy if he really told the truth, that he was ambushed by someone else who didn't have a skull mask. Faison replied that not only did his enemy not have any mask, but he also did not use scythe. But in fact, this enemy had a weapon no worse. It was about a special sword. This greatly interested the hero killer. She thought deeply about how this could be an opportunity for her. Effie asked her partner to tell her more about this subject so she could find out what it was about. Faison said that the peculiarity of this sword was its unusual blade. It turns out that it was completely invisible, literally transparent. Effie reacted instantly. She realized that we were talking about a sword called a shard. This, of course, interested the hero killer, and she asked Effie what she knew about it. The girl said that most users of superpowers endow their weapons with energy and use them as if it were part of their body. But shards are different from regular weapons. They are objects that are naturally imbued with energy. With their help, even ordinary people can become much stronger. The only limitation is the rarity of such items. The sword in question is most likely a 100-sided sword. Even among the known fragments, it is considered very powerful. This is enough to make any swordsman salivate. Remembering such features of the object, the girl was distracted from what was happening. When she suddenly stopped. Her comrades turned to her and asked what was the matter. It turned out that Effie remembered who this sword now belongs to. This guy comes from a small village of sword masters. His master believed that this guy's bloodlust knew no bounds. He was worried that the student decided to abandon his morals. He really wanted this sword so badly that he was ready to do anything. The guy decided not to answer the old man's questions and asked what he thought about himself. After all, the fact that the master cannot part with this item is a sign of his own greed. The old man watched everything that happened. He saw how his student destroyed everyone who opposed him. Taking out his sword, he calmly replied that it was not difficult for him. He said that all the students decided to determine who would own the legendary blade and decided to take it from the master by force. The only survivor was to become the new owner of the sword. The old man replied that they should go outside. He believed that if he was destined to die that day, then he wanted to do it under the moonlight. The guy calmly turned around and agreed to the master's conditions. When suddenly he heard the sound of a sword, the master took his 100-sided tool in his hands. After that, he delivered an incredibly powerful blow that cut the building in half. Now they were in the open air. The moon was shining very brightly. The old man delivered another powerful cleaving blow. He asked his disciple, Yang Jinthe, why he could not wait another 10 years before this battle. The guy continued the battle and repelled the enemy's attacks. He was purposeful and did not want to wait any longer. His master warned the insolent man many times that his pride would bring misfortune. He asked the student if he really believed that he deserved to become the master of this shard. There is a claim that only the owner of this blade can go down the mountain. At that moment, the old master owned the 100 hedron. He held out the weapon in front of him and said that they should take the battle more seriously. He promised the enemy that he would make sure that his path to the underworld was not boring. This was his last lesson for the student. The man realized that his blade could not defeat such a talented young swordsman. The guy was holding a seriously wounded old man in his arms. He was bleeding. The old man said that it was only a matter of time before the young master surpassed him. Now the new owner of a special item demonstrates to the world the power of their sword technique. The owner of the fragment was sitting calmly on a stone in the forest. Suddenly, one of the heroes approached him. He was incredibly angry. He believed that it was this man who killed his comrade. The hero did not come alone. Not far from him, another fighter hid behind a tree. The calm man replied that this was the truth and Boar's death was his doing. He kept his hand on his sword and was ready for a fight. The angry hero took out his weapon and took a stance. He was ready to tear his sworn enemy to shreds. The battle began. The enemies crossed their swords. The killer's sword looked especially dangerous because its blade was invisible. In fact, the hero was worried about one question: why his enemy showed his face. Because before he wore a hood on his head, shamelessly showing his face, he demonstrates arrogance, or he is confident in his victory. The rest of the heroes who organized the test also entered the battle. Dan turned to his comrades and said that they should be careful because there may be more than one enemy, and besides, he owns a fragment. Narom also prepared for battle. She used the activation of her technique and selected the battle mode. It turns out that she has a whole assortment of weapons. She chose the first option on the interface of her ability. Slot number 1 was occupied by an assault rifle. The girl was ready to take revenge for her friend. Filled with hatred, Narom aimed at her enemy. Yang Jinthi was busy fighting and did not even look in her direction. The girl opened fire, but the guy had incredible reflexes and easily fought off all the bullets that flew in his direction. After that, Narom decided to use a sniper rifle. She crouched down to reduce the spread and began to aim at the enemy. A very powerful shot flew straight at the guy with the sword. It was quite difficult for him to keep his defense against such force. He was still able to repel the attack. His hand began to tremble. His cold gaze was aimed at the enemy. But Anne had no time to be distracted because the melee hero had entered the battle again. After the attack was repulsed, the guy crouched down to make a quick attack. After the rain, the ground was sticky and his foot sank a little. This was exactly what the swordsman thought, but in fact it was the ability of one of his opponents. It was far from an equal fight, but still Yang managed to dodge every attack in his direction. He decided to take a more advantageous position and jumped onto a tree. One of the heroes was already standing under him. He was trying to destroy the tree on which his enemy was located. But Yang was faster and jumped off the plant, after which he cut it in half with one powerful blow of his sword. The ground was still soft from using the hero's gift. Ian decided that it was better for him to be on the cut tree, because this way he could use his quick attacks without worrying about the ground under his feet collapsing from the enemy's ability. Meanwhile, the rector decided to join the battle. Dan put some kind of special mask on his face. He was ready to attack. The blue-haired guy understood what was about to happen and asked his comrades to immediately close their ears. The hero's scream created such a powerful shockwave that part of the forest began to fly apart in different directions. Despite such a powerful blow that it destroyed everything in its path, the swordsman still stood on his feet. After his attack, Dan held his throat. It is not easy for him to use this technique. He noticed that he remembers the enemy's sword and seems to know who their opponent is. He said that the guy in the stolen cloak was most likely Yang Jinthi. He didn't understand what such a mass murderer was doing in the testing area. With a cold look, the guy replied that he was looking for a torch that would light the old world and open the doors to a new era. Meanwhile, the shockwave from the cry of one of the heroes spread throughout the forest. Even some animals could not withstand such force. Manhwa crouched down to examine the innocent bird that had suffered from a careless attack. Effie immediately covered her ears. She didn't understand what it was. Faison said that he also didn't have any ideas. He didn't bother covering his ears because the clay dolls did it for him. The guy noticed that most likely the epicenter of the attack was quite far from them. They had no time for the battle between the swordsmen and the heroes because they also found something terrible. Around were the bodies of recently killed hero candidates. In addition, traces of the battle could be found everywhere. Manhwa assumed that this was the work of the skeleton-masked villain she had encountered before. Faison said that they should split up and search the area in search of survivors. The girl looked to the side and said that she did not think that this was necessary. Her vision became so sharp that this time she managed to find the thread of the enemy's energy without any problems. The girl decided to call her opponent and carefully hook the spider's net. As expected, a swordsman jumped out of the grass a moment later. Nevertheless, Manhwa decided not to play with his attack for a long time and chose a much easier option. She pulled Effie's mechanical arm and deflected the swordsman's attack. The girl immediately recognized this guy. He was among those who tried to show their best side, believing that Inwo was the real test leader. The guy immediately began to behave awkwardly, proving that it was not him. Meanwhile, the girl with the dolls also fell into the trap. The attentive Faison discovered her and sent his clay dolls into battle. Effie did not understand what was happening and decided to find out from her comrades. The frightened girl assumed that these three were friends of the guy with the skull mask. Effie replied that they were not their enemies. The girl with red hair that Inwa fought with earlier warned her comrades that they should not believe everything that strangers say. Suddenly, she noticed a girl who had previously posed as the rector and forced all the candidates to fight among themselves. She said that she recognized her. Incredible hatred for her was heard in his voice. Inwa hid her hands in her pockets and calmly asked her rival if she wanted to be spanked again. The angry girl replied that this time she would refuse. In fact, this is how they settled this quick conflict. They decided to resolve all the misunderstandings and began to discuss the information they have. The girl with green hair is called Suki. She said that they also do not know what happened. They also came to this place after the end of the battle. Faison adjusted his glasses as usual. He asked if they really wanted to fight with strangers, even after meeting the guy in the mask. He believes that it would be safer for them to try to leave the testing area. The swordsman replied that they really couldn't do it. This answer surprised the hero killer, and she asked why this was so. The still angry Spider Girl replied that they simply couldn't do it. They believe that there will always be new tests for the title of hero, but each of them only has one life, and therefore they decided not to risk it. As it turns out, there were thick vines on their way. They blocked the exit, and they never managed to break through. In this case, they came to the conclusion that they were all isolated in the test area. Unexpectedly for everyone, the girl captain of the second team replied that she did not understand what was good about it. It turns out that the hero killer is interested in a fight with such opponents. She did not know how to convince the other candidates for such an insane plan. Suki, of course, was surprised to hear such an answer and asked the brave girl if she was really sure that she could defeat the incredibly strong guy in the skull mask. The girl with the powers of a spider agreed with her words. She said that the candidate in the red jacket should not be so confident in his invincibility. She believes that even if they attack the guy in the mask all at once, their chances will still be negligible, so her plan is to try to find a place to hide. When suddenly Inwa said that they wouldn't succeed, she calmly pointed her finger at something interesting. Cold sweat immediately appeared on the faces of all the fighters from such surprise. As it turned out, the enemy with a skull mask and two sickles had been watching their discussion all this time. The frightened candidates for the title of hero realized that they were in great danger. Effie immediately extended her mechanical arm to launch the first strike with a blast of missiles, but was stopped by Inwa. She said that if their enemy wanted to kill them, he would have done it long ago. She believes that most likely he has other plans. The stranger began to descend from the tree. He said that his name was Condor. As it turns out, he has a task. He must bring with him the most talented candidates for heroes. Still, finding the right ones for him turned out to be a difficult task. He has already destroyed many guys in search of worthy ones. Such memories brought a satisfied grin to his face. He extended his hands to the frightened candidates and suggested they play a game. The girl with red hair asked what we were talking about. The guy decided that they would understand everything themselves and made a seal of his ability with his hands. After this, a vessel appeared from which sand began to come out. The area around them turned into a windy, hot desert. Effie didn't understand what happened. She started scratching her head and said that it was sudden, because just a minute ago it was dawn and they were in the forest. Inwa looked around and realized that this was a completely different location. She assumed that the stranger had the same type of gift as Rachel Sinclair. The villain began to walk towards the candidates and said that there used to be a sanctuary in this place where he worshipped his god. He believes that all his guests are extraordinary and he would gladly sacrifice everyone. But because of his task, he should leave at least one alive. At this location, the clothes of the masked stranger suddenly changed. He said that he provides his dear guests with two options to choose from. However, he clarified that it is impossible to refuse the game. Suki grabbed her doll and asked with a frightened look, how dare he do this? The guy sharply raised his index finger in the air to explain the rules. He said that by the time the sand in the clock completely falls off, one of the participants will die. The deaths will continue until only one of the most talented candidates remains. He said that this timer is his gift. Participants had the choice to leave everything to fate and become a hypocrite, or take fate into their own hands and become a murderer. Of course, this difficult choice embarrassed most candidates. Everyone began to reconsider. Perhaps they were picking easy victims for themselves in order to survive. Inwa began to examine their location. She realized that this was not a trick and there was no reason for this. She believes that Condor is probably confident that he can cope with all opponents and therefore sets such crazy conditions. The silence was interrupted by a girl with the ability of a spider. Despite the fact that her hands were shaking, she nervously said that there was nothing to think about and everything was obvious. Within a moment, she gave an answer to the guy in the mask. She began her attack and threw controlled poison darts at him. Suddenly, she was stopped by the huge dolls that Phazon uses. The guy threw her onto the sand and immobilized her. She did not understand what her ally was doing. As usual, adjusting his glasses, Phazon said that everyone would take his proposal into account. Frightened by what happened, Effie asked him why he did it. The guy replied that he was sure that everyone felt the same as him. He did not intend to die in this place. Phazon believed that the guy in the mask was trying to find out their value as if he were buying an item at the market. In this case, the weakest among them have no choice but to follow the rules, because here it is the survival of the fittest. He turned to Condor and said that he would put on a decent show for him, but he needed a little more time for this. The guy in the mask began to grin and said that he agreed. Now their situation was becoming more and more interesting. Phazon stepped aside. He said that this should be enough. After that, he looked at Katya and said that he had gained some time. He was wondering if they had a chance. The girl replied that everything depends on them. Effie did not understand what they were talking about. Such prospects frightened her. Suki said that it was a great game, and the time gained would benefit them. The swordsman folded his hands in front of him and silently nodded his head in response. But still, Effie did not agree with them. She said that they should not negotiate with the villains. She believes that they will not give the enemy what he wants. Of course, everyone looked at her as if she was strange. She realized what was going on and sat down offendedly on a stone, realizing that she was the only one who was not aware of the plan. The girl with red hair began to laugh. It was quite hypocritical, because in fact she too was not aware of the plan and was very angry with Phazon. Phazon looked into the sky and said that apparently the sand inside the clock would reach the bottom in about an hour. Since none of them have worked together before, a solid plan will be needed. Suddenly, the silence was interrupted by Inhwa. Everyone looked at her in surprise. She calmly sat down on the sand and asked the team to trust her. Inhwa hid her hands in her pockets and began to calmly think about life. She tried the last time she was on the verge of life and death. Remembering all her enemies, she realized that she had always been focused on survival. Perhaps this was not always the right decision. After all, in fact, she always chose only those fights that she could win. She believed that she was worth the risk in order to carry out her plan. After all, before, even at the most vulnerable moment. According to the girl, the point is not at all that she values her life so much. In fact, it is about the burden of unfinished business that pushes her forward. Inhwa even remembered her training. Master Yushin always said that she should not stop. He told her that while she becomes stronger, she should not forget that her enemies also become stronger. Besides, whoever she is chasing already has an advantage over her. The old man said that even despite his incredible talent, he still pushed himself to the limit. Therefore, he believed that she should not stop. After all, sooner or later, the time will come when a situation where her life is at stake will become the only way to improve. Until now, she has behaved confidently, but the guy who locked them in his desert is definitely strong. Her whole body is sounding the alarm. But if she doesn't pass this test now, she most likely won't be able to break her limit again, so she won't run away this time. Inhwa decided to put her life on the line. The girl went to meet a guy in a skull mask. He immediately said that they made a decision pretty quickly. He was interested in who would survive from their team. The girl began to use another ability, and because of this, her disguise disappeared. She decided that only their opponent would die in this battle. The guy began to create a whirlwind of sand in preparation for battle. He said that the opposing team made a very stupid decision. He also had a weapon special to this location. It was a sword. He made an incredibly fast lunge, but using Jade's gift, his opponent was able to dodge. The girl began to remember her words earlier. She told the team that she was going to lure the condor. Inwa looked for a good place for the battle, and therefore asked the rest of the guys to wait for her in the same place where they had gathered. It was a rocky area with a lot of cover. She thinks it would be an ideal place to hide. She said that from the moment the battle begins, they should buy as much time as possible until she returns. Faison asked Katya if she really had a plan or a way to destroy the condor. The girl replied that there was a certain possibility, but the most important thing was that she needed the support of the team. Suki raised her hand. She said it was a good idea, but there was a flaw in the plan. They must completely trust each other to pull off such a fight. She said that she is still not sure that no one will betray them. She believed that the plan could only be an opportunity to wait until everyone else died and become the only survivor. In response to her words, the girl pulled her hand into her pocket. She took out some small purple ball and showed it to the others. The angry girl with spider powers replied that this thing belonged to her. She thought that she had lost this thing, but as it turned out, Inwa had previously stolen it. Effie asked what this interesting item was. The red-haired girl replied that it was a special explosive that she received with the help of a chain of logisticians. It was called a grape bomb. If you press on it, it will explode into small pieces and incinerate everything in the area. Suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, the ever-hungry Inwa swallowed this item. Everyone around looked at her with horror in their eyes. After that, she threw the detonator to her former enemy and asked if what she had done was enough to earn their trust. It turns out that she was ready to put her life on the line to carry out this plan, because without trust, they will all die. Thus, she left her fate in their hands, and therefore wants them to trust her completely. The guys went to the previously mentioned location. Faison noticed the movement and warned the others. Inwa pretended to be trying to escape from the guy with the skeleton mask, but, in reality, she was leading him into a pre-prepared trap. The girl deftly jumped over the thread and energy of the candidate for heroes. She'd already learned to consider them without any problems. The red-haired girl realized that this was the right moment to use her ability. She pulled the thread to surround their enemy from all sides. The thread tightened the guy's body and he began to defend himself. He was quite strong and tried to break free. The girl was very tired and shouted that she could no longer hold the guy in the skeleton mask. A swordsman attacked the trapped guy from above. Even in such a difficult situation, the villain in the skull mask was able to repel the enemy's unexpected attack. Moreover, he struck back with his sword. The wounded swordsman pressed his hand to his wound and began to stagger. Suddenly, the condor felt that not all the troubles he would encounter were yet to come. He was able to see threads of energy from a girl with spider powers. He immediately went to meet such a problematic enemy. The guy immediately took out his sword and prepared to strike a crushing blow. The girl couldn't stand it. She couldn't hold back her threads. Because the guy in the trap began to move, she was pulled towards the stone. Within a moment, it flew off in the other direction due to strong enemy resistance. From such pain, her hands began to tremble. She understood that the enemy was already close and she should prepare her poison darts. The masked guy appeared in the sky. He was ready to launch his attack. Suddenly, a girl who was in a hopeless situation was touched by Siki. She saved her ally and blocked the enemy's blow with her doll. Such a short period of battle was enough for her to understand how big the difference in strength was between them. She believed that their only advantage was that the enemy actually underestimated them. They all know perfectly well what gift the enemy has. But things are completely different for Condor. After all, he did not see all the abilities of his opponents. The girl increased the size of her bird doll and struck the enemy with a beam of energy. Everything around began to explode and burn from such insane power. After this, the doll returned to its original size. The girl fell to the ground and began to tremble from exhaustion. She had used too much energy on this attack. The condor looked at the enemy and suggested that her gift was the doll's absorption of the enemy's energy and then releasing it. He thought that this was quite a problematic ability. After that, he pierced the girl's hand with his sword. She screamed in pain. Seeing this, Effie immediately ran to help his ally. She tried to stab the enemy using her mechanical arm, but the enemy was faster and wounded her with a sword cut. The wounded girl flew to the side, and her allies' dolls went into battle. But Condor was able to get rid of them without any problems. Faison believed that their enemy was simply a monster. The Condor asked, with a smile, why they were trying to gain time. He said that in reality, nothing would work out for them. Effie sighed heavily. She began to analyze the situation. They were all seriously wounded, but not dead. Apparently, the Condor was just playing with them. The guy in the mask said that their tactics are pathetic, and they are all a worthless bunch of maggots. But still, he remembered that there was one more participant left. He turned to the girl and asked if this was part of her plan. The girl said that this was so, and at the moment when she was the only survivor, she would probably be released. However, she forgot to say that she had to fulfill one more promise. The guy saw snow and was very surprised because they were in the desert. The girl said that it must be unpleasant when it snows in his desert. She wanted some free time to understand the enemy's ability. After all, in their game the task was limited by time. After these words, the girl in blue clothes and with a cold look asked who the boss really was now. A duel between the strongest began. Condor and Manhwa went out for revenge, since at the last meeting they did not find out who was stronger. They immediately rushed to attack. Condor struck the first blow. The girl was able to dodge it. After that, she immediately launched a counterattack and wounded the enemy with one swing. A cut appeared on the hand of the guy in the mask. He began to wonder what was going on because the situation was strange. He understood that the ability to use his gift in various ways, of course, depended on the skill of the user. But the enemy's strength looked incredibly diverse. He didn't understand how her enemy had so many different attacks. While he was thinking, he was kicked in the head. The mask on Condor's face cracked. From the girl's next blow, the guy again flew to the side. He had no control over the fight at all and could not resist her power. The angry guy took another part of the skull in his hand. He attached her to his mask and told his opponent that she was a very interesting fighter. Manhwa immediately felt the danger, because for the first time she was taking on such a dangerous opponent, risking her life. Cold sweat broke out on her face. The enemy looked incredibly creepy, as if this were some kind of dream. The girl was filled with surprise and blinked during the fight. After that, she was brought to her senses by a blinding flash. She couldn't believe that she just froze for a moment. Her opponent had wounded her. She understood that something had changed and believed that she could not hold out much longer. The wounded girl crouched down and looked at the dazzling snow. The Condor praised her for her perseverance, but still the hourglass in the sky is not on her side. With a threatening look, he asked the girl to give her all. Returning to the incredible number of abilities of the hero killer, it is worth mentioning that a person learns to use his gift through experience. In cases where the gift is difficult to use, like Condor and Sinclair, achieving an incredible level is not so easy. This requires a lot of time to understand all the benefits of the gift and how to use them. Manhwa was the first to face the enemy to make contact with him. Thanks to her friends for buying her some time, she was able to prepare for the battle. As it turned out, she even learned something new about her own ability. Yet Manhwa can use several gifts during the assassin's time. She still had much to learn, but in the meantime, she had completed her preparations and distracted the enemy with multiple attacks. Now she should test her abilities in battle. The Condor continued to defend himself from the girl's multiple attacks. She did not allow him to relax and go on a counterattack. Within a moment, the guy decided that he could finally finish off the enemy. He decided to close the distance to fight with his swords. The girl was inattentive and fell under an enemy attack. Her own blood from the wound after the enemy's last attack got onto her face. She definitely didn't expect to miss it. Meanwhile, the Condor again rushed to attack and began to approach her. He began to inflict an incredible number of attacks, and the girl's entire body was covered with wounds. Manhwa held out her hands in front of her and began using one of her abilities in response. An incredible explosion occurred and stones rose into the air. Among these stones, there were also dolls, which Faison had made earlier. They immediately rushed to attack. A moment later, it was no longer possible to see what was happening in the battle. Manhwa was exhausted. and her nose began to bleed from so many attacks. The condor thought that this fight was very funny and began to laugh. He was able to get out of the trap. The guy in the skull mask immediately rushed to attack the wounded girl. Inwa flew to the side and rolled down the slope. She lay on the ground while the enemy again appeared directly above her. The girl decided to block the enemy blow using another ability of her allies. She created a doll that absorbed the entire force of the blow. After that, the huge plush toy fired back. The guy began to run away from her attack. Meanwhile, Inwa was already on the verge. She was all wounded and fell to her knees. She had not had such difficult battles for a long time. The guy replied that he was wrong all the time. Now he understands that it was not her abilities that were more important, but her enemy himself. After all, no matter how good a blade may be, in the wrong hands, it is nothing more than scrap metal. The guy, using his sand, addressed the girl, calling her a young villain. He invited her to become his student. The girl could barely stand on her feet. She asked the enemy what he was talking about and who he thought he was. Condor asked if Inwa really didn't want to become stronger. The girl refused, and a moment later she received a strong blow to the face. Condor said that this was not a proposal, and she would happily follow him through excruciating pain. The hourglass was still frozen. The guy in the mask told the girl that her resilience was worthy of respect. But still he felt sorry, because his gift had become his own burden. He said that he had no choice but to kill her before the sand ran out. Approaching the girl, he once again asked if she really wanted everything to end this way. The girl was covered in blood and lying in the snow. The guy was surprised. In his hands there was controlled sand from which he could make himself any weapon. He approached her and swung an axe. He said that he accepted this test. The girl remembered that the master once told her that the time would come when the situation with her life at stake would become the only path to improvement. But then she asked the old man a question. She didn't know what to do if she faced an invincible opponent with no way to avoid the conflict. Yushin agreed that some enemies might try to defeat her with their colossal strength, but there was no need to follow in their footsteps. Still, people can easily die from even a small injection, and therefore, he believes that while she is alive, this is not the end. She should endure the pain with bated breath. After all, the weakest moment of a predator is the time when he believes that he has successfully completed the hunt. It is then that Inwe sees an opportunity, at the moment when he is in the greatest danger. Any created matter can be destroyed. That's exactly what happened. The guy's technique disappeared and he lost his swords before the strike. He immediately took out his blades, realizing that this was what the girl had planned from the very beginning. Everyone who underestimated her died at her hands. The girl asked if Condor really wanted her to become his student, because he should be the one taking lessons from her. The girl said that she was going to show the enemy something interesting, namely, what his death looks like. After that, she pressed her broken sword to him. Within a moment, she used the gift stolen from Effie and the repaired weapon pierced the enemy. The guy in the mask fell to the ground. He couldn't believe what happened. The girl asked if he had any last words. The condor replied that this fight was incredible and asked what the name of the young villainess was. The girl replied that her name was Katya. The guy in the skeleton mask began to say this name out loud. When suddenly he said that Katya was dead, this greatly excited the hero killer because that was her sister's name. She tried to find out more from the enemy, but he could no longer speak. The condor gradually lost consciousness and began to see poorly. Inhwa was also very exhausted, and therefore immediately after defeating the enemy, she lost consciousness.